3-year-old debut this afternoon. And in the fillies division, Morning Matcha will try the turf for the first time for trainer Butch Reed. We'll see if she can run as well on the grass. A horse that's very proficient on the turf, though. We saw yesterday Mason get his first graded stakes win stateside in the poker. All that and more coming up on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Thanks so much for tuning in and joining us on this little bit of a breezy and chillier Sunday afternoon, but the sun is shining. A big crowd on track here today. We're so excited to have everybody with us at beautiful Belmont Park. I want to say a very happy Father's Day to my dad, Brian, and my father-in-law, Christoph. Acacia Clement joining you with Anthony Stabile as we celebrate all those dads and father figures today.
Yes, of course. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Somebody's birthday today. Happy Father's Day to my dad, to my stepfather, Pete, to all the dads out there, all the moms that do double duty as well. Happy day to you as well. And yeah, looking forward. You know, walking in this morning, it was reminiscent of 7 a.m. at Saratoga, the running of the bulls up in Saratoga for the picnic tables. That we saw that here today. Backyard, the patio, everybody was.
There's a line of people to get in.
There was jostling about. Yeah, I kind of just amble along. I just throw 12s at them. They were going 21-43 this morning, getting in each other's way, but they got there. They got a beautiful day. It's right around 68, 70 degrees right now. It's supposed to get to the mid-70s. There's a few clouds in the sky, but it is a gorgeous day. Thank you for tuning in, spending part of your Father's Day with us. If you can come on out. It's a gorgeous day here in Elmont, New York.
Yeah, one time I asked Big A if he jaywalks. He says, I J-amble.
J-amble, that's correct. Yes, there's no walking. It's a little better now. We move.
Yes.
I tell you what, some people seem to think I used to waddle. I don't waddle.
You're deceptively fast.
I don't waddle anymore.
We love to see it. New York Stallion Series is our highlight today. We have the boys in the spectacular bid division going 7 furlongs on the turf. Will go as race number 4 today. And it's important to remember, too, Anthony, in that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf last fall, Modern Games, the winner for Charlie Appleby, did run for purse money only after the incident at the gate. So a lot of late money coming in to Dakota Gold. But this is a horse who we saw prior to that winning very impressively in the Now at Monmouth.
Yes, and his 2 turf races were very, very good. It's hard to imagine him or the other favorite here, Surprise Boss, not getting the money today. If he comes back, he's running 2-year-old figs that with the routine improvement from 2 to 3, if he's able to do that today under a Rat Ortiz Jr., he is likely going to get his picture taken in the Belmont Winter Circle this afternoon.
That's a look at the field. Just one scratch. The 6-mo Danson, as you mentioned, Surprise Boss to the outside. Kind of the other horse who is 3 for 3 on the turf. The fillies will take the spotlight a little bit later on in the Cubico's Joy division of the New York Stallion Series. Also 7/8 on the turf as Morning Matcha to the outside. This is a filly who has faced some really tough company, ran in the Gazelle and the Black-Eyed Susan. She tries the turf for the first time today for trainer Butch Reed, and we'll see how she handles it because she's run well on the main track before.
Yeah, keep in mind, too, folks, that these Stallion Series races are for horses that are bred by New York Stallions. She's a Pennsylvania bred. She's eligible by way of being sired by Central Banker, who stands in the Empire State. She ran well in the dirt in the New York Stallion Series for $500,000 as a 2-year-old. You almost have to try these races. It's about $85,000 to the winner. You're only running against the New York sired horses, so you kind of have to try these races. She has a little turf pedigree on the bottom side. We'll see. The Central Bankers don't really have that much of a turf influence, but she's a horse who is open company stakes face. She's a Pennsylvania bred, so I would imagine she's going to take some money, but could be taking money for the wrong reason off of her dirt form.
Very interesting rendition, as it does seem the fillies a little bit more wide open and potentially a lot of other opportunities and places to go. Today's races, here's what's coming up, presented by our friends at Claiborne Farm. We have those 2 New York Stallion Series races, as mentioned today at beautiful Belmont Park. Races 1 through 10, and we're fast and firm. We have races 1 through 11 at Churchill Downs, the fast main track we're dealing with there. Again, remember, no turf racing in play at the moment beneath the Twin Spires. You can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program and more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code MATCH200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. That's a little preview of everything coming up on today's show. Yesterday, we had some nice graded stakes action here at Belmont Park as Mason, the Juddmonte homebred, got it done in the Grade 3 poker, giving trainer Chad Brown his first win in that race here at Belmont. We'll recap all of that action after this on America's Day at the Races.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, multi-millionaire Shivaji, plus these standout performers. Now his biggest book in the past decade will be 3-year-olds in 2022. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. Our program, as always, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We'll get set for the first race at Churchill Downs. It'll be a maiden claiming for $10,000 for 3-year-olds and upward 6.5 furlongs on the main track. We have a pretty big field to start things off. A group of 10, Anthony, the number 9, out working for Norm Cassie and Tyler Gasleona, currently your favorite, as Tyler has just continued on his strong run at Churchill Downs.
4 last night.
Amazing.
I think I saw all of them. I don't know. I'm still a little delirious from the 11:30 end time last night. Had a great time covering the races though last night, and yeah, he's just padded on to his lead, and the rider standings down beneath the Twin Spires.
We'll meet the rest of the field, starting with the 1, Private Connie.
Yeah, just 2 tries on the dirt. They came at Indiana Grand last summer and fall. Going to need to improve in his first start since January 2nd.
Here's the 2, Master Lee.
He drops all the way down for the 10. Tried to claiming ranks once, 2 starts back, did not fare too well, but he got his blinkers back last time and today.
Make My Own Luck is the 3.
Yeah, he had the sloppy track last time off a 4-month break. Gets back to fast ground in here. Maybe he can improve at a bit of a price.
Here's the 4, Amazing Rocket, dropping class.
He's had an awful lot of chances. 0 for 16, just 2 third-place finishes in that time, and the drop in class better help his cause.
Number 5, Go Virtual, cuts back in distance.
Yeah, sheds the blinkers. He's had them since the first start of his career when he was trained by Wesley Ward. 2 starts since. He's regressed in both tries.
In a big warm-up out there on track, Raylu Gutierrez aboard the 6, Popster.
Ships in from Horseshoe Indy off of a couple of third-place finishes at the start of their meet. He's been racing a lot. He had almost a month between races now. We'll see if he can improve with Raylu Gutierrez in the boot.
Son of Union Rags, here's Project Thunder.
Yeah, a couple of tough tries against much better in his last 2. Last time he was in around these ranks was for Robertino Diodoro. He got beat just 5 lengths at Oaklawn.
Jackie's back cuts back in distance.
You're looking to hit the board for just the second time in his 10th try. He cuts back from the mile and a 16. 2-turn failed experiment to the 6.5.
A lot of tries for this horse, but he does have your leading rider out working.
Yeah, they tried taking the blinkers off last time to no avail as the 5-2 second choice. The blinkers go back on. He's 0 for 8 beneath the Twin Spires, and he has burned an awful lot of money in his last 3 starts.
And dropping class to the outside for the number 10, Bruce on the loose. Is he on the loose today?
Debuted for a tag, didn't run well. Went to Indiana, did not run well in the special weight ranks. Down for the bottom for a barn that's had a pretty good start to the meet.
Well, you heard Anthony talk about covering downs after dark last night and maybe being a little bit loopy after that. Paul LaDuca, I saw some photos of you with some fun glasses on last night. Always a great time at Churchill with the downs after dark racing. But the Monomoy Girl, the feature, what were your impressions on the stake yesterday?
Well, I thought it was a very good race. Had a tremendous night with the neon lights. A lot of help from a lot of people around. And again, a happy Father's Day to everybody out there. To my father as well, Paul Sr., who took me to the racetrack, gave me a couple of bucks here and there, and I would play a little bit of Pac-Man, a little Galaga, and then go find somebody to put 2 across on a horse. So thank you, Dad, for introducing me to horse racing. But the Monomoy Girl, listen, Society showed me a lot last night because Miss Yearwood was a horse for Ian Wilkes that he really, really liked. And after she had won her maiden race, he wanted to point her towards the Alabama. What ended up happening was she ended up going to the Black-Eyed Susan. They brought her back here last night. Society tried 2 turns for the first time. It looked like she was on a lone, easy lead. And Julian Leperoux made an early move with Mrs. Yearwood, and she had a ton of momentum. And you got to give Society a ton of credit. First time going around 2 turns. I know she's got the pedigree, but she was able to fend off that foe and framed for Brad Cox ran an even third, but these 2 fillies were by far the best, and I think both of them have a really nice future. And like I said, Ian thought that maybe that Miss Yearwood could go to the Alabama. It's going to be very interesting where Steve Asmussen wants to send Society.
Yeah, it certainly will, Paul. What a performance from those 2 fillies yesterday, and so exciting we got a chance to pay tribute to a truly terrific race mare in Monomoy Girl. But, Paulie, we kick off the racing action today beneath the Twin Spires with this maiden claiming race, and outworking the favorite, had a lot of chances, is today the day with Tyler Gasleona.
Well, I mean, is this horse taking money because of Tyler? Wow, he had 4 more wins yesterday. He's doubled up everybody else in the jockey colony so far. And right now, like you said, you're getting 7-5. I found this race completely wide open. I even think the 1 at 23-1 has a shot. I also thought the 10 had a little bit of a look. The 1, Private Connie, has a little speed. Francisco Arrieta on the drop for John Hancock, whose horses always show speed. I thought Go Virtual was another horse taking the blinkers off. This horse was 2-1 first time out. I know for Wesley Ward, but Juan Cano's taking a little bit of time, but he had a winner last night, and his horses are starting to pop here a little bit. And I also thought the 7, Project Thunder, and that horse goes back to the race April 22nd. I think that he has a big shot. Now, when you go to the favorite, the 9, Outworking, you know, this horse was with Michael Tomlinson, who's a darn good trainer, and this horse really didn't do much. If you look sprinting on this horse, we are sprinting. We're going a 1-turn mile. This horse was the lead 1 time, and it was on the mud here at Churchill Downs, and the horse got run down as the favorite. I just can't take even money now on this horse. I think you got to go deep to get out of this race. This is a complicated pick 5 because at the end of this pick 5, race number 5, I think a lot of people are going to lean on the 7.
All right, Paulie, thank you. It is a tough sequence as you have 2 two-year-old races in there as well. That's always tricky when you're playing the multi-race sequences. And like Paul said, you know, you have to kind of get through some of the more wide-open races when maybe there's some horses with some form that's a little bit tough to trust.
I think you look at an even money favorite to kick the sequence off and you feel like, well, maybe I can lean here. I would not be leaning here at all. The problem is the rest of them aren't trustworthy. So if you're playing the sequence, you do have to spread in here. I also find it remarkable that of all the pictures of Paul last night, the one you decided with the glasses, the guy was wearing earrings and a tutu at one point.
Oh, I missed the tutu.
Yeah, he was wearing a tutu at one point.
That's fantastic.
In any event, I would spread. I would definitely use the 1, Private Connie. I think he's the most interesting horse in here. He has 2 dirt races. One was in the slop at Horseshoe Indy, and one was 2 weeks later at the same track. So this is the horse that I would be interested in, and he's a gigantic price.
Paul, do you have anything to add about the tutu?
All I got to say is I walked in the racetrack today, and Darren Rogers, everybody knows who Darren Rogers is, says, Paul, you wore a tutu in the paddock. You know that Secretariat was in this paddock at one time.
I love it. That's fantastic.
He's right. He makes a great point.
Yes, he does. Oh, so much fun, those Downs After Dark show, and Paul doing a terrific job keeping it light and having a great time with all the fans. We love to see it. We load into the gate for the opener at Churchill Downs. Maiden claiming race coming up here to kick off the Sunday Father's Day action. Here's Travis Stone with the call.
They're in the gate and they're off. Masterly hustled out of there. Popsters right there too. These two quickly out to establish the lead. Outworkin joins them on the outside third. Bruce on the loose is away fourth. Private Connie advancing inside fifth. Go Virtual back into sixth. Make My Own Luck is racing. Seventh Amazing Rocket is eighth. Project Thunder's ninth on the outside, and it's 8 or 9. Back to Jackie's back, who's at the back as they move down the backstretch run. The opening quarter in 22 and 4, clicked off by Masterly, who heads for the far turn, the leader. Outworkin is right there, shadowing that one with 3 furlongs to go. 2 lengths back to Popster, now third. Private Connie fourth and toward the rail. Go Virtual, Ask for Speed, now fifth. As they round the far turn, Outworkin has taken charge. Outworkin by the quarter pole, opening up by 2. Confident ride from Tyler Gasleona, heading for home in front, but Popster's putting in a run. Here comes Popster trying to run down Outworkin. And Private Connie's late on the scene too. 1 furlong to go. Popster's in front. Popster takes the lead. Outworkin's back to second. Private Connie is third. And on Father's Day, it's Popster. The 3-length winner. Private Connie was second. Outworkin was third. And Jackie's back from last to fourth.
Well, sometimes all you need is a hunch bet. Popster on Father's Day gets the win, dropping back down to the $10,000 level.
Yeah, the second choice, somewhere around 5 to 1. That's a big price for the second choice. Able to get the job done under a good ride by Rudy Gutierrez. Private Connie, you know, this is something we were talking about a little bit last night, Acacia. I don't know, and it's been for the last couple of weeks, the inside's been pretty good at Churchill. I don't think you want to be inside right now on this course. I think you want to be outside. Private Connie's a good example. Breaking from the rail, he was down there the whole way, kind of spinning his wheels, turning for home. Francisco Arrieta got him out to the middle of the track. He's able to go by the 4 to 5 favorite to get the place money here at 29 to 28 to 1. So I would keep an eye on that, where the speed hasn't been holding as much and the inside bias hasn't been as prevalent. You could see horses winning down the crown of the track and with the outside flow. I think that's important moving forward today.
6-1-9-8 in the opener at Churchill Downs. Popster and Rudy Gutierrez get the win. We'll bring you prices in a bit. We'll also kick off our live racing action at beautiful Belmont Park on this Father's Day. The Sunday opener from Big Sandy after this on America's Day at the Races.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer. Following a triumphant Saratoga meet as the #1 second crop sire, his progeny have posted 14 more wins in 2022, like Pop the Bubbly.
And it's going to be Pop the Bubbly.
You should be dancing.
On the outside, you should be dancing the winner.
And Fun While It Lasted in an 8-length blowout.
Final furlong. It's Fun While It Lasted until the 16th lap has 8 lengths on them.
Now with $3 million in progeny earnings on dirt and turf going long and short, War Dancer is a sire on fire. Join the momentum today at wardancerstud.com.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
The 2016 Ballerina Grade 1 at Saratoga is my favorite race for a number of reasons. One is the fact that we won it with Have You Gone Away that year, just made it extra special. It's a race with an enormous amount of prestige, and it was our first Grade 1. There's something very special about the Ballerina. I don't know what it is, but the nerves had been building up and building up and building up. Remarkably, probably the time I was at my calmest was on race day.
They're off in the Ballerina.
I loved the post that day, and at this stage you're just hoping that you get a clean trip. We wanted a bit of pace to run at, but on paper there didn't appear to be a lot. So I said to Johnny, just make sure that she breaks cleanly and you get a nice position on the outside. I was hoping that we weren't going too wide around the turn, but Johnny really just stepped on the gas here a little bit, but he was also very careful not to hit the front too soon and not to give away too much ground, he said to me afterwards.
Here's Have You Gone Away on the outside, and she's coming with a rush.
At this point, I still thought we were going to be second, but she just in the last 5 strides got up.
Have You Gone Away has won.
After the race was a bit of a blur, to be honest. I remember the trophy presentation and some of the interviews, and then I remember just trying to digest it all, and I actually struggled a little bit, I have to say. It was an extremely emotional time, and it was also kind of a little bit lonely in that the owners weren't there, Maggie was still working, it was Travers Day, and I went and sat at a stall by myself for hours and hours on end, just hung out with her. Maggie and I went through a lot with that filly. We owe Have You Gone Away an awful lot, we really do. She was our first flagship horse. God, it still sends shivers down my spine watching that.
Tom and Maggie Morley with the wonderful story of Have You Gone Away in the Grade 1 Ballerina. Tom Morley with 2 chances in this first race coming up here at beautiful Belmont Park with this New York bred maiden claiming race. And happy Father's Day to Tom as well. Dad to the wonderful Grace and Willow. As we get ready for the field in the opener, starting with the #1, Karma's Warrior.
Yeah, stretches out off of a 6-furlong debut back in April. Here at Belmont on opening weekend, Boxer Joe, the winner, came back to win again.
Here's one of 2 for Tom Morley. Triple Brown will break from the rail.
Yeah, this one stays the distance and trip after debuting on the dirt 2 back. Didn't take much money last time out. Would need to improve off of that effort.
Next will be the #3 coming up momentarily. Tis Snow, who goes back to the turf.
Yeah, first time Lasix thirsted off the break for trainer Chris Engelhardt. So it's a gigantic price with Hall of Famer Javier Castellano in the boot.
Javier climbing aboard. Hasn't done much running as of yet. Here's Saratoga Sky, John Velasquez.
Yeah, turf debut 2 starts back was an interesting trip to say the least. Drops in for the tag and gets Hall of Famer John Velasquez in the saddle.
Here's the 6, big price on Book of Delancey.
Yeah, second time turf. First turf effort was not very good. Has not hit the board on turf in the 1 start.
Here's Media Sensation, the other for Tom Morley.
And a big rider upgrade here to Flavien Prat. Horse is taking all the money here. Your 5-2 favorite.
Makes a lot of sense in this spot. First-time starter, Slow Decision.
Yeah, Dan was 3 for 14. She was a New York Bred Stakes filly. First fall, Luis Saez for Rudy. Taking a little money at 6-1.
Here's another firster, not taking much money. I will get to momentarily. Whiskey Warrior, somewhere out there on the track. Still looking at the 8 Slow Decision, who's getting a pretty exuberant warm-up out there on track from Luis Saez. Looks pretty sharp for sure for his debut. There are still a few more horses in the field.
Yeah.
We'll get there eventually.
Yeah, this horse is getting a nice little warm-up for Luis Saez. Again, Dan was okay. No real turf in the pedigree. So this is a sharp work tab, 247-2 from the pole, a bullet of 55 back on June 11th. There's the 9.
There's the 9, Whiskey Warrior. Point of entry gelding for John Kimmel.
Yeah, 0 for 3. The Dan was 0 for 3, 0 for 2 on the turf. This horse has a work tab that dates all the way back to mid-February down at Palm Meadows.
You'd imagine maybe plans to start sooner, but we do just see him debuting now, another first-time starter. This one does have workouts on the turf up at Palm Meadows down in South Florida as well. A lot of chances for the 10 pivotal run.
0 for 9, 8 of them on the grass. This horse actually crossed the wire first in Saratoga last summer, was disqualified. See if he can get back to the winner's circle today.
First time on turf, here's Chapel Road.
Yeah, Dan was 1 for 24, by quality road, plenty of turf influence. Took a ton of money on dirt, 9-5 favorite, 4-1 second time out. Didn't do much running though.
Resilient Courage will wrap up the field to the outside.
0 for 9 overall, 0 for 4 on the turf for Dave Donk, who's winning at about a 25% clip here at the Belmont Spring Summer Meet.
Jose Ortiz has the call on the outside post as well. You can follow along and get all of the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Go to NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all of the races on today's show. We met the field for the opener. The early pick 5 kicks off here as we welcome in the 4th member of our team, champion jockey Richard Migliore here with us. Richie, a happy Father's Day to you. What are you seeing from these horses warming up for the opener?
Yeah, thanks, Acacia, and happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there, and just a beautiful day to be here at Belmont Park. We'll start with the 9-horse, Acacia, Whiskey Warrior, first-time starter from John Kimmel's barn. He was very, very tough, rank in the paddock. He acted up. He unseated Jose Gomez and actually ran over his groom, Rojas, who's a very good friend of mine, long time, one of John Kimmel's top grooms for a very long time. He was being attended to by the medical staff on hand here at Belmont Park. Seemed like he was okay, but he did get run over by Whiskey Warrior. Whiskey Warrior settled down nicely once he got on the track with the pony, got away from everybody. I was asking John about him because he is a big, strong horse, very high energy. John said there's times he's worked terrific, and there's times he's worked terrible, and he really does not know what to expect from him. The 4, Saratoga Sky, a half to Sanctuary City. Loved the way this horse looked in the paddock. Continued to love him on the racetrack. Like that Johnny Velasquez takes the call. I think his one turf race was very good, kind of hidden good, and I do think that this horse is going to run a big race today, and at 7-1, he's going to be my top selection. The 7, Media Sensation, the favorite, looks great. Really well turned out for Tom Morley. Very stout, kind of thick horse, but really making a nice impression. I love his coat, everything about him, his energy level. He's much the horse to beat, but I'm going to take a little swing with the 4, Saratoga Sky.
I like it, Richie. Thank you, Saratoga Sky. I actually thought that this horse may take a little bit more money, Anthony, with John Velasquez picking up the mount. I know that his only turf race, he didn't run too much, but if you go back and actually look at that race, he did have some legitimate excuses in there.
Yeah, he didn't break particularly well. He got pinballed around going into the first turn, coming out of the chute, I should say. Lost all position. You see him there, he's just getting under a hammerlock as well. But things didn't get any better, really. And now, that was the lone start with blinkers. The blinkers came off for the dirt last time. They ran this horse back in less than 2 weeks. The blinkers came off. Now he's back to the turf. Not going to be too surprised to find out that John Velasquez hasn't run into many horses for this barn as of late. But the Hall of Famer climbs aboard. I'm with you, though. I can't believe this horse is the price he is. Now, I understand he's essentially the 4th choice is that price. But you would think seeing the rider change, the return to the turf, which certainly looks like his preferred surface, and having a good deal of time between races now, he would take some more money in here. The second choice is the Christophe Clement runner, the 11 Chapel Road, rather. He hasn't done much running at all in his dirt races, and I know he's debuting on turf, and there's some turf pedigree there, but they're now down to 6-1. And you see, just taking it all in right now is Saratoga Sky. But yeah, I'm with you. I thought this horse would be 4 or 5-1, but instead he's in that 6-7-1 range.
Also important to mention too, in that April 24th race, he actually had a shoe repair in the paddock prior to the race, and he was kind of acting up a bit in response to that, and some horses just really don't handle that well. And he was coming off of a bit of a layoff.
3-month break, yep.
And there was a lot going on for him, and I think that kind of played into his poor break, and then he just had trouble from then on. So I think you can be more forgiving of him. He's also getting a drop in class. So those are all things I think that are important to note as far as Saratoga Sky is concerned. We're taking a look at the number 7 right now, Media Sensation, who is your favorite for Tom Morley. Flavian Pratt picking up the mount, had a nice win in the stake yesterday aboard Mason, and this is a horse who just makes sense on the drop in class.
This is ordinarily a horse I would stay away from. This horse was 81-1 and 49-1 in his last 2 races in special weight competition. He didn't run that badly. And you figured that the rider change and the drop in class was going to account for some money. He's 2-1. He's not a great gamble at 2-1. Do I think he's the most likely winner of this race? Yes, I do. Based on his first 2 turf races, he is the most likely winner of this race. Do you want him in the win pool at 2-1? You see the pick 5 pool about to cross the $400,000 threshold. I'm involved in the pick 5 pool. I would never bet this horse to win at 2-1. I think the 4 Saratoga Sky is a much better gamble at 6-1 than Media Sensation is at 2-1. But I do believe Media Sensation is the most likely winner of this race.
What about the first-time starter, real quick? Slow Decision. We saw him getting a big warm-up. Louis Saez aboard, kind of middle of the road for a firster, I think, at 6-1.
Yeah, Rudy Rodriguez, his trainer, doesn't have great numbers on turf overall. He has screamed at me multiple times, Tony, I am not a turf trainer, joking around all the time, but he does win races on turf. I think it's worth noting, though, him and Louis Saez team up at a pretty good clip. It's right around 30% overall anywhere, both here at Belmont and Saratoga, and Aqueduct, I should say. I think it's worth noting that he reached out for Louis for this horse. He gave him a fantastic warm-up. So it has a pretty solid work tab, a little bit more aggressive of a work tab for a Rudy Förster than you ordinarily see. And I think that's in part because he's debuting going a mile on the 16th.
There's a look at Chapel Road, an intriguing prospect trying the turf for the first time. Dan's only win was on the grass. They load in for the opener here at beautiful Belmont Park. Maidens to kick things off. Here's John and Brielle with the call.
Just about set for the Father's Day opener. They are all in the gate. And they're off. Triple Brown away well from that inside post, but there goes Karma's Warrior, and Karma's Warrior now takes over. Triple Brown is running in second. Resilient Courage moves up on the outside from third, and Pivotal Run is next in fourth. Alongside is Chapel Road racing in fifth. Tis Snow down on the inside, and Slow Decision. And then we come back to a Book of Delancey. On the outside is a Whiskey Warrior, followed next by a Media Sensation, who is in between horses, and Saratoga Sky is at the back in 11th. Up front, it is Karma's Warrior, who has the lead over Resilient Courage through a quarter in 24 and 3. Chapel Road next in third. Triple Brown down on the inside in fourth. Pivotal Run is alongside in fifth. And then the first-time starter, Slow Decision, racing in sixth. Tis Snow is next in seventh. And then it's the trio of Saratoga Sky, Book of Delancey, and Media Sensation. And farther back is a Whiskey Warrior. The half mile in 49 and 4. Karma's Warrior gets away here to lead by a little more than a length. Resilient Courage now getting closer in second, with Chapel Road next in third. Slow Decision, Pivotal Run, they are right together, fourth and fifth. Media Sensation has advanced into sixth, but still 5.5 lengths from the lead. 3/4 in 1:13.3. They are at the top of the stretch, and it is Karma's Warrior with Slow Decision on the outside and Resilient Courage in between horses. Pivotal Run is down towards the rail, then Chapel Road and Media Sensation. Here is Resilient Courage right alongside of Karma's Warrior. Karma's Warrior continues to battle on. Resilient Courage on the outside, and it's going to be tight here, and it's going to be Resilient Courage to break his maiden in the Sunday opener.
Resilient Courage. Boy, he lived up to his name today. Very, very game on the heels of the pace setter, Karma's Warrior, who ran well second time out.
He had 2 turf races that made him a player. He had 2 turf races that got him absolutely zilch in here. He ran one of the 2 races that made him a player. He got a good ride from Jose Ortiz as well. He was forward here. On the wide, these courses have been playing a little strangely lately, Acacia. Since we got the rain during the week, they've been playing a little oddly. It's almost like the profiles have flip-flopped a little bit. And you see the speed here. I mean, Karma's Warrior almost pulled this off at 14-1, gets run down by a 13-1 shot. Favored at 9-5, Media Sensation did what he normally does. He came running late. Today he got a piece on the drop. Good horse race, good way to start the day for Father's Day.
Resilient Courage, he was resilient indeed. Game on the outside and able to get up for the win over the number 1 Karma's Warrior, who tried to take them every step of the way. Jose Ortiz gets the win for trainer Dave Donk in the opener. We'll bring you prices and the full order of finish. Reactions after this on America's Day at the Races. We'll also look ahead to Churchill Downs and some 2-year-old action. The coach, D. Wayne Lucas, looking for his next big star on the Kentucky Oaks this year. Maybe has a promising 2-year-old up next.
Idol perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big cap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race and the race, scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Hi, my name is Dylan Davis, a father of 2. Wishing all your fathers a happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day, Dad. I hope everybody's spoiling you in Ireland.
Happy Father's Day to all the dads, and thanks to the moms that let us spend time at the track.
Happy Father's Day to all fathers. I'm a proud father of 4, and wishing all fathers a happy Father's Day.
We are thankful for our dads and all those father figures who have played such a big role in our lives. I think so many people have such fond memories spending days at the track with their dad. I know I certainly do with mine. I know you have memories like that, Anthony, for sure. As we see race number 1, happy Father's Day, Jose Ortiz. He gets the win aboard Resilient Courage in the first race at beautiful Belmont Park.
Yeah, fantastic ride here, keeping Resilient Courage in the game from Jump Street here. Karma's Warrior, like we said, tried to lead them on the merry chase, but Resilient Courage lived up to the name today to steal your line. Occasion gets the job done here. Just about a half length when all was said and done on the line. Couple of nice double-digit odds here. This brings her back a $186 exacta.
Yeah, 12, 1, 7, 10. Final result for the opener, $29.80. Horse to kick off the day. We've had some big prices this week at Belmont Park. Race in and race out. We'll see if that trend continues. An upset as your favorite at 9-5 checks in third. At Churchill Downs, we get ready for race number 2. First of a couple of 2-year-old races that we'll be covering on here. Anthony, always fun with these kinds of races, and taking a look at the field right now. Currently 3-1 tepid favorite on the number 6 Black Forest. She ran quite well first time out at a big price for Fausto Gutierrez.
Yes, of Latruska fame, Fausto Gutierrez. And we'll see how much the experience, the 1 Julia's Chardonnay, the 5 Mo Bonita, the 6 Black Forest, the 8 Chiquita Mosca, they've all faced a starter. The rest of them are all firsters.
Speaking of experience, we'll start with one part of the entry, Julia's Chardonnay.
A layoff line already for this 2-year-old daughter of Competitive Edge. We'll see how she improves off her 4th place Keeneland finish on debut.
The other part of the entry comes in from the also eligible this evening, Merlot.
Yeah, John Ennis has both parts here and some bullets over at the training center against a pretty good group of horses working that day. He's looking for his 2nd win in the meet.
I'm guessing the owners are wine fans, given those names. Here's the 2, Numero 6.
Yeah, Numero 6 draws the rail despite wearing the 2 saddle towel. A 48-1 at Churchill, 2 back. A bullet at Keeneland in the mud, 4 works back.
A little bit rambunctious out there on track. Here's the 3, Vivid Exposure.
Yeah, by McCracken has a bullet work out of the gate. Barring a little slow with the first, is the 0 for 11 the last couple of years.
Number 4, Bolts and Rainbows. Sire Bolt d'Oro has gotten off to a huge start.
Chris Hartman had a win last night on the card. We'll see if this Bolt d'Oro daughter can get the job done here first asking. This horse was originally working out at the Great Race Place, Santa Anita, before shifting tack back in early May to Churchill Downs.
2nd-time starter, Mo Bonita.
Tried a wet track first time out. Towhead came back to run 3rd earlier this week. Showed speed. We'll see if she shows speed again.
Black Forest is still your favorite at 5-2.
Another who showed speed on debut. She was a gigantic price that day at 24-1. Much shorter today as your 5-2 favorite.
It looks a lot more professional on the track today as well. Here's Chiquita Mosca.
Yeah, finished behind Mo Bonita. Not that far, by the way, 1.25 lengths. This one's on the board at 22-1, while Mo Bonita is on the board at 4.
Here is the number 9, Dream State, first-time starter.
Yeah, and Always Dream, the first crop of 2017 Kentucky Derby winner, Always Dreaming. They paid $30,000 for this one. We'll see what she can do on. She looked pretty good on the racetrack at 25-1.
Here is the number 10, Shackled by Lust.
That's a great name. By Good Samaritan. You were expecting to see Shackleford. I was anyway.
Too,
yeah. Solid enough work tab. Gets leading rider Tyler Gasleona taking some money.
The coach, Dwayne Lucas, has Star Pose.
Draws outside here. The coach looking for his 4th win of the meet. This daughter of Street Boys, boy, they seem to do everything. This was at a nice solid work tab, and then last time looks like just a nice little maintenance half mile. 12-1, taking a smidge of money. This would be the long shot of the group I'd be taking a look at.
Well, that's the field of 2-year-old fillies. Paulie Duke is still with us. Paulie, love these 2-year-old races and looking ahead to the future. What are you seeing from the fillies here?
Well, when you look at the tote board, Acacia, the money is flowing in on the 4 Bolts and Rainbows for Chris Hartman, a horse that was 10-1 on the morning line, and taking a lot of money into the 2 horses that have run here, the 2 other fillies. When you look at the 5 Mo Bonita, you know, it comes out of an average race. But again, that race was over a sloppy racetrack, so it's really tough to gauge. I thought Towhead ran an average 3rd in her comeback. Now, Black Forest, I thought she was good that day. You know, she was wide most of the way, was able to put away the other 3 horses on the inside, and she just got run down late. So I prefer the 6 a little bit over the 5. The 10 for Joe Sharp looked absolutely phenomenal on the racetrack. Now, she's a bigger type filly. I'm surprised that she's debuting at 4.5 furlongs. If she's able to stay close early, I would think she's going to be tough late. And I will also tell you, I would not dismiss this entry here. And the reason why, I'm not in love with the 1, but the 1A drew in here, Evening Merlot. I know you like a little Evening Merlot every once in a while, Acacia, but those Thoroughbred Training Center works are absolutely blistering for a lot of people that don't know. That's a training track that's very, very, I would say thin. It's not very big. A lot of horses don't go fast over that racetrack. And John Bull Hancock, as he's known, usually instills speed. And the straight one got left first time out. So I think this entry is going to have a lot to do with this race early. But right now the money's still on the Hartman horse. I'll go with the 6, the horse with the experience in here, Black Forest.
All right, Paulie, thank you. Black Forest at 5-2, and yeah, he's not wrong. I love wine. I am not bashful about it.
I heard you only drink the Merlot on days that start with T. Tuesday, Thursday, today, and tomorrow. Is that true?
I like that. You know, I'm honestly more of a Cabernet fan.
Yes, I know.
I won't turn my nose up at a
Merlot. I've never seen you turn down a Merlot, by the way, trying to play all coy here, or a Chardonnay for that matter.
No, that's true. That's true. My mom will probably go more for the Chardonnay. Well, they start to load into the gate for race number 2. 2-year-old fillies coming up here. Paul pointed it out. Bolts and Rainbows taking a lot of money. Yeah, sire Bolt d'Oro has been off to a flying start with his 2-year-old progeny so far. We'll see which 2-year-old filly breaks her maiden today. Here's Travis Stone standing by with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Bolts and Rainbows, Julia Chardonnay, Numero 6 down toward the rail. Black Forest up there too, heading for the far turn. Julia Chardonnay, Mo Bonita, and Black Forest. Those 3 across the track. Numero 6 comes away 4th. Bolts and Rainbows is racing 5th. Vivid Exposure down inside 6th. Chiquita Mosca's on the move from 7th. Star Pose wide 8th. Shackled by Lust very wide in 9th. Evening Merlot widest of all 10th. And at the back is Dream State as they round the far turn and head for the top of the stretch. Black Forest powers up and takes the lead. Black Forest off the turn in front. And Mo Bonita fights on. Julia Chardonnay down toward the rail is there. Star Pose with a shot. Bolts and Rainbows 1 furlong to go. Black Forest clear by 2. Numero 6 runs up into 2nd. Bolts and Rainbows on the far outside finishing fast. Here comes Bolts and Rainbows to run them all down. Bolts and Rainbows over Black Forest, Numero 6, and Chiquita Mosca.
Paul pointed out how much money Bolts and Rainbows was taking, and he was right. Another winner for Bolt d'Oro, I believe his 6th 2-year-old to get the win on the track under Mitchell Murrow. She came flying late.
You talk about all the money, too, Acacia, for a barn that doesn't run /win with a lot of first-time starters. She was 3-1 into a couple of fillies who ran pretty well on debut. She took all the money, and the last 16th of a mile, she made you sweat until the 16th pole, but at the 16th pole, she kind of put her head down, and that was it. She was going to go and get Black Forest, and it's exactly what she did.
Yeah, it looks like that was, in fact, win number 6 for Bolt d'Oro, who had Todd Fletcher had one at Monmouth yesterday by Bolt, who was the 5th.
A good-looking one at Monmouth yesterday.
Very good-looking one yesterday at Monmouth. So 6th winner of a 2-year-old for Bolt d'Oro. Bolts and Rainbows as Black Forest will settle for another 2nd. Ran well, but this filly, Bolts and Rainbows, ready on debut and came flying under Mitchell Murrow. 4-6 and a photo for 3rd with the 2-year-old fillies at Churchill Downs. When we come back, we'll take a look at what's coming up in race 2 at Belmont Park. Rudy Rodriguez, there he is with the family, getting some Father's Day love as he has a strong duo coming up in race number 2 at Belmont Park. More on Rudy and his runners after this.
Following C, pouring it on here in the the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C, Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear. And Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5. The Dutch champions run happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
I'm very bullish on it.
Tom's Dayta's got a 4-length lead at the 16th pole. Tom's Dayta has conquered the Clark.
Your best horses of the last 10 or 15 years are not consistently as fast as this horse.
It's total domination for Tom's Dayta.
He's a beautifully balanced horse and a really good mover, and he's just full of class.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by Run Happy, the champion sprinter who raced at Medication Free and now stands in legendary stall 1 at Claiborne Farm. Always exciting with the 2-year-olds, and it was a 2-year-old filly, Bolts and Rainbows, who came flying late to get the win in her debut. Winner number 6 for freshman sire Bolt d'Oro, and she was very professional, coming from off the pace too. Always something that you like to see from a 2-year-old at first asking.
I love to see it. And she's mid-pack right about now. She has more than half the field beat. You're going to see Mitch Merle switch her outside here. And once she gets outside, she gets out from behind the 2. And once she does, she really puts her mind on running. Some left-handed encouragement here, and then last 16th of a mile, she kind of explodes and gets past her more seasoned rival, Black Forest.
Black Forest, who had run second on debut, will settle for second once again. Numero 6 at a big price in third, but the winner piloted to victory by Mitchell Merle, who's standing by with Paul.
I am standing by with Mitchell, the winning rider here of Bolts and Rainbows. And have you been working this filly in the morning?
Yeah, I have, and she showed some talent. You know, we never were, disappointed in her, by no means, and she's always been right there with other company, but today's effort was just much the best that she's ever improved in.
Well, the money showed up on the tote board, and you were just talking to Chris. She really wasn't taken to the kickback.
Yeah, she broke well, but the other horses, out-sprinted her the first 1/8 of a mile, and, and once I got her out of that clear the dirt, she ran straight and dug in.
Mitchell, you've been riding really well of late, and, it's really sort of reading the racing form, and sometimes the racetrack is playing towards speed. You've been pushing horses forward. When you get some more confidence and more confidence, how does that work into your riding?
Well, I mean, it's like anything. You got to have a horse underneath you to help you. And being that said, as a rider, you always want to ride accordingly to the horse. You don't want to change his style if it's not needed.
Well, this is a nice little prospect. You think she's got a nice little future?
I do. She's smart. She doesn't she doesn't really get flustered any, so I'm excited to see where she goes.
Well, everybody, Little Mitch, if you want to follow him on some of his social media, gets the job done with Bolts and Rainbows. I want to give a shout out to the Ruiz family, Mick and Shelby Ruiz, good friends of mine, and a great job of breeding the son of Bolt d'Oro, or his filly of Bolt d'Oro.
Yeah, absolutely, Paul. Bred and owned, in fact, Roos Racing LLC owns Bolts and Rainbows as this filly by their stable star, Bolt d'Oro, who, as mentioned, has had a terrific start as a freshman stallion. Always fun watching these horses who you saw just recently on the racetrack and now standing at stud. But yesterday, Anthony, we saw the Grade 3 poker here at Belmont Park, and a Juddmonte homebred in Mason was the short price favorite. He delivered with the win.
Yeah, deja vu for Mason and Wolfie's Nine Ghost. He chased him around there in the Seek Again last month, and same thing happened. Well, almost the same thing happened here, Acacia. Is Mason had a little bit of a tougher time getting by Wolfie's Nine Ghost this go around, but he manages to shrug him off. Mason kind of never settled yesterday. It was something that he had done in the past. Never kind of settled yesterday. Gets the job done. You see him a length and a half, length and 3/4 in front of a 3-horse place photo. Gets the job done. You'd like to think the 4-star Dave up at Saratoga might be next for him, but he's going to have to get back to his American debut, I think, when he ran so well when beating the nose in that Maker's Mark Mile at Keeneland. His last 2 races at Belmont have been good, but you almost feel like he's kind of regressed a little bit, but did do something that a lot of other horses have not been able to do, and give Chad Brown his first win in the poker.
Finally, checks that one off the list. Mason with the win. He's now won 2 in a row and gets his first graded stakes win here stateside for trainer Chad Brown. Flavian Pratt in the irons. The number 4 Public Sector, who was also in that race. Bit of a wide trip for Chad Brown, but checking in second, holding on, was Wolfie's Dynagos, the little brother to Sadler's Joy. Back here today at Belmont Park, we have a maiden claiming coming up next for 20,000, 7 furlongs on the main track. Taking a look at the field as they step out here, and the part of the entry that is still in and will kick off the post parade any minute is currently 2-1.
Hasn't seen a fast track since January 27th. 3 starts since have all been on wet tracks. Gets Luis Saez a rider change today.
For Rudy Rodriguez, as we take a look at the number 2 Cuisine dropping in class.
Blinkers come off. The sources failed at the board in 4 tries. Cutting back from the mile to 7/8 this afternoon.
Next will be the 3 Prince of Fenton. First off, a claim for Greg DePrima.
Yeah, this horse has been running about 7.5 to 8 weeks. So showed speed with the blinkers last time out. We'll see if he does it again this afternoon.
Here's the 4 Alight, just beaten last time out.
0 for 34. This horse has found his best form in his last 4 or 5 races. I don't know how good his best form is, and I don't really like horses that have 30-plus losses under their belt.
0 for 34 on the racetrack. Here's Fazaro.
He gets back to the main track. Hasn't tried fast ground since back in March. I thought he ran okay that day in a figure that might be a little inflated, but I think he's a player in here. He's my pick.
Here's the 6 Pappy on Ice. Late equipment change, blinkers go on.
Woke up in the mud last time out. His first 2 races, he was eased in his debut, and then he got beat over 25 lengths when last against special weight competition. We'll see if the blinkers help. Son of Keen Ice, who of course sired Kentucky Derby winner Rich Strike.
Has now been known as Keen Ice himself. Pulled a big upset in the Travers over American Pharaoh, and now the sire of a big upsetter in Rich Strike. But for more on the rest of this field here for race 2, let's go trackside with Richie McLeory.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. We'll start with the 3-horse Prince of Fenton from the Greg DePrima barn. You know, Greg's a guy that does a really good job. His horses are always well turned out. And Prince of Fenton gets the check mark for me as far as what I saw in the paddock and certainly what I saw from him going off on the racetrack. He's got a great coat on him. He's carrying good weight. And I think he makes a lot of sense in this spot. Gets a 7-pound break in the weights with Omar Hernandez Moreno, who hasn't won 35 races yet. That's when he'll go down to a 5-pound bug. It's an incentive for owners and trainers to give young guys an opportunity getting that break in weights. I think Prince of Fenton is going to run a big race here, and frankly, I think he landed in a very good spot. The 4 A-Light, I mean, this horse has been running well and just doesn't seem to be able to break through. 2 starts ago, he snatched defeat out of the jaws of victory, and I just don't know that A-Light wants to, you know, run by horses. He seems very content to run with horses and alongside them. Obviously, he's a contender, and I will say for a horse that's been running a lot and consistent, he keeps his flesh. He doesn't lose much weight. Maybe he's always keeping a little bit of something for himself. And I got to say, the 6 Pappy on Ice, Man, this horse looks fantastic. Best Randy Prasad turned out horse I've seen. I mean, just carrying good weight, making a nice impression on the track. And if things get a little heated on the front end, at least he's got the right style to at least be passing horses late. But I'm heading to the 3, Prince of Fenton.
All right, Richie, thank you. Prince of Fenton, who showed some early interest last time out, was actually the favorite. First off the claim now for Greg DePrima, and we'll see if he can build off of that last race when he dropped in for 20,000.
Yeah. My biggest problem with him was the fact that off of a series of maiden special weight races in which the 2 dirt races weren't terrible, they've dropped him right in for the bottom up here. And now you see him gone for almost 2 months. I don't know. He can obviously win here, but I preferred a little bit better of a price with Fazaro, who's getting back to the main track after 3 turf efforts.
Fazaro, who we last saw on the main track on a wet track at Aqueduct, 3rd on the fast main track at the Big A back in March, though.
Yeah. And I'm hoping that getting back to a fast track is going to help his cause today. Barnes looking for their first win of the year, but he's a square enough price to find out 7-2, 4-1 in that middling area.
As he does take that drop in class. We'll talk more about this race in a moment. Taking a quick pause to welcome in SNY. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races. You're watching America's Day at the Races. If you're just tuning in on SNY, we're glad to have you with us as we'll be taking you through the rest of the card at beautiful Belmont Park and Churchill Downs. Acacia Clement and Anthony Stabile up here on the desk. Richard Migliori with us in New York, and Paula Duca at Churchill Downs. We've got the full team in action today, Anthony, as we're getting ready for race 2 coming up next at Belmont Park. It is a maiden claiming for 20,000, and of course for all of you tuning in, I want to wish you all a very happy Father's Day to all the dads and father figures out there.
Absolutely. This place is packed today. Love to see beautiful Belmont Park jumping. And it is. It really is. The backyard's full. Plenty of people on the apron. Our garden terrace has plenty. We've had plenty of fans knocking on the window by our 3rd floor studio set. Yeah, looking forward to the rest of the action. Early pick 4 rather kicks off here. Wide open board, Acacia. There's the backyard. That's what I'm talking about.
It's happening back there.
It is. It is. This is historically our 2nd busiest day of the year at Belmont after Belmont Stakes Day, and it's always good to see. But yeah, interesting start to the early pick 4. These maiden races, these claiming events always attract an unusual mix of horses. And yeah, this one no different. I went to the 5 Fazaro, hoping getting back to fast ground. Right, he's run over tracks that have had a lot of moisture in it after rains have come, and now he gets on the fast ground, and he's a square price at 7-2, and I'll try him.
Anthony, going with the number 5 Fazaro, Richie with the 3 Prince of Fenton. First off the claim for Greg DePrima. As you mentioned, the pick 4 kicking off here. The number 1, Any Minute, also taking some money too for Rudy Rodriguez.
You know how people have work husbands and wives, they say, right?
Yes.
I have a work dad, and we're about to throw it to him because he is one of the greatest guys in the world, and he is one of the best racetrack announcers out there, and he is a mentor to a lot of us here at the New York Racing Association, and he deserves all the credit and all of his success, and that's the one and only John Embrial.
Couldn't have said it any better. Johnny I standing by on the mic, ready for this call of race 2 live at Belmont Park.
Fazaro just went in. Now we're waiting for Any Minute and Pappy on Ice.
1 out.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Any Minute goes out for the early lead. Prince of Fenton is down at the rail, and on the outside, Fazaro. Then comes Alight, who's racing in 4th, and it's 5 lengths back to the 2 trailers, Pappy on Ice and Cugine up the back stretch. Any Minute leads here by 3/4 of a length, and Fazaro is on the outside, second by a head. Prince of Fenton is down at the rail. A break of 2 to Alight running in 4th. The quarter, 23 and 4/5 seconds. As they head for the far turn with Any Minute the leader here. Any Minute by a half length. Fazaro now inching closer on the outside in 2nd. It is Any Minute and Fazaro. They are heads apart. Prince of Fenton just in behind, down towards the rail. Then comes Alight. Pappy on Ice is moving from the back of the pack. Pappy on Ice is now within 4 lengths of the lead. Cugine trails. Fazaro now takes over from Any Minute. It is Fazaro in front after a half in 47 4. On the outside is Alight, then Prince of Fenton, Pappy on Ice, and Any Minute. The field is in the stretch, and it is Fazaro with the lead, Alight on the outside, and Prince of Fenton a furlong to the finish. It's Fazaro. Here's Alight on the outside. Fazaro and Alight at the 16th pole now. Alight on the outside, Fazaro down at the rail. They come on for the finish, and it is Alight to win it by a long neck. Fazaro was second. Prince of Fenton finished third.
As they were coming down the stretch, Anthony said, remember where you were. Remember where you were when Alight finally broke his maiden in start number 35.
We've seen Bailout, My Delicious, and now Alight break their maidens at this meet. Which is that's the most remarkable. The triple play starts in race 4 today here at Belmont. That's the most remarkable triple play I think I've ever seen. The 3 of them get out of the maiden ranks. Alight gets by Fazaro. Fazaro may have moved a little too soon this afternoon. I mean, this is really splitting hairs here. May have moved a little too soon. Alight and Rudy Rodriguez Castro, always good to see the hard riding guys. Eddie Pringle and Andrew Williams duked it out to the wire here, and Alight, who was in fine form, career form.
Yep.
Gets the job done at a big 6-1.
In the money finishes in the last 3 starts, beating a neck and 3/4 of a length in the last 2. It gets the win by a long neck today under Luis Rodriguez Castro. Ring your prices and reactions in a bit. When we come back, we'll also talk about Tyler Gasleona, the leading rider at Churchill Downs, who won 4 yesterday in the Downs After Dark and has just been running away with the Churchill riding standings, looking for yet another riding title in Kentucky.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, getting ready for the 3rd race at Churchill Downs, a mile on the main track in this allowance race for 3-year-olds and upward. currently 6-5 in this third race. On the number 5, B Doc for Doug O'Neill, coming out of a second behind Ethereal Road in the Sir Barton. Kicking off the post parade, though, with the Michael McCarthy runner, Greener Pastures.
They're going to stretch out from a 7/8 try to a mile. Was gaining ground late that day. Has 2 of his 3 career wins beneath the Twin Spires.
Here's the 2, Minnesota Ready.
Got the job done when going turf to dirt last time out at a big price. Looking for his second career win. Going to stretch out to the mile from the 6.5.
Tango Charlie off the back of a victory.
Beat starter allowance foes in here. In fact, Acacia, he has the most wins in the field with 4 so far from 14 tries.
Won by a nose. Sprinting last out will stretch out today. Here's Quick to Blame.
Dropped in for the tag and was claimed by Jason Barkley out of the win at 3-5 last time. He did not beat a tough field, and the tote board reflects that this afternoon.
Your favorite coming out of Stakes Company, here's B Doc.
A big maiden win going 7/8 at Keeneland, followed up by a nice runner-up finish to Ethereal Road in the Sir Barton. Grants him a warranted 6-5 price.
Soros, third off the layoff.
Yeah, he's not run well in his 2 starts off a 10-month break for Norm Cash. 0-4 at Churchill, going to need a major form reversal at almost 20-1.
A horse we saw quite a bit in New York. Now in Kentucky, here's Civil War.
Yeah, he banged around the starter allowance and the optional claiming ranks. He made a good little career for himself so far. Last race at Belmont leaves a lot to be desired. We'll see going the mile at Churchill if that can help his cause at 20-1.
Mike Maker, runner to the outside. Here's Wyakin.
Yeah, ran against Rational Choice and Southern Passage when last seen in April. They've both come back to do okay. Let's see what he does. You see Caddo River, Safa's Day. He's probably the quote-unquote second class in the field behind B-Doc, but he's run against older while B-Doc has run exclusively, save 1 start against just 3-year-olds.
Wyakin does have some speed from the outside, makes it an interesting race as we bring in Paula Duca still with us. Paulie, fun race here with some horses that look like they have some real ability.
Yeah, there is a couple in here I thought that had tremendous ability, Acacia. I mean, when you look at this field, you look at B-Doc, he ran a dynamite race at Keeneland and then went to Pimlico and just didn't really fire that day. You know, the one horse in here, Greener Pastures from Michael McCarthy, when you look at his PPs, the son of Lee, he's got 3 total wins. 2 of them here are at Churchill Downs. He does have a win at the distance. I will say, a mile is probably stretching him. When you look at his mile or his at least 2-turn races, he's got a couple that are okay. Now, his last 2 starts, he's sort of been taken back by Bejarano and Camora. And if you look, now Florent Giroux is aboard, and both times Florent was aboard, he had his horse a little bit more forwardly placed. So I look for the one to be a little bit more forwardly placed. I'm surprised that he's 7-2. Compared to B-Doc at even money. I get where they're going since the blinkers have come off the son of Gormley. I love the win, but the first time against winners, you run second to Ethel Road. I get it. Now you wheel right back here. A lot of traveling going on. You know, there's something about this horse that I just do not trust with the 5. And the 8, I don't get the price on the 8. The 8 wired a field with Santana on May 7th of 21 and beat Greener Pastures by 5 lengths and could be the speed of Mike Maker. I know the horse has a lot of seconds on the resume, but the best races are here at Churchill Downs. So I'm 1-8 in here with a little bit of a fade on B-Doc, guys.
All right, Paul, thank you. Some great points about your favorite, B-Doc, who had a huge win by 11 lengths at Keeneland. Prior to that, hadn't done too much running on the racetrack, and then a second behind Ethereal Road in the Sir Barton. As we'll take a look at this race, this was going 1 mile and a 16th, and Ethereal Road won that race by 4 3/4 lengths. He was very impressive as a result. Now, I will point out too, and we did see B-Doc hanging on that left lead. For the most of Preakness weekend, it was kind of a little bit of a conveyor belt on the inside. Ethereal Road was the one that really bucked that trend, making that sweeping move and closing. So you can't really even make an argument, Anthony, that B-Doc was necessarily against the racetrack.
Correct. I'm going to say a couple of things here. You know, I will do everything in my power, save forcing the hand, to try to pick against the favorite. I don't like chalk. You don't make money with chalk. When I looked over both cards today, I felt like B-Doc was clearly the most dominant and likely winner on the card. And I think the most important thing with him was the blinkers coming off. He wore blinkers for the first 4 starts of his career. And more often than not, when they start their career with blinkers, it's for a reason. Doug O'Neill, the guy's going to be in the Hall of Fame one day. A couple of Derby wins. He started this horse with blinkers, and it's a big admission of wrong when you take those blinkers off eventually. He took them off. He was rewarded with a 92 buyer and a 11-plus length win. I don't think he wanted any part of the mile and the 16th last time. He came back in less than 4 weeks. I don't think he wanted any part of it. Now he has just about a month. He cuts back to the 1-turn mile, which I think is going to be key. He, to me, on this Father's Day, was the most likely winner on the Belmont and Churchill Downs cards.
Well, he is being a bad boy behind the starting gate right now as they finally get him to load into the gate. Doc, he does seem to have the class too, coming out of a second-place finish in the Sir Barton Wyakin and the number 1 Greener Pastures inside and out. Other intriguing runners in this spot right up by Paul as we have race 3 at Churchill Downs coming up next. Travis Stone standing by with the call. We'll see if Doc can get back to the winner's circle.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Suros and B-Doc and Quick to Blame. Minnesota ready toward the rail. And on the far outside, Wyakin showing speed too. Up the chute they go. Here comes Suros and Wyakin from their outside post looking for the lead early. And they've got it. Quick to Blame's just off them, racing third and toward the rail. B-Doc comes away, cruising along in fourth, only 2.5 lengths off the lead. Farther back in the field, Minnesota ready. Moves up into 5th. Greener Pastures on the move from 6 of a war. 7th and Tango Charlie is at the back in 8th. It's a very tight pack, condensed field down the backstretch run. Suros going head-to-head with Wyakin. Minnesota ready, down inside and up close third with Quick to Blame. B-Doc is in the clear and moving up. B-Doc is up into third now and coming after the leaders. So they're on the far turn. Wyakin comes away with the lead and opens up. Wyakin the leader round the far turn, 23 and 2 for the quarter, 46 and 4 for the half mile. Wyakin the leader heading for the quarter pole. B-Doc is poised in second. They're 1-2 off the turn. Suros is back into third. Top of the stretch, Wyakin shrugs off that first challenge of B-Doc and heads for the final furlong, opening up by 3. Wyakin, the one to catch. Quick to Blame runs up into second. B-Doc is back to third. But clearly first is Wyakin, running away from them. 5 lengths in front to the wire. Wyakin, clear-cut winner. Quick to Blame second. Civil War rallied for third, and Minnesota Ready was fourth.
Second behind Caddo River, 2 starts back. Wyakin gets his own big win now and pulls away from the rest of this field under Ricardo Santana.
He had kept some good company in his last 2 starts, Acacia, and he got a good setup in here, too. They didn't really go that fast early on. He attended the pace. They went 46 and some change. And he was able to make the first move. B-Doc had a perfect trip. He followed Wyakin. Wyakin took him to the 3/8 pole. Looked like he was going to roll right by. And boy, he went from full tank to empty. In this day and age, that costs you a lot of money from going from full to empty in the gas tank. Yeah. He went from empty off the board at even money. A little bit of a puzzling effort from the favorite, but Wyakin ran well to get the job done as the third choice at 4-1.
Back at Belmont Park, we owe you some prices from race number 2. You know what they say, Anthony. Start number 35 is the lucky one.
They usually don't get there as maidens. That's why that's an underused theory, because more often than not it doesn't get there. But yes, Elite. Wow. Elite, I guess is what Johnny I went with. Yeah. See Rudy Rodriguez Castro, a little left-handed encouragement, my friends. And going to be able to get the job done past Fazaro. 6-1. 6-1. So if you played a light every time, you're only stuck about $55 now.
Well, he was at good form. He'd been knocking on the door in his last couple. Second by a neck, 2 back. Third by 3/4 of a length last time. A $14.60 winner today. Race 3 is a good one. We'll be sprinting on the main track, going 6 furlongs in this allowance race as we take a look at the field. Pretty wide open board as well, as the number 3 Disco Pharaoh, currently your favorite at 2-1. Irad Ortiz will be at the board. The number 5 Fitzpatrick. We saw him win the Belmont Stakes, then go over riding at Royal Ascot for Wesley Ward, and now he's back at Belmont and hoping to get back to the winner's circle as well.
Catalina Cruiser. He won 7 of 9 starts coast to coast, with 6 triple-digit buyers and 5 dominating graded stakes wins, including a record in the Grade 2 True North Stakes. A son of leading 5th crop sire, Union Rags. A $370,000 yearling with an imposing physical, and one of the best of his generation. There's only one Catalina Cruiser, now standing at Lane's End.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Finish, and it will be Matole.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. The quality fields that he's beat. That's what makes him the fastest horse in the world.
The final time was a new stakes record. Matole, he did it again. Matole's a monster. Matole wins the sprint. Oh, what a horse he is. The mighty Matole.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us on this Father's Day and a beautiful Sunday afternoon. Yesterday, we saw some big action over at Monmouth Park on their Haskell preview day. The Salvatore Mile seemed to be revolving around the return stateside of Hot Rod Charlie, Anthony, but Mind Control game down to the inside as these two put on a sensational stretch run for us.
Multiple game 1 winner. Mind Control refused to lose here. Reminiscent of the Parks Dirt Mile when Silver State went by him. It looked like he put him away, but Hall of Famer John Velasquez goes to some left-handed encouragement and calls on the multiple Grade 1 winner to get his nose right back down on the line. Great stretch duel between Johnny V and Money Mike Smith, coming to the line with a couple of Grade 1 winners. Can't really fault either effort here. Hot Rod Charlie in his first race back. Boy, they're really, these horses, Hot Rod Charlie, Casa Creed last week, really dispelling the whole Middle East rumors, right? You can come back in relatively quick time and get the job done after making the trip over there. I think our conditioners here in the States have kind of grown more accustomed to getting these horses more ready their first start back. They both ran really well. Wanted to see, I'm interested to see where they go next. You would think their paths would kind of not cross anymore. I would imagine Mind Control stays shorter. Hot Rod Charlie, would love to see him come up for the Whitney. I mean, I would imagine that fits perfectly in the schedule, right?
I would certainly think so. A big return effort would have to settle for second, but a super game performance from Mind Control, who broke very sharp, too, even at the start of the race under John Velasquez. Back here at Belmont Park, we have race number 3 coming up next, 6 furlongs on the main track. The number 3 Disco Pharaoh for Ray Handel, currently the favorite, well beaten last time out in the Maryland Sprint behind Jackson Traveler. Did win the Frank Whiteley 2 starts back. For more on him and the rest of the field, let's get a paddock report from Richie.
Yeah, Casey, I mean, I think Disco Pharaoh makes a lot of sense, and obviously he was compromised last time, his last start down at Laurel. But I gotta be honest, he's a little on the quiet side, and I don't know if that's in or out of character for him. I'd like to see just a little bit more energy, a little bit more bounce to his step. I'm gonna keep an eye on him once he gets out on the racetrack and kind of how he warms up. But I would just like to see a little bit more animation to him, if you will. The 4-horse Nova Rags, he's checking all the boxes for me. He's going 6 furlongs. He certainly, from a physical perspective, seems like he'd appreciate turning back in distance. It is his first start back, but look at his workout tab. Bill Mott, not a trainer that works his horses fast. He's got a 47-4 at the Saratoga training track, a 59-2. When Bill Mott's horses work like that, they're working like that because they're doing it well. They're doing it the right way in the bridle. He looks fantastic. I actually asked Bill Mott what he thought. Is this a place to start? Do you think, he wants us to go further? And he said probably about 7/8 is probably his best, but this is a good place to start. And he is 1 for 1 at the 6 furlong distance. And then the 6, Montauk Daddy, who is coming off a big effort where he went gate to wire, and he just looks fantastic. Yeah, when I see horses coming off a big effort, I always look to see if they've lightened up a little bit, maybe took something at him, they tuck up. Not at all. This horse is carrying great weight and looks like he bounced out of that big effort in good order. So I think he's another big player here as far as the pace is concerned, for sure.
Richie, thank you. Montauk Daddy, perhaps another hunch bet on Father's Day?
Sure, especially if you're all the way out east watching us on the. If you look out from Montauk Point, the next thing you see is France.
Yes, that's true.
The next land you see. You're probably not seeing it either, unless you're Superman.
Yeah. Well.
And he had X-ray vision. He didn't have supersonic vision.
I don't know to see very far.
I'm not caught up on my superheroes.
I feel like that's a conversation for another time.
Yeah, I like my superheroes to wear capes and shrouds.
Disco Pharaoh, meanwhile, this is his win. 2 starts back at Laurel Park in the Frank Whiteley, winning this race pretty impressively under Jevian Toledo that day. Disappointed after a poor start in the Maryland Sprint, but just never really re-rallied at all after that.
I wonder how important him getting his Lasix back is today as well, Acacia. He has 3 races on his card with Lasix, 2 without. The 3 races with Lasix, he finished second, and he won both by open lengths. The 2 races without, he got beat double-digit lengths.
A live look at the backyard with the great crowd of people on track here today. Just love to see it. Everybody enjoying beautiful Belmont Park and the day at the races today. Meet the post parade, starting with the number 1 stage left for Mertkin Cantermansi.
Dueled on the front end last time out. First off the claim for the Cantermansi barn, who's going on a good run right now here at Belmont.
He's in charge for Kelly Breen.
Ships up from Monmouth to assistant John Atfield. Finished 3rd as the 9-5 favorite down at Pimlico in his most recent start, 20 days after his prior start.
Another one who ran last at Pimlico. We just saw the win 2 back from Disco Pharaoh.
Yeah, we'll see if the Lasix Dylan Davis climbing back aboard and a return to New York help his cause.
Nova Rags cuts back in distance. I've always felt shorter is better for him.
His first start in an allowance race. It was a maiden victory on debut and then 7 stakes tries. He'll try the allowance company this afternoon.
Here's Fitzpatrick from Mark Hennig.
Big win, 3 back. He hasn't really refound that race yet. He's actually went a little bit backwards in his last 2, though he did finish second last time out, the 3-2 zone, who romped.
Red Ortiz will be aboard, and Montauk Daddy to the outside.
Unless stage left breaks well from the rail, Montauk Daddy could very well find himself on a long loose lead. He's taken some money at 7-2. I know the morning line tells a different story, but he's taken some money in this field. This is the toughest bunch of horses he's faced in a very long time. But on the tote board, at the very least, he's competitive right now as the 3rd choice.
The number 4, Nova Rags. Meanwhile, this horse we saw running, as you mentioned, in a lot of different graded stakes last year as a 3-year-old. So take a look at his race in the Peter Pan, going 1 mile and an 1/8. And Bill Mott telling Richie that 7/8 is probably his best distance. And like I said, from my notes, I've always wanted to see him going a little bit shorter. So we'll see how he handles the 6 today. He did win at 6 furlongs at Belmont on debut.
I think it's important to note that he won going 3/4 on his debut. The only other time he's had, I don't want to say significant, but enough of a break to warrant a layoff line. The layoff line in the PPs is a 60-day break. He had a 10-week break, and he got the job done in the Pasco down at Tampa Bay Downs. He's another one. He went to the bench last year for a disappointing effort in the Iowa Derby. He's gone about 50 weeks at this point. And while he's never faced that substantial layoff in the past, the fact that he won at first asking, and he beat a pretty good horse in Newbaum that day, I think he's really, really interesting in here. I thought that Disco Faro would be a much shorter price. And with 4 minutes to post or so, maybe there will be a little bit more of a difference on the tote board. But at 5-2, I think he's still worth a bet today. I like this horse a lot this afternoon.
Nova Rags getting a good warm-up from Luis Saez. Disco Faro, as you mentioned, Richie, having some concerns about his energy level back in the paddock. Unfortunately, the only time I ever saw this horse was in his debut back in November, talking about Disco Faro. And he seemed pretty sharp that day, but just wasn't 100% fit or clued in for his debut, so not sure if being pretty laid back now as a 4-year-old is in character for him. Meanwhile, the number 5, Fitzpatrick, finished behind 3-2 zone last time out, came back to finish second, but we'll see if he maybe kind of bounced a little bit off of that big effort. But Fitzpatrick did finish behind that talented horse and had that big win back in March.
Yeah, I was at Gulfstream Park celebrating somebody's wedding the day he won the allowance contest at the big. Well, here's Irad Ortiz and Campanelle. She was the last button on the American coat over at Royal Ascot, and she fared pretty well. She didn't get the job done, Acacia, but she fared pretty well.
As you can see, a lot of horses in the field, dead heated for third, I believe, over at Ascot as well. Easy to spot in those yellow Stone Street Silks, drifting out just a little bit, but really digging in quite well under Irad Ortiz. Looked like she was in with a chance as they came down to the wire, and she's been remarkably consistent for Wesley Ward as well.
She really has. She's traveled the world, beaten just 3 parts of a length there. We'll see if Irad, man, these guys and gals, they're just so impressive, right? Hop off a plane, come and ride a half a dozen on Father's Day, right? Amazing, absolutely amazing.
Richie, we talked a little bit about it yesterday with Jose Ortiz coming back. Now we see Irad Ortiz back at Belmont after riding at Ascot just yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty remarkable. And just what Anthony's saying, you know, that their bodies are able to handle the rigors of that kind of travel, different time zones. You know, probably the fact of the matter is he probably got some good sleep on the plane. You know, they're probably going at least business class, if not first class, very comfortable. Smaller guys, you know, easier to get comfortable and fall asleep on planes. And the world's just gotten smaller. It's just gotten easier to travel over time. I remember my first trip to the very first Japan Cup, 16 years old. They didn't have a direct flight to Tokyo, yet we had to stop in Alaska to refuel and then continue on. It just, the world has become a smaller place with technology, and also just how fit these guys are. They keep themselves in great shapes. They're finely tuned athletes that don't have the luxury of a season. It's basically 365 days. And Irad certainly had an eventful journey to Royal Ascot, and hopefully one that opened his eyes. And when he goes back, he'll be a little bit more prepared and a little bit more in tune with the rules. And, you know, got to keep him a little bit straighter than they're allowing the riding to be here, at least in New York, in any case. My top pick's going to be the 4 Nova Rags guy. I love what I'm seeing from this horse. I think the 3/4 is no problem. From a physical perspective, he looks more like a sprinter to me. I love the work tab coming here for a Hall of Fame conditioner, and I think he's going to be very tough. I don't want to make too much of it, but the 3 Disco Faro, to me, I just would have liked to have seen more energy. Now, maybe that's him, and it's not out of character for him, and it means nothing. I still would have liked to have seen a little bit more spring in his step in the warm-up. I just never saw him really pick up the bit very much. He stayed with the pony. I mean, actually, right now, as he's sitting in the gate, I see he's kind of puffing up a little bit, but I would have liked to have seen that just a bit earlier. Again, he may not, it may not mean anything, but I would have liked to have seen a little bit more sparkle, Acacia.
Fair enough, Richie. Thank you. Disco Faro, 2-1. His favoritism going back and forth between the 3 and the 4 right now. As one thing that could be interesting, when I go back to what you had mentioned in the post-parade too, Anthony, Montauk Daddy, who looks to be the controlling speed from the outside. That'll mean Dylan Davis on Disco Faro and Luis Saez on Nova Rags will need to make sure that their runners are not too far out of it.
Got to keep an eye on what happens with Eric Cancel on stage left. From the rail, this horse bobbled a little bit at the break last time when he drew the inside. He needs to put some pressure, or at the very least attempt to put some pressure on Montauk Daddy. And we'll see as Nova Rags, I can't believe Nova Rags is favored into Disco Pharaoh in here. 9-5 to 2-1 right now. I know it's not a lot, but I'm still surprised by that. I thought Disco Pharaoh would be somewhere in the 6-5, 7-5 range. Nova Regs would be 5-2 or 3-1. It's in fact closer to the opposite right now.
We'll see how it pans out in race 3 at beautiful Belmont Park. John and Brielle standing by with the call.
We are set for race 3. And they're off. Montauk Daddy and Nova Rags. It is Montauk Daddy who has the lead. Nova Rags, stage left. They are together second and third as Fitzpatrick now moves up on the outside from fourth. Disco Pharaoh, and he's in charge. Montauk Daddy leads here by 3/4 of a length. Nova Rags second by a head. Fitzpatrick is on the outside and in third. Disco Pharaoh moves up a spot into fourth. Stage left is down at the rail. Farther back, he's in charge. The quarter in 23 seconds. Montauk Daddy by a length. Nova Rags runs in second. Then it's the trio of Fitzpatrick. In between horses, Disco Pharaoh, and stage left is down at the rail, and they are all chasing Montauk Daddy, who leads the field to the top of the stretch. Montauk Daddy in front, Nova Rags being asked for more. Stage left is down at the rail. Fitzpatrick is on the outside. It is Montauk Daddy. Here comes Fitzpatrick looking for a way through his stage left. Stage left is all bottled up there. Nova Rags is in between horses as they pass the 16th pole. Montauk Daddy, Nova Rags, far outside Disco Pharaoh. Room at the rail for stage left. A photo finish between Montauk Daddy and stage left, who is closing on the inside.
A tight photo finish here. But we do see Eric Cancel on the number 1 stage left, motioning. I think he got bumped a bit by Nova Rags in the stretch there, Anthony, at a kind of a critical point in the race as Nova Rags was lugging in a bit. Luis Saez trying to get him to go forward. Eric Cancel and the 1 stage left ducking down to the inside. Photo finish between the 1, the 6 Montauk Daddy was right there as well, holding on. The 3 Disco Pharaoh closing.
It looked like Montauk Daddy held on here, but Eric Cancel was demonstrative after the wire, motioning to his ear like he wanted to claim foul right away. Nothing up yet. Nothing's up yet.
We'll take a look at the head-on. Richie, what did you notice at this point, as it did seem that Nova Rags was trying to lug in a bit?
Yeah, I also think that Montauk Daddy, the eventual winner, did come out a step as well and forced Eric Cancel to steady. I think it was 50-50. I think the Nova Rags came in a step and Montauk Daddy came out a step. This is one of those cases where maybe Eric would have been a little better up, being a little patient, waiting to see how it played out instead of trying to make the split, because the rail really blew wide open. But you see right there, the 6 did step out. Manny Franco corrected him quickly, but the damage had already been done. As well as Disco Pharaoh around the turn. Dylan Davis tried to fit inside of Nova Rags with the runner-up on the inside. Stage left, and he wound up having to steady out. Now he makes a big run on the outside. 2 very unlucky trips for the 1 stage left and the 3 Disco Pharaoh. But I think the steward's got to take a long, hard look at this again, because Nova Rags comes in a step, but then at the same time, Montauk Daddy comes out a step. And who are they going to put more of the onus on, if anybody? We've seen a lot let go here. Right in here, Manny Franco went to left hand, and he corrected before he ever went to the crop, but he did come out a step. At the same time, the outside horse came in a step. This is going to be a very tough call, guys.
Richie, let me ask you a question. Do you think he belonged in that spot? You said that earlier, that maybe being a little bit more patient would have paid off. To me, I didn't win 4,450 races, but to me, that hole was never really there. Could it be the kind of thing where he was in the wrong place at the wrong time?
Well, I do think he had enough of a spot, Anthony, to go ahead and take the shot. I still think it'd have been a more prudent idea to wait just a little bit longer instead of overcommitting to the spot, because you've got a horse that's still live outside of you, Nova Rags. So you know that horse is going to make it hard on you. He's not going to give you easy pass. So now, there is enough space when he heads there. You can't fault him for that, but you have to kind of know that they're going to make it tough on you. Honestly, the more I watch it, the more I feel like the inside horse came out and caused most of this problem. I could see them making a change here.
Inquiry and objection, 1 on 6. The unofficial winner and runner-up as the number 1 stage left with Eric Cancel at really a pivotal point in the race too. Montauk Daddy with Manny Franco coming out, and as Richie mentioned, he did correct his horse, Manny Franco, but because it was at the pivotal point in the race as the stewards are looking, the rule is, did it cost that horse a better placing?
I think there'd be a better chance of there being a DQ if he had finished third than there will here.
That's fair.
And I'm going to say this. I am someone who would be a lot quicker at pulling a number down than most people. I would leave this up.
Okay.
I don't think he committed to that spot. I don't think Eric Cancel and stage left committed to that spot. And I think if he had committed, number one, it could have been worse. But number two, I think then you can make the DQ. I don't think Manny did that much right. I think Manny was just riding his race. Manny never looked back. You know, and Manny's been riding. He is locked and loaded in right now. Manny never looked back. Manny, you know, this horse naturally drifted. He got a little tired on the front end. He went a little bit quicker in the second quarter than the first. I don't think there's a change here.
It also happened, as Richie said, Eric Cancel and stage left started moving at a point when there was space, but trying to go between horses who clearly both of them still had horse in the stretch.
Yeah, they both, right. And that's the other thing. One horse is in front of you. The other horse has been alongside of you for 1/8 of a mile and hasn't given any ground. You know, it's kind of hard to commit to that spot. We're going to take another look at the head-on here, and you're going to see. So is there a hole there right now? Yes, there's a hole there right now. But he doesn't get into that spot fully. And then it closes up. Nova Rex comes in slightly. It's definitely Montauk Daddy coming out a little bit more. But I don't think that hole was fully there, and I certainly don't think if it was there, that stage left was in it.
Richie, we saw you catching up with some of the riders downstairs. Any additional thoughts on this inquiry and objection?
Well, this is when I talk about preparation and knowing your competition, not just horses, but riders. You know Manny Franco always goes to his left-handed crop when things are, you know, in a close finish, and he's so strong, his horses tend to drift away from it. You have to anticipate that he's going to make that move, knowing what your rival's going to do before he even knows he's going to do it. Wait until he makes that move. He's going to drift, and you're going to get a free run up the fence, and with an unencumbered run, unhindered with any interference, stage left's going to get there.
I think Richie brings up a tremendous point that this is something we see Manny Franco do often, that he goes to his left-handed crop for urging at this point. It's something that you're expecting to happen there in the stretch. And he feels his horse start to drift, and he brings him back over towards the inside, going right-handed, trying to keep him from coming out. But his horse starts drifting. He's going right-handed when Montauk Daddy does most of the drifting, to be fair.
He does. Yeah. He did nothing. Like I said, there was no intent here. That's his riding style, right? I would prefer him have his crop in his left hand off the turn. That's what I wanted in their left hand. He went and switched to it. I would leave him up. But I'm not a steward. I'm sitting here with you, milady.
As we see the two horses, the 6 Montauk Daddy and the 1 stage left. Richie still waiting it out.
Yeah, horrible feeling, especially when you're the horse that won and your number's blinking and you're waiting this out. No worse feeling in racing than watching your number blink and hoping that it stays up. And the longer it goes, generally the common thought is that the longer it takes, the more likely it's going to come down. This is a tough one, guys. I really, someone a long time ago told me you want to stay out of the courtroom and the operating room because you never know which way it's going to go. I'll just add the steward's room to that as well.
Fair enough. And Richie, if we could follow up on one more thing with you, as we saw, for those who are not familiar, Eric Cancel and Manny Franco, they both have the opportunity to make their case to the stewards. I know that that's something you were very good at doing as well, but what do you think would be Manny Franco's response here to what happened in the stretch with him aboard Montauk Daddy?
Well, sir, I switched to my left-handed crop. My horse took a step away from it. I corrected him as fast as possible. There really wasn't a lot of space between me and Nova Rags. I was surprised that anybody would show up in there. Lay the doubt on the fact that maybe he was in a spot he didn't belong. That's what you try to tell the stewards. We're all defending our case. I'll be honest with you, it always benefited me, so it sounds hypocritical. I don't see the point in talking to the riders. Everybody's going to defend their own position. In football, they don't throw a flag and ask the defender if he hit the guy before the ball got there, and they don't ask the receiver, did he hit you before the ball got there, because everybody's going to defend their own situation.
I don't know if I was listening to Richie. He made a pretty compelling case there if he was aboard Montauk Daddy.
Yeah.
But I agree with Richie. Everybody's going to defend what happened out there on track. And this is taking quite a while. For me, I always look, Anthony, to see a rider's reaction when a horse drifts. And when Montauk Daddy is coming out off the rail, Manny Franco's going right-handed. You have to remember, these riders ride in short stirrups for where their balance is. So they don't have the use of their full leg like you would often expect with riders who are riding with full length of leg in their stirrups. So the right-handed crop, that's in an instance where it is a safety thing, where you would need to go to the right-handed crop to keep your horse from drifting out. Manny Franco's going right-handed at that point.
Did everything right. He did everything. He was trying to win the race. There was no intent at all here. And I was going to ask for this. Thanks, guys. Yeah, you see, if you look at the lines, and this is a great graphic right here, guys. Fantastic job. There's no path for him. He's not in a path. And I'm all for aggressive riding. There was no path there for him. He was trying to make a path that didn't really exist, or at the very least, if it did exist, he did not get there soon enough. I think another part of this, I think a part of the reason it's taken so long to Acacia is because I do think Nova Regs is partially responsible for that whole closing up a little bit.
And that's the question.
Was it enough to take the onus off of Montauk Daddy? I think it was, but I'm not one of the three people adjudicating this.
Well, I don't know how many minutes we're at just yet. What is it, 22 minutes?
That's the record.
That's the record. As we're at 12 minutes right now. We've been waiting.
Halfway home in 49-4.
Yeah.
They don't go faster than that around here. So 49-4 is
as John
No
and Brielle
change.
just comes over, no change after that. And I think you bring up a great point, Anthony, that the big reason it was taking such a long time is the stewards were looking to see the effect that the 4 Nova Rags had on this incident.
That's the right call. That is the right call, and I'm glad it took so long because the knee-jerk call there with Eric and his being demonstrative past the wire and seeing how he took up twice, the knee-jerk reaction there is this is going to take 90 seconds and we're going to yank this number down. This horse should not have come down today.
In all fairness, too, it's important to point out is that riders have the opportunity to claim foul. They call the outrider over right after they cross the wire, and if you're Eric Cancel, he was claiming foul. I understand the reason that he claimed foul at that point.
And these guys, Eric was not happy. You ordinarily, when the guys and gals go to the phone, they cross paths with each other. They stood about 15 to 20 feet apart from each other the entire time this was being decided upstairs. So we'll see. Manny right now is just, I mean, locked and, like I keep saying, locked and loaded. He is just locked and loaded right now.
No change to the order of the finish in third at Belmont, 6-1, 4-5. Back at Churchill Downs coming up next, we have 2-year-olds in race number 4, 5.5 furlongs on the main track. As moments ago, here's what happened in race 4 at Churchill.
In the gate, and they're off. Let him do. Bronze out on top. Mo Strike is there. Eli's Promise showing speed as well. And Mo Moves comes up the rail. Eli's Promise skitters clear, opens up a length. Let him do's on the chase from second. Mo Strike on the far outside is third. Mo Moves in tight toward the rail. Fourth. Hill of Tara is moving up into fifth. Western Ghent is sixth. Summon Your Courage is seventh by 4. Disarm is eighth. Our Dream Ride is ninth. Anglophile's been out sprinted so far. 3 furlongs to go. The opening quarter in 22-4. Mo Strike is looking for the lead. Eli's Promise trying to hold it. Hill of Tara comes up wide. Summon Your Courage switches to the far outside for the final quarter mile. They're off the turn. Mo Strike in front by a length. Hill of Tara trying hard. Summon Your Courage is rallying, and Disarm from far behind too. Mo Strike in front. Summon Your Courage trying to get by. Mo Strike digs in toward the rail. Summon Your Courage, Disarm. Here's the wire. Mo Strike would not be denied. Held on to do it. Summon Your Courage tried hard, settles for second. Disarm was third, and Hill of Tara was fourth.
It was first-time starter, the number 11, Mo Strike, for trainer Brad Cox. Worked 10 flat at that OBS April 2-year-old sale, and the cult by Uncle Mo gets the win at first asking.
Solid work, Tab, coming into this for the son of Uncle Mo. Gets the job done as your 5-2 favorite in what was a wide-open tote board. Split the two favorites, in fact, split by the second-time starter, the 8-9, Summon Your Courage. The other first that took some money, the 8 Disarm, Gasleona, and Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen was your second choice as the 5-2 co-favorite, actually.
The number 9, Summon Your Courage, had the experience. He will settle for second yet again. Mo Strike, though, big pedigree by Uncle Mo out of Featherbed. Second in the Grade 1 Matron when she was on the racetrack. Bring you prices and reactions when we come back. Stay with us for a lot more live racing action on America's Day at the Races.
Anybody going 70, 50, 75, 850, 75, 175, 175, 150, 175. Ralph, 850,000. Thank you.
Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th hole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. 1 by 2 lengths.
850,000. Thank you.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. The 2-year-old boys in the spotlight at Churchill Downs in race number 4. It was a first-time starter, Mo Strike, debuting and winning at first asking for Brad Cox.
Yeah, nice effort here. Connections we see often. Brad Cox, Florent Giroux, good-looking son of Uncle Mo, getting the job done at first asking. See him responding here. The horse with some prior experience, Summon Your Courage, comes right alongside, and Mo Strike says, not today, my friend. Holds him off. Nice late rally from Disarm. Probably see him up at the old spa for his next start, maybe going 3/4 of a mile.
Mo Strike, a $7 winner. Looks like he'll appreciate as the distances get a little bit further too, but ready at first asking, trained by Brad Cox, who's standing by with Paul.
Yeah, standing by with winning trainer Brad Cox with Mo Strike. He came on the racetrack and he looked absolutely tremendous. Were you a little bit worried with the draw being at 5.5 furlongs?
I thought he had enough time being outside that he could get over. Florian did a good job. He obviously broke well. We just worked him one side of there here at Churchill, and he worked really well a week or so ago, a couple weeks ago. But, he's a very intelligent horse, so that's one reason why he made it to the races as early as he has. And he obviously showed some stamina. He come out of a 2-year-old cell. And, congratulations to the owner. I think it's his first runner here in America. He's from the Middle East, and, big win for him.
Yeah, you were saying how intelligent he was. Most of the horses that come in here after they win, they get watered down. He took his picture. He did not act up one bit. He was professional like he's been here before.
Well, he actually has. We've schooled him like 4 times over here in the paddock, so he's very familiar with the surroundings. He's been here at Churchill. He started with our program at Keeneland. Tessa Bisha started him out of the 2-year-old cell. She does a great job with all our 2-year-olds. And, got him going forward, and he just, answered all the questions we asked. And here, we landed here today and proud of the effort.
Obviously, with the pedigree and the family, he's bred to go a little bit longer. Obviously, that would be the next way to go, a little bit longer.
Yeah, I believe he can. I don't know how far, but, listen, he does have a good mind, and I think that means a lot moving forward. So, we'll see how he comes out of this. And, as of right now, if all's well, we'll take him to Saratoga. That's, where we'll probably, end up running next out and kind of go from there.
We'll look forward to seeing him in Saratoga and Brad Cox.
We certainly do, Paul, and you as well, as Mo Strike, winner at First Asking, called by Uncle Mo with a nice pedigree. And love hearing what Brad said all about that preparation for these young 2-year-olds. You don't want them to be fazed by anything on the racetrack. Back at Belmont Park, we had that long inquiry and objection, but the result stays the same. Montauk Daddy stays up. I think it was the right call.
Yeah. Manny doesn't even look phased at this point. Manny's like, yeah, that's right. Put me back up on this. Put me back up on Montauk Daddy. We've done this already. We're going to take a look at it one more time. That's what Donnie Wahlberg would say during Tonight. Let's take a look one more time. That hole is not there. Here's another thing. I think a lot of people expected stage left to be a little closer today. Not having to run by Nova Regs. So, wrong place, wrong time. Wrong place, wrong time from the time the gate opened. And that's what happens.
Well, you had to sit through the long inquiry and objection, but if you were playing the hunch bet on Father's Day, Montauk Daddy, you did get paid.
Popster won at Churchill.
And Montauk Daddy
here.
$11.20 winner. We have some stakes action coming up next. The New York Stallion Series spectacular bid division 1-2 on Dakota Gold.
Wow. I didn't think there'd be this.
Price.
That's a short price. That's a short price, giving a horse who's 3 for 3 on the turf all of that recency. All right, good luck.
Well, we'll see what Dakota Gold does in his 3-year-old debut. There's a look at him in the paddock. New York Stallion Series after this on America's Day at the Races.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, he was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm. Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit IHDVStallions.com to book your mare today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Spectacular Bid has the lead by a length and a half. General Assembly on the rail in second by a length and a half. Text on the outside third. Coastal gains on the rail, then Star Nask Grand Cox's Ridge. Past the 8th pole now, it's Spectacular Bid. All by himself, in command by 3.5. General Assembly is second by 2, then Coastal and Cox's Ridge. Spectacular Bid in front.
Marshall Cassidy on the call of the 1979 Marlboro Cup here at Belmont Park, won by Spectacular Bid over some terrific horses. What a racehorse he was. I mean, just Anthony won races at so many different racetracks, successful in 2 out of 3 legs of the Triple Crown, and just an absolute war horse, you could say.
I'm going to steal my Talking Horses partner Andy Serling's stat from today. So you see that 26 for 30 record? He was 24 for 24 between 7 and a mile and a quarter.
Yep. It's insane.
Let's say it one more time. 24 for 24. How many times did American Pharoah run? 9? 9. 9 times. It's from Ferris Bueller's Day Off. You don't know that either.
No, I've seen Ferris Bueller's Day Off many times.
Okay. 9 times?
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I mean, pretty remarkable racehorse.
We love that we pay tribute to him. It is a 7-furlong turf race, but it is the New York Stallion Series Spectacular Bid division. You know what? The Bid probably would have won this race anyway, too. He could have done just about anything.
It's like having the Man of War at a mile and 3/8 on the turf, right?
Exactly right. Dakota Gold, currently your heavy favorite. He won the Now on turf at Monmouth with big figure in just his second start as a 2-year-old.
His 2-year-old figures, with the routine improvement from 2 to 3, I mean, he's going to be really, really tough in here. 2 to 5 tough? I don't know about 2 to 5 tough, but certainly tough. Tough enough. He's got the 2 wins, one on the main track up at Saratoga on the off-the-turf race. That turf win at Monmouth Park, like you saw just now. Yeah, he's he's good. Let's see how he spots his more, I don't want to say accomplished, but his more seasoned rival for sure. Surprise boss, all of that recency.
Well, Dakota Gold is making just his first start of his 3-year-old season. He did go off the favorite in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, but important to remember that Modern Games, who won that race, did run for purse money only after an incident at the gate, and Dakota Gold was kind of caught up in that as well with the other horse. That was a late scratch. The number 8, Surprise Boss, meanwhile, he does have to stretch out to the 7 furlongs after a pretty quick turnaround, but he's 3 for 3 on the grass.
Yeah, this quick turnaround, you need to address it. But you also need to see that this purse of $150,000 is about $85,000 to the winner. You can't pass it up for these restricted races. You have to run back. He's a perfect 3 for 3 on the turf. I'll tell you what does give me some encouragement about that occasion. He raced on August 12th. He came back on August 27th on the turf. He won. He raced on April 4th off of a 6-month break, a 6+ month break. He finished 4th. He came back in 19 days, and he galloped with the best figure of his career. So the short turnaround's not a big deal.
We'll meet the field. The 1 buck or 2 went by. Here's your big favorite, Dakota Gold.
Yeah, if he comes back from the layoff and improves with the routine 2 to 3, he's going to be well. This is his first start against fellow New York breds.
Here is the number 4, one-time Willard, scratch the 3 Masetta.
He won his maiden going against Jersey breds 2 starts back, tried 2 turns last time. All of his racing has been done on the main track.
As I learned today that he's named for Willard Thompson, the trainer of the Dam Pinot Grigio mainstay on the Monmouth Park circuit. Here's a 5, Marinara Sauced.
Marinara Sauced came from Italy last time to get the job done. That pace incinerated, though, still made up 20 lengths at one point in that affair.
Here's the 7, Barrel of Quest.
Cuts back to the 7/8 after breaking the maiden 2 back on a mile and a 16th. Made a middle move into a far more seasoned older horse group last time out when finishing 5th.
3 for 3 on the turf. Here's Surprise Boss.
Outdrawn outside, has won on the lead. Last time out, won from just off the pace. Has to deal with an extra panel today. But that perfect record and the recency over the favorite, I cannot believe this horse is 5-1.
Short price for sure. You can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program and a whole lot more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code MATCH200 and you can earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NairaBets.com to get your $200 deposit match. Dakota Gold currently 1-2. Richie, how does your short price favorite look coming back at the age of 3?
He looks good, Acacia. He looks fit. I don't think he's going to be short, that's for sure. I think he's, definitely prepared to run well today. And he should improve from his 2-year-old numbers to his 3-year-old numbers, just naturally becoming more mature. I just think he's too short a price. And I do think that the 8 Surprise Boss, there's a lot to like here. He definitely gets the appearance pick for me, the 8 Surprise Boss. I just think he looks better than anybody else in the race. The recency, the fact that he's beaten older horses in his last 2 starts, no small feat this time of year for a young horse, a 3-year-old, to beat an older horse. And now he's back in against 3-year-olds. War Dancer's been a very hot sire. I just think there's a lot to like with Surprise Boss. I was walking out alongside of Kendrick Carmouche, the rider. He says, if I get the first quarter in 23, they all got a problem. And I agree with him, and I'm not seeing a tremendous amount of speed in here, and he doesn't need the lead on top of it. So if someone else is to go crazy, he can stalk from the outside. I just think at 5-1, he's a much better bet.
Richie, thank you. Surprise Boss getting a nice warm-up as people crowd to the rail to get a good look at the field for this New York Stallion Series. We're taking a look at your favorite Dakota Gold. And quickly, Anthony, for people who may not be familiar, in these New York Stallion Series, for instance, you see the 4 One-Time Willard is a New Jersey bred. These are for horses sired by New York Stallions who stand here in the state of New York.
And we have a fantastic breeding program here in the great state of New York. What that means, folks, is that these horses, Central Banker, War Dancer, Freud, Micromanage, Lauban, Mission Impassable, a couple of War Dancers in here. They all are standing stud in the state of New York. You can bring the moms, the mares, into the state, breed to the sire, and then take the horse out. Later on today, Morning Matcha is bred in Pennsylvania. She's going to be in the Kupakoi's Joy division. So it doesn't necessarily mean you're bred in New York. That's why it's a Stallion Series race. So, for example, up in Saratoga, when the New York bred races come along, the Albany is a race for New York bred horses. One-Time Willard would not be eligible to run in that race because that is for New York breds, not New York Stallion Series horses. So there's a little bit of a difference there. The Maryland Million, same kind of thing, where the horses don't have to be Maryland breds, but they need to be sired by a stallion that is standing in the state of Maryland.
A great opportunity to highlight the breeding program here in the state of New York and the stallions that are standing here, and some strong stallions as well. As we're taking a look at Marinara Sauced, gelding by the late Lauban, who won at first asking. The pace did fall apart. It was from very far off of it. And this was a horse that I thought physically kind of lended himself more to a softer turf. He's a lighter frame type as well. But once he kicked in and Manny Franco asked him, he was flying late.
Named by Stephanie Lazzanaro, wife of owner Louis Lazzanaro of Nove fame in Saratoga. Can't wait to get to Nove for my white pie.
You've had a bit of marinara sauce there at Nove.
I'm about 7.5% Nove marinara sauce. That's my blood composition. Look, he had a lot go his way last time. That sounds foolish to say about a horse that made up 20 lengths. With a half a mile ago, he came from 20 lengths back. That's a long way to go. Now, the horses that were in front went very fast early, especially for that course that took a lot of moisture that day. But he still made up all of that ground, got the job done, and he won. He's done something that no other horse in this field has done, and that is win going 7 furlongs on the turf. 7 furlongs is a very tricky distance. It's kind of an in-between distance. And he won going that 7 furlongs. You've seen other horses win going a mile, a little further than a mile. He won at this 7 furlong distance over this course. He doesn't figure to get the same kind of pace scenario today, but it's still really impressive what he was able to do as a debut runner last time out.
Dakota Gold won first time out in an off-the-turf race. He was entered to run on the grass, and he was just much the best of what he faced that afternoon. Stepped right up to win, going a mile on turf in the now. And as mentioned, there was an incident in the gate. There were 2 horses before the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf for Godolphin. One was a late scratch. Modern Games inadvertently scratched. He was allowed to run for purse money only, so that's why favoritism kind of all pounded in late onto Dakota Gold. But still, he was a horse that was highly touted as a 2-year-old.
However you shake a stick at it, he's 6-1 in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Let's say they let Modern Games run for wagering purposes. He's 6-1 in the Breeders' Cup, right? So that's really impressive. And I think 20 years ago, it would be as simple as, well, he's running against state breds here for the first time. How's this horse going to lose? The program in New York has developed and has gotten so much stronger. That's not the case anymore, Acacia. You see these horses compete in open company races, win open company races, go to the Breeders' Cup. This horse was favored in the Breeders' Cup race. The program has gotten that strong over the last couple of decades.
It's actually Dakota Gold's first time in a restricted race as well. He won first time out against Open Company at Saratoga in that off-the-turf race too. He's a short price, making his 3-year-old debut. It's time for the New York Stallion Series Spectacular Bid Division. Here's John Imbriel, the voice of New York Racing, standing by.
There in the gate. And they're off. From the outside, Surprise Boss out for the early lead. Dakota Gold and Bucker 2 right together, 2nd and 3rd. Barrel of Quest runs in 4th. Marinara Sauce down at the rail, moves up a spot from 5th. And One Time Willard is the trailer in 6th. Surprise Boss takes the field up the backstretch and leads the big favorite, Dakota Gold and Bucker 2 by a length. It is Surprise Boss in front here. Now by a length and a half. The quarter went in 23 and 3/5 seconds. Dakota Gold second by a head. Bucker 2 is down at the rail. Then Marinara Sauce. One Time Willard. Oh, whoa. One Time Willard steadying there down on the inside. Had moved up a few positions, but now is back in last. The pass there by Barrel of Quests. It is Surprise Boss who has the lead here. Dakota Gold on the outside in 2nd. Then Barrel of Quests and Marinara Sauce. At the rail is Buck or 2. The half went in 48 and 2. It is still Surprise Boss with the lead. Dakota Gold on the outside now moves right alongside. Here comes Dakota Gold up to challenge Surprise Boss for the lead. It is Dakota Gold. Surprise Boss, a tough customer here. Surprise Boss on the inside. Dakota Gold on the outside. The two of them are right together. Dakota Gold, Surprise Boss. They come for the finish, and Dakota Gold wins his 3-year-old debut in the Spectacular Bid Division of the Stallion Stakes.
Dakota Gold in his first start as a 3-year-old gets the job done. He had to work for it today, though, Anthony.
Well, the 8 Surprise Boss got away with proverbial murder on the front end. 48 and change, going 7 furlongs is as slow as you're really going to say. 48 and 2. He went 24 and 4 in that second quarter. And Kendrick Carmouche must have thought to himself, wow, I really got away with it here. But Gerardo Ortiz Jr. gave Dakota Gold an impeccable ride by never letting Surprise Boss out of his sights. And Dakota Gold never had really been that close to the pace. That's because he had seen some faster paces. He was allowed to be drawn in a little bit more today. A good job by Arad identifying that Surprise Boss was going to be the only speed horse in this race. And he's able to get the classier Dakota Gold to the wire first off the long layoff. Good job all around.
Certainly an exciting start to the 3-year-old season for the New York bred son of Freud. Freud standing here in New York, and Freud, a stallion who has just left an absolutely tremendous mark on New York racing.
Yeah, He really has, especially in these turf sprints. You know, when Freud was around, there weren't really many turf sprints. And now you see his progeny. They do good. They do well at almost everything they do. But these turf sprints, they really seem to have a knack for taking these turf sprints home. And you see Dakota Gold doing Daddy proud on Father's Day, getting this Stallion Series win under his belt.
He certainly did. It's always nice to have these New York Stallions series celebrating the Stallions on Father's Day. We'll bring you prices and reactions from the spectacular bid division in a moment back at Churchill Downs. It's time for race number 5, a high-level maiden claiming race for $75,000. 7 furlongs on the main track for 3-year-olds and upward. We have a scratch of the 1. The other part of the entry, the 1A, Prince of Glory, stays in.
Still a big price on the entry, 22-1. Prince of Glory, first off the claim for Ignacio Cambry, claimed for $10,000, in for $75,000 this afternoon.
A big jump up in class, that's for sure. Breaking from the rail will be the 2, Grantastic.
Yeah, despite wearing number 2, he's going to break from the inside draw. Julian Leperoux for Wayne Catalano. They don't team up much, but when they do, they ordinarily do some good things.
Here's Blunder cutting back in distance.
Cuts back in distance from a Halloween layoff, gets Lasix for the first time. Jimmy Graham going to climb aboard. He rode last time. This horse ran behind a couple of repeat winners in his last 2.
Here's Fast Felix, ran at this level last out.
This level last out, first time on dirt last out. He made up some ground late. If he gets some pace in front of him, maybe the extra furlong helps today.
Here's One America. He has speed.
First off the claim, this horse was claimed for $50,000 out of a mile race where he showed speed. Now he cuts back, goes to a barn that has just 1 win on the year.
Here's the number 6, Mr. Boldacious, cutting back.
2 times around 2 turns as a 2-year-old within 25 days. Equipment change, blinkers off. First time Lasix, new barn, cutting back, the proverbial kitchen sink today.
And a lot of changes. Here is Best Bet.
They say the best hops a drop in racing. This horse goes from maiden special weight to this high-priced claimer. Did not do much running after showing speed for a half-mile last time as your 6-5 favorite. He's the same price currently.
Here's the 8, Unleash the Power for Al Stall Jr.
Big price against special weight competition going the mile last time out. Wonderful pedigree here. I wonder if turf is in this horse's future. He'll try once more on the dirt today.
Scatter Shack steps up in class.
Blinkers on for start number 14 for a barn and Juan Cano, whose horses are starting to run a little bit better. Only other start for a tag besides last time he finished second for $50,000 at Keeneland.
He's by Shackelford. Here's another son of Shackelford, Edge of Glory.
He's going to make his first start on the dirt without the blinkers. They put the blinkers on for his last 2 tries on the main track. They did not do well. He's back up for $75,000. He gets a rider change to second leading rider, Rafael Bejarano. He's a little bit of a sneaky horse at a price.
And the number 11, Florent Giroux, looks for another win. Here's Ace High Royal.
He ran really well on debut when he got beat just 3 parts of a length down at Oaklawn Park. He has not been able to recapture that form in his last 2 starts. Back in for the same $75,000 today. He was 5-1 against these last time. He's twice the price this afternoon.
That's the field for the 5th race at Churchill Downs. As horses start to make their way towards the starting gate. Best Bet has that speed, and he does drop in for a claiming tag for the first time after running against maiden special weight company. Though this is a high-level maiden claiming race, it is still a drop in class. How do you expect it to play out with the presence of One America, who was kind of a runoff in his debut?
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, a claiming race means these horses are eligible to be purchased out of this race. $75,000 is an awful lot for a horse who's never won a race in his or her career, so not likely to see too many, if any, claims out of this race. I would imagine the equipment change on the number 9, Scatter Shack, and the rider change to Adam Beschizza makes him a little forward. He's taking some money in here too, Acacia. Having so many chances, he's still taking some money in here. And I would like to see how Ricardo Santana Jr. rides Best Bet, the big favorite in here. He has had just 1 second place finish so far in his career when they've employed the speed tactics. I'm curious to see if they try and take this horse just off the pace today and maybe run at a target. It sounds a little silly to say since he's always shown speed. The fact of the matter is he's not incredibly fast early on. Last time he went fast, but that was his worst performance. So maybe it behooves his connections to take him just off the pace today.
Yeah, wasn't able to sustain a pretty slow pace. 2 starts back going a mile at Oaklawn. We'll see how this pace does play out. And here, everyone looking for the first win of their career. It's race 5 at Churchill Downs. Here's track announcer Travis Stone.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Pretty even beginning. Edge of Glory is there. Ace High Royal and Best Bet comes bounding on through, and Best Bet takes over the lead as they head up the chute and come for the main track. It's Best Bet in front. Edge of Glory racing in second. What America comes away third. Prince of Glory's fourth. Blunder down toward the inside is racing fifth. Fast Felix up into sixth. Ace High Royal is now seventh. Unleash the Power is eighth. Scatter Shack is ninth. Grantastic toward the inside is 10th, and Mr. Boldacious is the trailer 8 lengths off Best Bet, who blazes the way down the backstretch run. The opening quarter goes in 23 seconds flat. Best Bet onto the far turn, angling over toward the rail. Blunder in a bit tight there to tap on the brakes briefly. So it's Best Bet the leader with 3 furlongs to go. Edge of Glory takes over second now, a length behind Best Bet. Blunder down inside is racing third. One America's losing ground fourth. Ace High Royal, Prince of Glory, Mr. Boldacious angles to the outside. They are all chasing Best Bet, who's off the turn. In front by 2. Now by 3. Best Bet in front with 1 furlong to go. Edge of Glory runs up into second. Blunder's racing third. The rest are struggling. Everyone chasing Best Bet with a 4-length lead. Edge of Glory chasing Best Bet down to the wire. Best Bet by 3. Edge of Glory was second, Blunder was third, and Prince of Glory finished fourth.
Best Bet, much the best in here today. He takes them every step of the way. In the 5th at Churchill Downs under Ricardo Santana Jr. Back at Belmont Park, our co-feature, the New York Stallion Series spectacular bid went to Dakota Gold. His owner, Dean Reeves of Reeves Thoroughbred Racing, standing by with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. Very happy, Dean Reeves. This was a really nice comeback for Dakota Gold. You had to be very happy with the way he finished the last 1/8 of a mile.
I really was. I mean, he, I think, ran 11 flat, and that's really coming in strong. I read said he had plenty of horse. So Danny really got him good and fit and did a nice job getting him ready for this race. And that kind of springboards us into Saratoga, and that's what we wanted. It couldn't have worked out any better.
Well, that was going to be my next question. I mean, obviously, he has the kind of ability to take on older, open company, which he's done in the past. What would be the plan for him going forward?
Well, I think we're going to stick with the New York bred up at Saratoga, and then we'll probably lean into open company after Saratoga. He's talked about going to California later in the year, for some greatest stake races. So, it's exciting, and we've got a nice horse.
Dean, you've been such a supporter of this game, and you enjoy it so much. Is there any way to articulate to the people out there watching just what it means?
My wife and I flew up, even though the flight was canceled this morning. We found a way to get here. It's just thrilling to be up here and be involved in this New York bred program. It's something we do as a family. Everybody back home, I know my son, it's Father's Day, and they've already sent us a lot of thank yous, and congratulations, So it's just really neat to be involved in a game like this with so many great people and just enjoy these horses. They're wonderful.
Well, thank you for all that you do and your participation in the game, because you're some of those great people in the game. A very happy Dean Reeves.
Thank you.
Couldn't agree more, Richie. Dean and Patty Reeves, such big supporters of the game. Of course, they're Mucho Macho Man, Breeders' Cup Classic winner, and since then we've seen them just being active at pretty much every level of the game, and including now with quite a few New York breds too. You can think of City Man Senbei, Dakota Gold, New York breds for the Reeves colors, that they've really had a lot of success here on the NYRA circuit.
Yeah, fantastic breeding program here in the state, in New York State, and the Reeves Racing. Dean and Patty do a great job supporting it.
Absolutely. Congratulations to the connections. When we come back, these horses, they give us such tremendous thrills on the racetrack, but such a huge piece of it is looking after our equine stars after their racing days are over.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo and Echo Town raced away. And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Blown Save is coming, and here comes Blown Save in the nick of time.
This big, beautiful boy finished his racing career in 2014. He then was taken into the TRF herd in 2015, probably having recovered from his injuries. And he taught the men at Wallkill for 3 years, where he made a huge difference, more than we can say, until that one day that somebody said, Milo, you're going to Saratoga for the summer. And he was in our very first Saratoga summer farm, where he met this super awesome farrier named Ashley Gaskey.
So I saw him every 6 weeks all summer, and this horse never got adopted. And I kept seeing him, and he just obviously has such a presence because he has this size, but he was also just so happy to be near people. There's just something about the thought of him having to go back and be one horse among many versus one horse, kind of one person.
You are an inspiration for us because you show the story in living color of someone who opened up their heart and brought a great big horse home to be a pet in your backyard. And it is not an easy thing to do.
No, but you know, it's not every day you can bring home your best friend either. So Milo's special feature is his little smooching spot right here. It's perfectly placed for the smooching. There is no way to make this make sense. Like, I'm a very realistic person, and I work very hard for my money. I don't necessarily have expendable income like that, so you just kind of have to do what feels right for your soul, and this horse makes me happy every single day. This is the horse I like to look at. This is my jam.
I love these stories of horses finding their forever homes, and Kim Weir and the entire team at the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation do such incredible work that does include in their Second Chances programs, one right here in New York and Wallkill, throughout the country, working with inmates and these horses as teachers, and just can't say enough about the work and the job that all the folks at the TRF do.
You know, Acacia, I'm not willing to take beatings at mini golf for just anyone. And of course, the TRF was a beneficiary of the beatdown that Andy Serling and Kirk Wyckoff gave myself and Louis Lazzanaro last summer at the spa. We have a little rematch planned. Oh. We have a challenge. Andy's going to be on vacation next week. We'll talk about it then. But again, looking forward to helping some of the great causes, including the TRF, who just do an absolutely amazing job. You know, 25, 30 years ago, the equine aftercare was not what it is now. And it is so, so very important that we take care of our equine warriors after they've provided us pleasure, excitement, sometimes some very lucrative afternoons and evenings. And people like Kim and the folks at TRF and all of the aftercares, really, they do an amazing job. This other one, I can't think of the name of it. It's based out of Connecticut. Racing for Home, I think it is. You people do stuff that yeoman's work is, it's not even the right way to put it. You guys are just, it's all amazing, and they do a great job. And these horses bring so much joy to people during their careers and now after their careers.
Absolutely. It's very kind to mention Racing for Home, run by my family and I, and the work that my mom does each and every day. It is a labor of love, but so worth it because, as you said, these horses, they give us so much. They've given me my entire life, my career, my husband, everything. And I know all of us feel so strongly about the need to continue supporting and promoting aftercare. So if you hit big today at the races, maybe consider giving a little bit of those winnings to an aftercare TAA accredited organization. I want to remind everybody that coverage continues next on FS2. Be sure to check your local listings. Thanks for joining us on FS1. We hope you stay with us throughout the rest of the afternoon on America's Day at the Races.
And they're off. Following C. Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Mile Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Mile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The Truck Champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You don't have
have to be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it, but with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there, look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle, and it won't cost you a lot of money.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing.
I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Our program, as always, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Wishing everyone a very happy Father's Day to all of the dads and father figures. We have lots of families on track here today at beautiful Belmont Park, and we absolutely love it. Thanks for joining us on the FS2 portion of the show. Acacia Kamal alongside Anthony Stabile, Paul LaDuca, and Richard Migliori with us as well. Anthony, as we're well underway as far as the live racing action is concerned, and what a perfect day for Father's Day, and a lot of people out on track.
Brilliant day in New York. Got the pick 6 coming your way from Belmont Park. Still got plenty of action down beneath the Twin Spires. Their pick 6 getting ready to kick off at Churchill Downs as well. Yeah, well, I should say happy Father's Day to all the dads out there.
Absolutely. As we take a look at what is still to come on the program, today's remaining races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. We have that pick 6 kicking off in the 5th, as Anthony mentioned. Fast and Firm in Elmont, New York. We have the 2nd division of the New York Stallion Series at the Kupakoi's Joy for the fillies in the 9th, races 6 through 11 at Churchill Fast Main Track beneath the Twin Spires. You can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program and more while signing up, and you can earn up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and don't forget to join now at nairabets.com for your $200 deposit match. Here's a look at the field for race 5 at Belmont Park. We'll be going a mile and a 16th on the inner turf, a $30,000 claiming race. Non-winners of 2 in life. 5-2 favorite currently on the number 6, Princess Pinky, will meet the field, though, Anthony, starting with the number 1, Massabee.
Broke her maiden last time out from just off the pace after finishing 2nd when setting it 2 starts back.
Has some versatility as far as tactics do go. Here's Clara Bell, the 2.
Clara Bell finished 3rd off of a March break from the fairgrounds for trainer Mike Maker. Drops down a little bit in class for this.
Broke her maiden 2 starts back in the off-the-turf race at the fairgrounds. Here's the 3, quick turnaround for Miss Invincible.
Yeah, she broke her maiden at Turfway Park back in March on their all-weather surface. 0 for 4, having never hit the board in her turf tries.
Big price on the board, just ran 7 days ago. Next will be the 4, Synonymous, picks up Hall of Famer Javier Castellano.
Yeah, she beat Masiba 2 starts back when she broke her maiden in her 11th try. Last time was her first against winners. She fared pretty well, beating just 5.5 lengths.
She's 8-1 right now, 9-1 on the 5, Rosemary Potatoes.
She had no chance when runners ran 1-2 in a similar race 2 starts back in April at Aqueduct. Tried the dirt again to no avail last time, gets back to the turf.
Here's the 6, currently your favorite, Princess Pinky, off the layoff.
We haven't seen her since last September, so a big layoff for this daughter of Go Zapper. She has 3 races on her card. Her last 3 turf races would make her very, very tough in here.
Is she ready off the bench, though? That's the question. Here's Classic Vinman, first time on the grass.
Yeah, beating a combined 60-plus lengths in her last 3 starts. She'll try turf for the first time. Gets Flavian Pratt for Rick Schosberg.
One sibling who did win 2 times on the turf. Here's the 8, Noble Enterprise.
Drops out of an allowance race at Keeneland, going 12 furlongs to go this 8.5 furlongs today. Her prior turf races came a couple of years back. She's a player based on her last effort.
Number 9, Kemba is next, second in her last 2.
Kind of quiet on the board here at 6-1. She's a need-the-lead type, and it's hard to imagine she's going to be able to get loose on the lead against this bunch of fillies.
And here's another layoff runner. Reigning Candy is back for her 4-year-old debut.
Yeah, she's run 2 decent enough turf races that make her a player. Her other 3 efforts are not that good. We haven't seen her since mid-November. I'd take a wait-and-see approach and see how she races off the bench.
That's the field for the 5th at Belmont Park. Again, it will be going on the inner turf, going 1 mile and a 16th, as we see a 5-2 favorite on the board right now. We welcome in the 3rd member of our team, champion jockey Richard Migliori, here with us. Richie, your trackside, getting a good look at these horses warming up. What do you see for the 5th?
The horse that really caught my eye in the paddock and continued to draw my attention is the 2, Clarabelle. I actually thought this filly might have really needed the last effort, and I see a filly that's a lot more streamlined, really tucked up, gets a good inside draw, post 2 on the inner turf. I really pay attention to post positions on the inner turf. The configuration, they're starting on the outside rail of the main course. It's a quick little dog leg to the left, and I like inside draws. I think she's a major player. The 5, Rosemary Potatoes, and not because I make the best rosemary potatoes, but Rosemary Potatoes looked good, and I really liked what I saw from the paddock. I thought her 1 turf effort was very good, and she's getting back to the turf here. Princess Pinky will be my ultimate top selection. I think she looked good in the paddock. She looks fit to me coming off the layoff. I think she's ready to fire well off the bench, and she makes a lot of sense off of her turf form. JMS Stable and Michelle Nevin, always a formidable combination. And then towards the outside, and the outside post kind of downgraded her for me. And even though she's not all the way on the outside, but the 9, Kemba, I like her getting back to the turf. It's her 3rd start off of a layoff. If she was drawn inside, I may very well have put her on top. I'm just a little worried about a little bit of a wide draw, but I do think she's a major player.
All right, Richie, thank you. An intriguing 5th race here. Anthony, we mentioned it a little bit earlier on, but something I wanted to go back to, and Richie talked about the configuration of the course here on this inner turf where the starting gate is positioned to kind of have that little bit of a dog leg. What have you been noticing as far as how this inner turf has been playing? Maybe not exactly the same kinds of inside trips over the last week or so.
It's been really weird. The rain that came during the dark days this week has kind of flipped this course's profile, historical profile. And I think our colleague Andy Serling put it best today. It's just been a little goofy. I know that's not that professional sounding of a word, but it's not. It was really hot Friday. It's been ultra windy the last couple of days. So those are the 2 key components in drying the turf course out. I would imagine the courses have been dried out perfectly, but they're not playing that way. So it's, this is a tough game to start with, and now you're going to add that, that intangible into the mix. I think you got to just try and handicap these races with a lean towards the closers. Kemba, and Kemba was just on the screen. Kemba's a great example. Kemba's a horse who historically has needed the lead to win. She's even kind of needed the lead to run her better races, and that has not been the case for her. It's going to be hard for her to get to the lead in here. The other side of that coin is, do you really want to be on the lead in here? Now, she might be a horse that needs to be in front, and regardless of the course and the profile, just can't win without the lead. I wouldn't want to be in front on this course right now. So it led me towards some of the horses that were going to be coming from off the pace. A horse like the number 6, Princess Pinky, who's coming off the layoff. A horse like Noble Enterprise, who was off of a dawdling pace going 12 furlongs last time out.
That could bode well for your favorite Princess Pinky. We haven't seen her since September 30th, but here she is finishing third by just 3/4 of a length behind Amortization. And she's facing some good company before that layoff. She's been sidelined. Michelle Nevin's barn has been in a good groove. Typically, they do tend, the horses from her barn, to run better once they've had a start off the bench, but her running style, and Rishi said she looks fit, could potentially play out to her advantage in this spot.
Yeah, I agree with everything you just said, Acacia. She's a 2-to-1 favorite. That's the only thing I don't really like because, like you said, Michelle's horses ordinarily need a race off the bench. You don't really want to take a horse at that price. If you don't want to take her, I think the alternative is Noble Enterprise, who's cutting back in distance and really woke up on the turf last time out.
She's 2-to-1 right now as they are on the turf course and start to load into the starting gate. That bit of a dog leg to go. The mile and a 16th. Here's track announcer John Embriel standing by with the call. Race 5 at Belmont.
And we are set for race 5. And they're off. Massabee from the inside post. Rosemary Potatoes now moves up. Raining Candy on the far outside gains, along with Classic Vinman. Around the turn, Rosemary Potatoes shows the way here. Raining Candy is next in second. Classic Vinman has moved down to the rail and is in third. Then Princess Pinky in fourth, 3 lengths from the front. Massabee runs in fifth, followed by Noble Enterprise in sixth. 1.5 lengths to Kemba in seventh, alongside is Clarabelle in eighth. Then Synonymous, and trailing the field, Miss Invincible in 10th. The quarter, 25 2/5 seconds, midway up the backstretch. Rosemary Potatoes leads here by a length, with Raining Candy tracking in second. Long shots are 1, 2, 3 as Classic Vinman runs in third. And on the outside is a Princess Pinky next in fourth. Massabee is down at the rail, and alongside is Noble Enterprise. The half mile, 51 seconds. Rosemary Potatoes continues to lead here with Raining Candy in second. Classic Vinman down at the rail. And now on the outside, Princess Pinky now makes a move. Princess Pinky takes third. That move is followed by Noble Enterprise. And on the far outside is Synonymous. Massabee's in between horses. And then Kemba. They are at the top of the stretch. It is Rosemary Potatoes. Here's Princess Pinky now to challenge on the outside. And Noble Enterprise is coming on. Kemba out in the middle of the course. Princess Pinky on the inside. Rosemary Potatoes. Princess Pinky has the lead. Then Rosemary Potatoes far outside Kemba as they come down for the finish here. And it's going to be Princess Pinky from off a layoff to win race 5 at Belmont.
Princess Pinky off the layoff, just able to hold on over a late-running Kemba, who did change tactics today under Dylan Davis.
Almost successfully. She still ran pretty well. Princess Pinky got the jump on her. And I think, once again, another flawless ride here from Manny Franco, bucking the barn trend and getting this layoff runner to the winner's circle this afternoon. Kemba, a tough luck second, just ran out of ground. You never thought you'd say that. More often than not, ground's not her friend. She ran out of real estate today.
She ran a good race under Dylan Davis, too, coming from off of it. But Princess Pinky, her class, I think, prevailing. Just the fact that she might have been the best horse in the race. Manny Franco getting the right kind of trip, getting the jump. She's now 2 for 20. For Michelle Nevin, whose barn has really been in a good groove over the last several weeks.
Yeah, winning races in bunches. All of Michelle's horses seem to be running really well. And she keeps the barn rolling here. And, you know, that's the sign of a barn running well. She's doing things. She's winning with horses she ordinarily doesn't win with now, with these layoff types.
6-9-8-5 in the 5th at Belmont Park. Back at Churchill Downs, we get ready for race number 6 coming up next. That's our next order of business, going 6 furlongs on the main track, and this starter allowance will meet the field starting with the 1 Spend at Benjamins.
Double his morning line at 9-1. Just missed in this level. Won an open 8 claimer 2 starts back.
Here's the 2 Keen Air by Keen Ice.
Broke his maiden when he dropped to the lowest level of his career, 30,000 from well off the pace last time out. We'll see what kind of a pace scenario he gets in here.
Stepping up to face winners for the first time, here is Dark Timber, Tyler Gasleona aboard.
Second start off the claim by Norm Cassie. This horse showed speed on a moderate pace last time out, had nothing left in the last 16th of a mile or so. We'll see how he fares second time out.
Here is Swift Tap, first off the claim for Fausto Gutierrez.
This horse has hit the board in half of his 10 starts. Fausto Gutierrez doesn't claim a lot of horses. He is 2 for 7, though, in horses he's reached in for.
Here's the 5, Red Knobs. He finished second last time out.
Yeah, to a horse who's back in here in Gulfstream Way, still eligible for the 2 lifetime condition. He spent some time going long. He spent some time in Stakes Company. I think sprinting is what he wants to do.
Speaking of, here is Gulfstream Way. He's first off the claim for Chris Hartman, though.
Yeah, big fig for former connections last time in 92. Would absolutely demolish this field. Let's see if he can do it again for a barn that is not going as well as it was at Oaklawn Park this past winter.
Number 7, Flags Up, is second off the layoff.
This horse makes a lot of sense. Second off the November break, like you said, Acacia. If he could refine his races 2 and 3 back before he went to the bench, he already has 2 wins at Churchill. He'll be really tough today.
And Rusty Arnold's charge to the outside. Here's Bernie Lomax.
For you Weekend at Bernie's fans, this horse got his maiden broke first time for the tag, which is what made him eligible for this heat. Former Godolphin bred cost $200,000 as a 2-year-old.
7-5 right now on your favorite. Paula Duca still with us. Paulie, as we get ready for this 6th race here, are you all in on the favorite or think that somebody could potentially upend the apple cart here?
Well, I do think the favorite, Acacia, is the horse to beat. He's got the best numbers. He comes off a very, very good finish. And, you know, he actually claimed this horse out of the James Baker barn, which I'm in agreement with Anthony. The 7, the James Baker charge, is probably the other horse to beat in here. I mean, when you look at this race, it looks like 2 horses that lay over numbers-wise. But when you look at the pace of the race, it can make it very complicated. Dark Timber, Tyler Gasleona has taken every penny of every race so far at this meet at Churchill, and this horse is taking no money, but possesses some early speed. You have the 4, Swift Tap, going to the Fausto Gutierrez barn with Flo the jockey, possesses a little bit of speed. Red Knob showed a lot more speed than last time. So is Gulfstream Way, no pun intended, going to get his own way on the front end? And they're dismissing the 1. They keep dismissing Spending Benjamins. The first time this horse got ever on the dirt, he won, and that was and claiming 8,000. But this horse in a starter allowance and a dirty beat. If you ever get to watch that replay, it looked like Spending Benjamins actually won that race, but Tango Charlie nailed him at the wire. And for me at 9-1, with all the speed signed up in here, I think Spending Benjamins, we've talked about this. It looks like you can close in the middle of the racetrack. I like the 1 a tiny bit underneath, so I went 6-1. I do think the 6, if, like Anthony says, can repeat that last effort, it's going to be a really, really tough gelding to handle. But I do think the 1, Spending Benjamin, is going to run another big one, Acacia.
I like it, Paul. Thank you. Some ideas as to potentially make some Benjamins in this 6th race using a price underneath. 9-1 on Spend Benjamins from your favorite Gulfstream Way. We'll take a look at that race last time out for Gulfstream Way. Red Knobs finishing second. They will rematch in this spot. Red Knobs for Dale Romans, who had cut back to sprinting. This was a monster effort, though, from Gulfstream Way.
Yeah, it really was. I thought both of these horses ran well. Gulfstream Way, maybe a little bit more impressive, not just because of the win, but off almost 3 months prior to this, where Red Knobs had a little recency on his rival. Let's see if Gulfstream Way can do it with some new connections now. Obviously, the big difference is the price. 7-5 today. He was 3-1 last time out. Not that it's that big of a price. He also, Acacia, figures to have to deal with a horse like Dark Timber, right? Dark Timber showed speed in his last couple of starts. His historical profile has been a forward runner. The funny thing is, neither of these horses went that fast last time. So if they dueled on the front end, it wouldn't surprise me. If one let the other go, it wouldn't surprise me. I also wonder if it opens the door for a little bit of a wild card to show some speed in here. And I don't have anybody in mind, but if I did, Swift Tap is not that slow. early on. He was involved in a pretty quick pace, 2 back at Oaklawn Park. He wasn't far from a much faster pace than Dark Timber and Gulfstream Way were both involved in last time out. I wonder if Florent Giroux, he's a big price. We're not accustomed to seeing Florent Giroux being sent off at a $30 mutual, 15 to 1 right now. I wonder if a horse like this can throw a little monkey wrench into the machinery here and maybe be forward today. I don't know. The other 2 speeds are not that fast early on.
You know, you bring up an interesting point too. And Foster Gutierrez has done well claiming horses too. You know, we know about Latruska, but he does well with other things too, including claims. And we'll see how Swift Tap does for the new connections, stepping up to this starter allowance level.
That's a good point. You know, a lot of people say, oh, right away say, oh, Latruska. You could say of Latruska fame, she's only won 2 races this year. The barn's won 17, won 17 other ones. So it's important to note.
Into the gate for the 6th race at Churchill Downs. Here's Travis Stone standing by with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Dark Timber caught a flyer. Quickly in front as they cross over. Length and a half in front is Dark Timber, now 2. Gulfstream Way comes away in 2nd. Red Knobs is on the move inside, while 3rd Flags Up comes out in 4th. Spen Benjamin down inside is racing 5th. Birdie Lomax comes away 6th. And then it's Swift Tap in 7th. The trailer is Keen Air. 10 lengths off the lead down the backstretch run. 4 furlongs to go, and it's Dark Timber through a quarter in 22 and 2. Heading for the far turn with Gulfstream Way just off the pace, racing in 2nd. Flags Up is tucked away toward the rail. Flags Up is there to the outside as they round the far turn. Swift Tap is launching a rally, forced to go wide. Down inside, Spen Benjamin is making progress with Bernie Lomax at the quarter pole. Dark Timber turning for home in front. Gulfstream Way to the attack. Here's Gulfstream Way coming after Dark Timber now. These 2 head and head with 1 furlong to go. Gulfstream Way puts a nose in front. Dark Timber is back into 2nd. The rest with work to do. Time is running out. Gulfstream Way has taken over and spurts away. Gulfstream Way by 3 on the wire. Dark Timber was 2nd. It's tight for 3rd. Flags Up or Red Knobs.
Gulfstream Way, he's in great form right now. Makes it 2 wins in a row, this time coming from a little bit off the pace, and for new trainer Chris Hartman.
1 speed finished last time, 1 speed tired. They did the same exact thing today. The difference was Gulfstream Way, like you said, Acacia, from off the pace this afternoon. Good job by Mitchell Murrell getting this son of gemologist to rate this afternoon. Really not much choice. Tyler Gasleona's the leading rider at Churchill for a lot of reasons. One of them is his aggression. This horse, Dark Timber, flew out of the gate. He didn't get in his way. He let him roll, figured it was his best chance to win. They'll have to settle for 2nd this afternoon.
That makes sense. It was the right thing to do. We'll have to settle for 2nd, though, from a horse who is just in such good form right now, Gulfstream Way, with the win. 6-3 and a photo for 3rd at Churchill Downs. Back at Belmont Park, Manny Franco. Seems like we've been talking a lot about him visiting the winner's circle, and rightfully so. He's just making all the right moves here at Belmont, and he pilots Princess Pinky to the win.
Yeah, he did another fantastic job here, nursing this one to the wire. Made the move here off of the far turn, is able to put away the pesky speed and hold off Kemba, who changed tactics today almost successfully, almost got a picture taken from off the pace today, from a long way back too. But Princess Pinky, Michelle Nevin barn going well, and Manny Franco can do no wrong at beautiful Belmont Park right now.
Manny Franco with his 2nd win on the day. $6.30 winner, Princess Pinky. Logical one over Kemba and Noble Enterprise, as we still have a lot more live racing to come at beautiful Belmont Park. It's time for me to say goodbye as far as being in the host chair. I'll be back reporting in just a little bit. Andy Serling coming up on the desk to join the Big A Stabile. It'll be like a little Talking Horses rematch in the afternoon, huh?
I can't wait.
Well, stay tuned. Must-see TV coming up after this on America's Day at the Races. Race 6 will be next as we kick off the late pick 5 from beautiful Belmont Park after this.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Silver State is a son of Heartspun out of an Empire Maker mare named Supreme. He was bred by Stone Street. It was a $450,000 yearling. He's a really good-looking horse. He was a winner of the Grade 1 Met Mile last year at Belmont, defeating Horse of the Year Nick Sco. He reeled off 6 wins in a row, which is almost unheard of in today's horse racing world, but won the Oaklawn Park Handicap. Best win was in the Grade 1 Met Mile at Belmont Park, and he is breeding his first book of mares currently this spring.
It is Silver State at the rail. Mischievous Alex on the outside. It is Silver State who has the lead. Mischievous Alex, by my standards, out in the middle of the track. They're coming down for the finish in the Hillendale Met Mile, and it is Silver State to make it 6 in a row.
When I saw him in the paddock Met Mile Day was when he really kind of sold me on his looks, and I'd kind of been, yeah, he's a nice horse. And when I saw him in the paddock, it was like, okay, he'll work. And then when he won, it was like, it really worked. And being by Heartspun, the family he has, made it that much more exciting. And the fact he'd been 6 for 6 up to, through there, it was a good idea. And once he got to the farm, he's been very popular.
I had a pretty large wager on him to win the Met Mile because I thought 5-1. I knew Nick Sco was in the race. He's obviously a very good horse, but I just thought Silver State it looked like he was on a roller, and it looked like he was going to continue, which he did.
He beat Nick Sco, which everybody knows who Nick Sco is, and that was even that much more exciting and, another feather in his cap.
The Met Mile has a rich history of making stallions, and we hope that Silver State will continue that trend.
The day we started showing him, he came in here and looked like $1 million, and everybody that came to see him fell in love with him. Well, I don't know what they expected, but once he got in here, I mean, he probably came in and got off the truck and looked as well as any horse we've had come in a long time.
He's such a good-looking horse. He's about 16'3". Everyone that has come to look at him has just loved his physique and physical. He's a gorgeous horse. He's dappled out right now, looks tremendous. He's got a great book of mares that we're excited about, and he's going to have a really big chance of making it as a stallion.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Happy to be here on America's Day at the Races. Don't be shocked. Acacia turned into me, Andy Serling, but my man Anthony Stabile is still here.
Is it 11:30 in the morning? When did we go back in time? What's going on
A
here?
glorious day. It's beautiful out. It's Father's Day, and happy Father's Day to all you dads out there. And back here with you for a little while. Richie's coming up here, and we got some fun races coming up.
Yes, we do. Late pick 5 at both venues, Churchill Downs and beautiful Belmont Park. It really is a gorgeous day here today, and yeah, try and hit this late pick 5.
All we need are some winners, so we'll see what we can do about that. Race 6, head over to the winner's circle at Churchill Downs for race number 6, where the winner was Gulfstream Way. Shockingly, coming off the claim by Chris Hartman, he was able to get the winner's circle. That guy is deadly off the claim. He's now 13 for 46 with an ROI of over $3 off the claim at Churchill Downs over the last 5 years, Anthony, and got a whole 360 on him.
Perhaps more shockingly, this horse came from off the pace today. Dark Timber went right to the lead, and he was able to just mow him down the last 16th of a mile or so and get a very easy victory. First time for the Hartman barn. Now 2 big efforts in a row from Gulfstream Way, a son of gemologist.
Let's head back over to our favorite racetrack, beautiful Belmont Park, and it is. And I tell you what, Father's Day is always such a fun day here. There's a huge crowd here. I was walking in around 10:15. They were lined up to come in here. Tons of people outside, and I think besides Belmont Day, there's no day you want to have a nice day more than Father's Day.
For sure. Yeah, we always have a gigantic crowd here. It's in the mid-70s today. There's a nice breeze. Even if you're sitting in the sun, you're not going to be sweating too badly. It's a perfect
or getting
day.
Sunburned like you the other day.
Or getting sunburned like I did on Wednesday like an idiot. But yeah, beautiful day. Still time to enjoy it. And we still got 3 weeks here left at Big Sandy.
An interesting race coming up here right now where they're making Awesome Indra off the claim. And, of course, you and I have already talked about these races fairly extensively. The one out of the entry that's going to run is the number 1, Greatest Love, off the claim for Charlie Baker, Joel Rosario.
Yeah, he was named on both Rosarios, so he knew only one would run. This horse finished 3rd last time out behind Prairie Fire, who's back in here. Charlie does well with these types of claims.
The number 2, She's a Black Belt, who I'm a little bit interested in. This one's got Jose Gomez for Eduardo Jones.
You would imagine that this daughter of Jimmy Creed's going to show some speed in here. She did last time out, and she got beat a little less than 2 lengths. I know you think she ran one of the better races out of that race last time.
Violent Point, Turf to Dirt for Oscar Barrera III. Our man, Trevor McCarthy.
Jose Gomez goes to the 2, so Trevor McCarthy picks up this daughter of Violence, returns to the main track, got beat just 3 parts of a length behind repeat winners Shasta Star and Baba last time on the dirt.
Looking for 2 straight, Jose Lescano riding for Bruce Brown on Prairie Fire.
First off the claim back in just 15 days. She's 3 for 9 with a couple of seconds at Belmont and was a very fortunate winner in her last effort.
Bustin Bay, Bruce Levine off the claim on this one, Dylan Davis.
Stays in the proverbial claiming jail. Shadalamo was able to run away from her last time out when she made a little bit of a late run. Cuts back to the 6 off the 6.5 effort last time.
How exactly is Jen's Battle not the longest shot on the board in this race? Mike Luzzy riding for Oscar Barrera III, 1-2 for him.
Absolute turf horse or a wet track horse gets as bone dry a track as you're going to get. 12-1 could very easily be 52-1.
Irad Ortiz has his work cut out for him, especially if he has to serve that suspension for Mascot. Can he catch Dylan Davis? He's riding the favorite for Robbie Falcone.
Yeah, should be forward. See how fast She's a Black Belt goes early. This horse has plenty of speed. This 5-year-old changed hands an awful lot the last year and a half or so. She's a tough horse to train historically, and we'll see if Irad finds her tough to ride at 7-5.
Late pick 5, starting out with race number 6 on our 10-race card today. Well, we had a big carryover yesterday. We had nobody hitting it 2 days ago. Will we have some fireworks in this late pick 5? We'll find out as America's Day at the Races continues in just a moment.
Reach the starting gate. It's post time. Home front, the favorite comes forward. And they're into the stretch. Cold front foot to the...
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
The breeding industry is governed by one principle:
Performance determines success.
And Constitution has won!
Now he's earning his stripes by siring stars. Constitution, a natural-born leader.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, presented by ABR. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Look at that crowd in the backyard, Anthony. It's great to see so many people. I'll tell you what, things have changed here, but the backyard is really nice. It's smaller, but it's really nice.
It's great. Yeah, and the apron's full as well. Got plenty of people up in the garden terrace enjoying the fine dining here. They get to take a look at
their lunch by having to stare down at the two of us.
Imagine that. Imagine that.
Claude's having a little lunch over there as well. Great crowd here and a beautiful day. Let's talk a little bit about the horses that come out of the race where Prairie Fire got the job done. And I know you're more interested in Greatest Love in that race. It's a very oddly run race where the first quarter wasn't super fast, but an aggressive move by Mozienko kind of blew the race open here. But I think the Greatest Love is a horse you're more interested in because Charlie Baker claimed it.
Yeah, first off, the Charlie Baker claim. We see these fillies that have, at one point in her career, she was on the forward trajectory, positive trajectory, and she kind of fell on some hard times. She hasn't won since last September at Monmouth Park. And maybe that form was a little dressed up. I feel like when Charlie, and she's been in some top barns, but I feel like when Charlie reaches in for horses like this, he usually gets the best out of them, and I'm hoping that's the case in here. And she's a fantastic price of the fillies and mares you think can win this. She's 4-1 right now.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the race is going to come down. Look, most races come down to where you stand on the favorite and obviously how accurate your opinion is. I am surprised that the 7 Awesome Indra is as heavy a favor as she is. I think you and I both thought this race was at least a little more competitive than that.
Agreed. I would imagine the public feels like she is going to just get to the top in here. And is that enough? It very well could be.
It's a good point because she is the speed. I mean, she does have the best speed. Is she going to bounce back from that subpar effort last time? And she's been laid up since the claim. The 5 Buston Bay, now she's not a speed. You don't see a lot of claims for Bruce Levine. We'll take a look at her last race. She did benefit from race dynamics in here, though.
Yeah, she did, and she still, no offense, could not get the job done. She still ran well enough, but she couldn't get the job done. Shadalamo kind of took advantage of the pace coming back and had the wide trip, but they made the move together, and Shadalamo kind of just left her in the last 75 yards. That's, that's a little bit of a concern, I would think, if you want Buston Bay, who you pointed out most of the winter in the November and the January wins. She just fell into good trip after good trip, and she just has not been able to refine that dressed up form, if you will.
And even the last race, another good trip, and she's a horse. And listen, these are not the bottom level claimers, but they're not the higher level claimers. And in general, they're horses that need things to go their own way to run their best races. Most horses do. The best horses can make their own trips.
Yeah, here's Greatest Love. She looks good on the track. I mean, Charlie's horses almost always look good on the track. I don't think you can argue your point about how well Mozienko and how well she's a black belt who kind of got in each other's way last time in that June 4th race. I think it's also a very, very good sign that Greatest Love is coming back on relatively short rest. This is a filly who, for the most part, didn't. But in the one time where she came back on short rest from August 15th to September 4th, she won. A week later, her most impressive race on her card. So the short rest might be something that's good for her.
On that note, he could have run the 1 or 1A, and as you correctly pointed out, one had to scratch. Sweet Mia had ran May 13th. He could have run her back on over 5 weeks, and he's decided to bring this one back on 2 weeks. So I think that is a vote of confidence. As far as she's a black belt, I'm not in love with her chances. I understand she has a trainer that's 2 for 72 on the year, but she's a big price in here. And I felt that maybe of all the horses out of that race, in that particular race, she might have run the best race. And do want to remind people, $200 deposit match. Use the promo code MATCH200. Sign up for Naira Bets. Play through Naira Bets. Keep the money in the game. In sport racing in New York, you can play any track, anytime, anywhere through Naira Bets. And I'll be playing Naira Bets while I'm on vacation this week. I play Naira Bets whether I'm on vacation, wherever I am. It's like a Dr. Seuss, right?
Just
whether on a boat, we should do a...
Remember, just bet 20, if this week, bet $20 each day, Monday through Friday, and you'll get a $20 bonus for next weekend.
Yeah, that's a promo we're having, and I've opted into that. Thanks to that, Anthony. You sign up, do that, and if you're a minimum of $20 each day this week, you get $20 back, win or lose. It's pretty easy to do, and I know you'll be here on Wednesday night. We've got a show from 6 to 11 covering Canterbury Downs. It's big night, and those races look like a lot of fun. I mean, I know a lot of work. It's easy for me to say I don't have to do the show, I don't have to do the work, but I think they're really fun, big fields. They did a super job there.
Mystic Lake Derby night. Yeah, looking forward to it.
Great job, actually. And we're seeing the horses loading in for race number 6 as we're midway through this card, kicking off the late pick 5, a pick 5 pool that has almost $500,000 in it. Best of luck. The call of race number 6, track announcer John Imbriel.
Buston Bay moves in, waiting now for Jen's Battle and Awesome Indra. They're in the gate. And they're off. Greatest Love from the rail. Breaks on top. On the outside, it is Awesome Indra. Now moving up is She's a Black Belt. She's a Black Belt and Awesome Indra. And those two hook up. Violent Point sits off of them in third. Greatest Love down at the rail. Now being passed on the outside by Prairie Fire. And then it is Buston Bay, who is racing in 6th. And at the back of the pack is Jen's Battle in 7th. The quarter, 23 seconds. It is a battle up front. On the outside, Awesome Indra in the white blinkers. And down at the rail is She's a Black Belt. Awesome Indra with the lead. She's a Black Belt runs in 2nd. Prairie Fire is next in 3rd, followed by Greatest Love in 4th. Looking to come off the inside. At the top of the stretch now, it is Awesome Indra. The favorite has the lead through a half mile in 46 and 1/5 seconds. It is Awesome Indra in front by 3 lengths. She's a Black Belt giving chase in 2nd, followed by Greatest Love down towards the rail. It is Awesome Indra who is in command here as they come on for the finish, and it will be Awesome Indra and Rod Ortiz Jr. Greatest Love up for 2nd. She's a Black Belt was 3rd, and Buston Bay checked in 4th.
They're screaming here like it's Belmont Stakes Day.
It's amazing.
Really love it, actually. There's a lot of crowd participation, and no big surprise with the favorite in this race, Awesome Indra. And when she broke like that, stalked outside of She's a Black Belt, who did run fine to be 3rd in here, but she's a dominating winner, Anthony.
Yeah, she was able to put away She's a Black Belt on the far turn. Greatest Love was going to go through between horses on the turn, had an alter course to the inside. I don't think it was a 3-length difference, and the favorite gets the job done pretty easily to kick off the late pick 5.
Robbie Falcone is now 15 for 59, over 25% off the claim on the dirt over the last 5 years. And that's no mean feat. You think about it, he's claiming about a dozen horses a year, and he's getting the job done 25% of the time. Not easy, especially in such a competitive claiming environment.
Yeah, well, you're moving and literally shaking every time you drop a tag in drop a slip in for a horse. 6 to 5. When all was said and done today, I would imagine there's a half a dozen guys and gals in for this one today.
But meanwhile, the purse is over $55,000, so he makes over $30,000 on the purse. $7,000 left to claim. It's a profitable move, and she ran well in here, and whoever claimed her will probably do fine going forward. So good move by Robbie. Irad Ortiz gets the win, and he's trying to sneak up on Dylan Davis with a couple of wins so far today. Churchill Downs, the action continues. They have an 11-race card today. Race number 7 is coming up, and that'll be a maiden claiming race at 7 furlongs. Get some info from Paul LaDuca there. We'll head over to Churchill Downs for their late pick 5 when America's Day at the Races continues.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, presented by Naira Bets. Play through Naira Bets, Anthony. Keep the money in the game, playing through Naira Bets. How long have you been a customer of whatever iteration was Naira Bets? I know it's
from the beginning.
Got to be 80s, late 80s, 90, right around 90?
I was allowed to open an account in 95, so probably 95.
Probably,
March 31st,
probably
1995.
89 if you were allowed in 95.
Correct.
I am much older than you, as shocking as it seems to be, to believe, and the favorite Awesome Indra gets the job done here quite easily for Robbie Falcone and Irad Ortiz, a popular victory for this horse.
Yeah, popular on the tote board, popular in the winner's circle. There were about 60 people in that winner's circle just now. So
it's great to see people out here celebrating Father's Day. It really is. You know, it's really nice. It's always a good feeling out here. The people coming out, and I think racetracks around the country seem to get good crowds. A nice day for fathers to come out with the families as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
$4.70 to win and $8.80. I'm glad your horse got second. I'd have been a little annoyed at myself if I didn't have a little 7-2 if she's a black belt who finished third and finished second. Let's head over to Churchill Downs, Anthony. Churchill Downs, a couple weeks left in their meet as they will run through July 4th. They run a little 1 week less than we do before we head up to Saratoga. Horses on the track, maiden claiming race, and there are, looks like 11 of them going to post in this race. The number one, Gin and Sin. They go together, Anthony. Dennis Robertson and John Court, the ageless John Court.
Cuts back off the one-turn mile to the 7/8, also rises in class from 50 to 75.
Number two, Lady Terra. Edgar Morales riding for our man, Tom Amos.
Yeah, ran well on first dirt start last time out off the long layoff at 9-1. She's about half of that price this afternoon.
The number three is coming off a 1.5-year layoff for trainer Ben Colebrook. First time for him from your man Bill Mott. Colby Hernandez, the mount.
Yes, a high-price claiming race after a couple of special weight tries. But again, like you said, Andy, hasn't run in like in 19 months.
Shug's ex-assistant, Robbie Medina, trains the number 4, Candy Kick. It's rare you see Tyler Gasleona at double-digit odds.
She'll try the dirt for the first time. It's daughter of Candy right out of a Dynaformer mare. We'll see how she does sprinting.
Great name for a horse. Missed opportunity. Adam Baziza has the mount at 17-1.
Another one dropping, cutting back in distance, gets a pair of blinkers as well.
Number 6 looks like the 5-2 favorite, Merci Road.
Going to get a fast track for the first time. Ran well on a good course. 2 starts back. Didn't handle a slop last time. We'll see how to drop in class and dry track do for her
Cammy
chances.
Cat, the 7, off the claim for Eric Foster with Gerardo Corrales.
Claimed out of both of her starts, 2 second-place finishes, highest price of her career now, and she'll cut back from the mile and a 16th.
Long shot, the number 8, Yellow Creek Road, John Hancock and Joe Talamo.
You had to hit the board in 4 tries, bumps up from the 50 to 75,000.
Exaggerated Humor, first-time starter for Thomas Vance, Corey Lannery, another long shot.
Yeah, just 4 works on her tab. Debuts for the tag. It's Lasix for the first time as well.
Number 10, McMansion. Seen a few of those in our day. Brian Williamson trains this one, Joe Rocco Jr.
Gained some ground late in the game after a little bit of a weird start last time out. Cuts back to the 7/8.
We'll wrap it up with a drop down. I was sort of vying for favoritism. The 11 Traverse. Tom Drury gets this off the trainer change for Brian Hernandez.
Got a couple of really quick drills over the local course. This will be her first try on the dirt, having made all 3 of her prior starts on the Tapeta at Turfway Park.
I'm excited. I don't think I've gotten to do what I'm about to do yet this year. I'm going to throw it to my man, Paul LaDuca, down at Churchill Downs. Paulie, how's it going, man?
It's going well, Andy. I must say you are a multi-talented personality as well as a very, very good host, and you just don't realize it. You got to have more confidence in yourself, but doing a darn good job there back in New York. This is a really tricky race. I found it very, very difficult because when you look at the body of this field, I thought there was like, I don't know, 4 or 5 fillies that can win this race. When you look at the 2 Lady Terra, a filly by Lord Nelson, Tom had a progeny of Lord Nelson win at first asking at 30-1. And, you know, she ran a way better race in her second start, as the most young horses do. I also thought the 6, obviously, Merced Road, is got some good races to go to, hasn't been on the fast track. But her first start, she's a 4-year-old, so she'll carry 6 more pounds on the 3-year-olds in here. But her first start puts her close in this race. Cammy Cat, the 7, claimed out of the Chris Hartman barn. You really don't want to really claim out of that barn, but she ran okay at even money. They usually win at even money for Chris. Would that be my biggest probably worry about the 7? The horse I like the most is the 11 Traverse. Made an unbelievable appearance for Tommy Drury, a 3-year-old filly by Street Sense. Drops a little bit. This horse has been bet in multiple starts, and this horse is for Claiborne too. Tommy does a lot of reclamation projects for horses for Claiborne. He's done it for a lot in the past. I love the drill over the racetrack. The horse made an unbelievable appearance, and if you look at the wheel pace, I was really surprised. Merced Road is actually your favorite in the wheel pace, and the 11 Traverse is your clear second choice. So I'll go with the Tommy Drury runner on the outside.
Thanks a lot, Paul. Paul's buttering up me, Claiborne Farm. He's really got it all going on out there. I'm just trying to be slightly better than mediocre at whichever role I have to play on the show. Traverse, first time in the dirt, Anthony. It's more of a turf pedigree. That worries me.
Yeah.
Sort of a logical type horse, stranger.
Right. Me too. It worries me too, and that makes the Tapeta start to the career make a little bit more sense. I wonder if turf is in this daughter of Street Sense's future. I thought the 2 Lady Terror, I'm gonna suck up to Tom Amos a little bit. I'm going to see Tom in a few weeks, and I expect some iced coffees for our breakfast at Saratoga dalliances every morning.
Already sucking up for a little free. You can't, wait a second. You're a big deal, Anthony. You could probably get something free even without Tom.
I like when Tom pays. I like when he goes into his pocket.
I'll just take the cash instead.
Lady Terror, I thought, ran well. First time dirt, first time Lasix off the layoff last time. Let's see if she can improve. She was a square price, too. She's 9-2 right now.
I agree with what both you guys. This is a wide open race. There's a lot of different stuff going on here. A field of 11 going postward. My good friend Travis Stone, whose father's there, by the way, to celebrate Father's Day for the first time, I believe, ever. They've been at the track there on Father's Day. Travis Stone, take it away.
Waiting for Traverse. They're in the gate. And they're off. Cammy Cat broke alertly. Traverse on the far outside is racing for the lead, and Mercy Road's not far behind either as they race up the chute and come for the main track, and Mercy Road comes away with the lead. Traverse is right there racing second and challenging for that top spot, and smack dab between them is Cammy Cat, who eases off the pace now to be third. Missed opportunity toward the inside is fourth. McMansion up into fifth. Exaggerated Humor is sixth. Candy Kick is seventh. Jenninson is eighth. Why did she do that? Is ninth by 4. Lady Terra's back in 10th by another 5. And Yellow Creek Roads to trailer a dozen lengths off the lead. They whipped that quarter in 22-2. And Traverse is the leader. 3 furlongs to go. Traverse is showing the way. Cammy Cat is right there second. Missed opportunity with a blitz on the far turn. Fourth, third, second. And coming after the lead now. Traverse and Missed Opportunity head-to-head at the quarter pole. 3 lengths clear of Mercy Road, who's now third. Top of the stretch. Traverse digs in toward the rail. Missed Opportunity on the wrong lead, but fighting on. Traverse turns back that challenge. Traverse is back in front. 1 furlong to go. Missed Opportunity switch leads for a final try. 100 yards to go. Traverse in front. Missed Opportunities lifting once again. Traverse, Missed Opportunity. Traverse the winner. Missed Opportunity tried hard, settles for second. Candy Kick was third, and Lady Terra was fourth.
Nice call by Paula Duca, getting home Traverse on the outside. Brian Hernandez saving something for the stretch. Another missed opportunity for the runner-up.
Yeah, 3-1 on the winner. Missed Opportunity just came cruising up after a big move. You heard Travis in the call, wouldn't switch leads, finally did, but by that time, Traverse had done just that over enough ground to get the job done.
Turn back on Missed Opportunity, getting second there at 18-1. Tough if you had that one, but Traverse just had too much. Always nice to see our friends at Claiborne get the victory. A little 11-5 at Churchill Downs.
Yes, 11-5-4-2, I believe.
Wow. This is it for us.
This is it. Yeah.
This is it.
For a couple of weeks. I'm not going to see you for 2 weeks.
The actual, some people think I'm going on vacation. It's actually Anthony that's about to get a week and a half vacation from me. So I'm sure I'll haunt you a little bit.
Like I said on your birthday last week, I love when you go on vacation, but I like it better when you're here.
All right. Well, I look forward to seeing you when I get back, and I'm sure we'll be in touch. But thanks a lot. Had a long run. You started at 11:30. It's about 3:30 now. You've earned your pay today. Richard McLeory will be moving into that spot in just a moment, as we still have plenty of action left here on America's Day at the Races. 4 more to go here at Belmont Park. 4 more to go at Churchill Downs. Lots more to come as America's Day at the Races, the Father's Day edition, continues.
These folks, they aren't the unsung heroes, they are the heroes of our industry, and it's great to be part of an event that recognizes them for all they do for our game. Without them, we really wouldn't have the sport or the industry that we have.
So many of these people that are receiving these awards today have worked so hard, and I think they should all be very pleased to even be a nominee to this thing because they're chosen by their peers.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York breds start with an advantage. New York breds run for serious green. At Belmont and Saratoga, New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Hi there. Joey and I want to wish everybody out there a super happy Father's Day.
I wish you happy Father's Day, all the fathers there.
To all the dads out there, I'd like to say happy Father's Day. I'm a father of probably two of the best kids that I know, Paul and Holly.
Happy Father's Day. As I'm learning, there's nothing better than being a father.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, the Father's Day edition. Also Juneteenth as well, though it's being celebrated tomorrow. Tomorrow's a day off, a federal holiday. Richard Migliore, Anthony Stabile has slimmed down to Richard Migliore. Nice to have you. We were talking, I don't think you and I have ever been on the set together on the show, just the two of us.
No, just the two of us. No, we've always had some sort of a buffer.
We've needed a buffer for much of our relationship, let's be honest. Often it was your wife in different past years, but it's good to see you.
Yeah,
everything going well, and happy Father's Day to you, a father of many.
Thank you, of 4, and soon to be a grandpa.
Really?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Joe. Oh, that's really exciting.
Joseph's
Congratulations.
wife expecting, yeah.
That's great. Carmela must be especially excited about that. That's great.
Quite excited.
Well, she's been preparing for it in all her years of marriage to you, so I think things will be great.
Taking care of a child.
That is very exciting. It's a great day going forward, Richie. And where are we here? Oh, let's talk about the Spectacular Bid. And I know, Richie, I'm confident that you're with me. The Spectacular Bid might be the best horse we ever saw on the racetrack, you and I. Never saw Fager.
Tremendous horse. From sprint distances to marathon distances, he was phenomenal. And this is a real nice edition of the Stallion Stakes, the Spectacular Bid edition. Dakota Gold. The way he finished, they came home in about 11 seconds.
33 seconds the last 3 ace after going 48 and change. Almost 25 in the second quarter. Odd race.
It really was an odd race, and I know that Kendrick felt good about his chances. His horse was coming up from defeating older horses 2 in a row, surprise boss. But you could see Dakota Gold was always traveling within, calling distance of him, and they really finished, though. These are 2 nice New York breds that threw it down. And
I also thought Louis Lazanero's horse, Marinara Sauced.
Yep.
I mean, considering the pace and the second start, took advantage of a very fast-paced first time to win a maiden race. I thought that third place finish was an exceptional effort for that horse.
It was a really
not as good as these horses, but for second-time starter, I thought ran very well.
Second-time starter to face more seasoned rivals, and listen, Dakota Gold might be a very special talent. He seems like he's got that extra gear.
And I imagine Danny Gargan probably thinking about the other division that's up in Saratoga, but at some point after that, heading towards Grade Stakes. Nice to see Dean and Patty Reeves, part owners, coming here to see him run as well. Haven't seen them at Belmont in a while.
Yeah, Dean Reeves, I got to interview him right after the race, and he said, yeah, I think we're going to do the New York breds one more time before we start thinking about older company, but they're mapping out a plan, and sounds like he's really looking forward to Saratoga as well.
And they're really great fans of the game, terrific people as well, and very involved in the game, but it's nice to have seen them, because, for us, they're relative newcomers in the game, and they've really embraced it in a big way.
Well, you can just see the excitement level and how much they enjoy it, and that's what it's all about. Like, you and I get it because it's in our DNA. We were young kids when we decided, wow, we want to be a part of this amazing thing that's going on, and we still get that excitement about it. To see new people, relatively new people, that have that same kind of passion and intensity for it and how much joy it brings them. I wish we could bottle it somehow and give it a little bit to everybody.
I agree, but listen, everything isn't for everybody.
It's true.
And I think there are a lot of people out there that would love our game. I know there are. And Dean and Patty Reeves being good examples of that. And they just haven't really been exposed to it.
Right.
And we'd like to think the more we can expose people to the game, we're not going to capture everybody. Maybe we're going to capture a small percentage of the population, but there's people out there that can and will love this game, and we're hoping we can sort of bring you in, and you'll find the same love that Richie and I have had for a long, long time. And I know that you and I are similar, and that our lives are greatly enriched by our participation in horse racing. This, Richie, is a wild race. I took a shot with Danzig with the Stars. I think you can make a lot of cases in here, but of course, Chad Brown's the favorite.
Well, listen, when Chad Brown, you get Chad Brown at a price, it always surprises me when he has a horse that wins and pays a big price.
That's Buven.
Yeah, how do you ever leave the guy out? You really can't.
I agree, but the thing about both he and Tulane, who are the 5-2 and 3-1 choices, is they're coming out of non-winners of 1 races, or their victories non-winners of 1. There are a lot of hard non-winners of 2 types in here. I think this is a very, very interesting and tough spot, and a horse that comes out of a victory in a non-winners of 1 down the rail is the one Uncle Curly, and he got such a good trip last time. I struggle with this race mightily, Richie.
And understandably so. I think there's a lot of directions you can go. He's got a good inside draw, mile and 8, short run to the turn. And closers have been doing really well on the inner turf.
Yeah, the inner turf's been odd this week, and we have seen closers, despite slower paces in a lot of these races, do unusually well. The number 2, Saratoga Flash, he's another one coming off a non-winners-of-1 victory. This one for Barclay Tag, Trevor McCarthy riding.
Yeah, and he's a horse that could lay up close. I do think there's a clear-cut speed to the outside. I'm wanting to get your opinion, but I think he could work out a good trip.
Yeah, he's going to have to show he can rate and get more distance, because this horse, Bar 14, the one you're talking about, Jose Lezcano riding for Gary Siakam.
He seems like he's got one way to go, and that's to the lead. So I think he's your probably most clear-cut pace setter.
The number 4, Dancing with the Stars, he got good in Saratoga last year. Is he rounding into form at the right time? Luis Saez picks of the mount for Dama Scatino.
Well, it is his 3rd start off the layoff, and maybe now he will be tuned up for his best.
Jade's Dream, a bit of a price here, Carlos Martin and Kendrick Carmouche.
And a closing type. Again, I thought he had a little bit of trouble, lost position early last time. I think he's too big a price at 25-1.
The number 7, Quiet Out East. Is he a little better, going a little bit shorter in this race? Bruce Brown, Javier Castellano.
It sure kind of felt like that, last year in May, late May, he turned back and really kind of intensified his closing kick.
Javier has quietly been riding extremely well, I think, at this meet. Ruse is a very logical stalking type with Dylan Davis, but he's never won without the lead, Richie.
That's the problem, and I like this horse because I
So
do think he's going to get that good stalking trip, and I think he's going to get first run on real closers.
I agree with you on that. Grape Nuts Warrior, they got to go fast up front. I know the real Grape Nuts Warrior. Ira Ortiz looking for his 3rd win today for Chad Brown.
Yeah, and again, listen, he's coming off a layoff, but that's not an issue with Chad Brown runners. They
good thing,
perform
almost.
just as well off the layoff as they do with races.
No, I agree. Tulane finished ahead of Grape Nuts Warrior, though Grape Nuts Warriors were unlucky that day. Grand Motion here with Manny Franco, another rider having a great meet.
Yeah, and all of his strength in the finish is what's really been evident lately.
And KP All Systems Go. Jeffrey Engelhardt has this horse, Jose Ortiz. This one has back form, Richie. That's pretty formidable.
Really
I don't know
does.
if he's lost it, but he's got some.
And this is a New York bred finally getting to run against New York breds, bred by Vivian Malloy, Edition Farm. She's here today. She's got some horses running with Rick.
She's always, not always here, but she supports her horses incredibly well.
Amazing woman, loves the game. Her farm is absolutely beautiful. And I rode her first stake winner, Cliffy.
Cliffy, wow.
Yeah.
Kenny Neske? No.
Mike Daggett.
Mike Daggett, wow.
Yeah.
I was sort of in the right ballpark there.
Yep.
We've got the Sunday trifecta bonus here. It's a hit and split. You got to opt in over at Naira Bets. I believe it's the last 2 trifectas today, but check it out at Naira Bets. You bet them through Naira Bets, you hit them if you've opted in, and you, along with anybody else that plays it, could be a lot of people, could be nobody else. $5,000 between those races. Check it out. Grape Nuts Warrior goes out for owner Tom Coleman and Mike Doheny, and of course Tom Coleman's father is the Grape Nuts Warrior.
Really?
Yep, that's his nickname.
That's very cool. I like when we find out the meanings of some of these names.
Tom's one of the true good guys in the game, and of course he raced the damn Testarossa. Testarossi, who won the Miss Grillo here and was second in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Yeah. Chad Brown trained her?
In the beginning of Chad Brown's career, right? It wasn't that long
in
into
2013, I want to say.
Okay, so a little further along than I thought, but
he was almost Chad Brown at that point.
Again, a horse with a big closing kick. And
he's the one getting unlucky in there
he
behind
got buried
horses.
there, and then he came out. But look how he finishes once he was able to kind of come out over heels. Most horses can't do that, stop and start. So that bodes well for him.
He was very unlucky. It was one of those things you talk about, the difference between a bad ride and an unlucky ride. And Javier, it's just like every decision he made blew up in his face. And that's just the way it's going to go as a rider sometimes.
Turf racing, you want to save ground. The same thing that makes you win races can also bite you when it doesn't work out. You have to be very aware and conscious of what your live cover is. Who's going to carry you? You don't want to follow horses that notoriously stop.
How hard is it as a rider to be able to know who exactly the horses that are outside of you or in front of you?
Once you're riding every day and riding consistently, it's not hard at all. You know immediately. And it's amazing how your peripheral vision broadens. You'll be looking down the racetrack, and you might be in post 5, let's say, in a 10-horse field. You break. I know the 1 stumbled. I know the 6 got left. I know the 8 didn't, got off in a tangle. You see the range of vision is amazing. You see the entire field.
Kind of like they say with a chess player, seeing the board in your head, being able to envision everything around there. And of course, the better you see it, the better your ride's going to be. As long as you have horse.
Did you say that movie Queen's Gambit?
It's a series. It's great.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah,
Great,
I know. No, I haven't. I was thinking about Search for Bobby Fischer. Roos, we were talking about. Here's the second place finish behind the very talented Great in the Curve, speaking of Chad Brown as well, finishing ahead of bar 14. I worry, though, stalking, mile and an eighth. I think in some ways he's in the best form of anybody here, but I'm not confident.
I think you bring up a great point with the mile and an eighth. I wonder if that's just not getting past his outer limits there. He's older now. He's 4. I think he settles a touch better than he did when he was younger, so maybe that's going to help him. I kind of, looking at this race, and I'm like you, I'm a little bit confused by it. I kept going back to Roos. This was the horse that I kept settling on. But there are questions. I picked Tulane last time, going 7 furlongs off the layoff, which I thought maybe he'd be a little sharper off the bench, going 7, that it might be all right.
He ran okay that day.
He did run okay, but it was too short for him. Hate his draw. Hate the post.
I do, normally, but the way this inner's been playing this week, I think it's a little bit mitigated. Well, another member of the team. She was up here earlier. She's back downstairs now, Acacia Clement. See, I screwed it up, too. It was my first chance, Acacia, and I screwed it up.
It's all good, Andy. Usually it's not you throwing to me, so the tables have turned this afternoon. But as far as Roos does go, I think you both make some big points about him, as he's the type of horse that used to get really revved up, really rambunctious in the paddock prior to his races and would just expend a lot of energy before he even got out on the track. Now, he has matured a lot, and he's pretty settled by his standards. He's still sharp and nicely into the bridle, but he has matured, which I think does bode well for the fact that he's going a little bit more distance. I do have my concerns about the 9 furlongs for him, though. I think it's just stretching him a little bit in this spot, but I like the progression that I've seen from him, and now third off the layoff as well. The number 9, Grape Nuts Warrior, he's improved a lot coming back as a 4-year-old. He looks so fit coming back here, now making his first start of the season. And I remember last year hearing Javier Castellano say that he's a big horse, that it's really hard to kind of have him stop and start to keep his momentum going forward. He looks a lot more athletic this year coming back. So though he's your favorite in what I think is a pretty tricky race, I really have no problems with him physically, because I think that he's progressed and made that jump from 3 to 4 that you want to see. And he had a fantastic warm-up away from the pony under Irad Ortiz and really framed up so nicely. The number 9, Tulane, I really like the stretch out for him. I'm going really with just the horse that looks the best on track. He's dappled from head to toe. He has some length to his frame, which is actually not the most typical of a Cantharos runner. Sometimes they're quick, precocious, compact, and he has some stretch that maybe with some modest expectations towards the start, he's a horse that also has improved, and I think will make a better account of himself today, Andy.
Thank you so much, Acacia. She got about a 5-second break as they head into the gate. You're interested in the number 8, Roos. Acacia likes the 10, Tulane. I like the number 4, a bit of a price. Dancing with the Stars, John and Brielle with the call.
Waiting now for Jade's Dream and KP, all systems go. Set for race 7. And they're off. Good start for Grape Nuts Warrior. Now bar 14 moves up along with a Ruse. And towards the inside, Uncle Curly and Saratoga Flash. Into the clubhouse turn, the gray Uncle Curly has come away with the lead. Bar 14 right alongside Saratoga Flash and Ruse. They're together, 3rd and 4th. They've got 2.5 lengths. Grape Nuts Warrior runs in 5th. Dancing with the Stars is in 6th. On the outside is Tulane, who's running in 7th. It's 3 lengths. Back to Quiet Out East. And then it is KP, all systems go. And at the back of the pack is the trailer, Jade's Dream. The quarter went in 24 1/5 seconds. So on the inside it is bar 14, and on the outside it's Ruse, bar 14 by a half length. Ruse running in 2nd. Uncle Curly and Grape Nuts Warrior. And in between those two is Saratoga Flash. Then it's a length to Danzig with the Stars. Down at the rail running in 6th. Tulane is next in 7th, followed by Quiet Out East. KP All Systems Go. And farther back, Jade's Dream. Half mile 48 and 4. Bar 14 by a half length. Ruse on the outside in 2nd. Uncle Curly is down at the rail. Grape Nuts Warrior on the outside with Saratoga Flash midway around the turn. It is Bar 14 and Ruse. They are heads apart for the lead. Grape Nuts Warrior and Uncle Curly down at the fence. Then Saratoga Flash, followed by Danzig with the Stars and Tulane. 3/4 and 13 and 1. Here is Ruse now to strike the lead with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. It's Ruse in front. And then comes Grape Nuts Warrior, followed on the outside by Tulane and Danzig with the Stars. They're closing in here on Ruse. It is Ruse along with Tulane. Tulane got it. Tulane up in the final strides to give Manny Franco his 3rd win today.
I think it's what we worried about with Ruse. Just couldn't quite get the trip. Thought he ran exceptionally well when you consider this race basically fell apart in the late stages. But Manny Franco, I don't think you can say enough about how well he's riding, and it just seems like everything is falling into place for him.
It really is. And again, the thing that makes him stand out is his physical strength. He implores horses to find more. He really gets in a great rhythm with him, a tremendous hand ride. Ruse, the 1 1/8 hit him in the head. I think he couldn't have had a better trip, really. I mean, he got over to a good spot. He stalked. He kicked on for home. I was very happy there. He took about 70 yards out. I went, well, here comes Tulane, who I picked last time.
I think it's one of those races where Dylan did everything right, but the horse wasn't the right horse the way the race played out. You know what I mean?
I think it's very
because
fair.
it sort of fell apart. I, of course, bet the 4, who was the biggest price of anybody, at 11 to 1, and had a nice 10-4 and finished 3rd in this race. As it does feel as though Ruse held on for 2nd. Ruse is a nice horse. He always runs well. He always gets a check. But in this case, just not quite good enough at the end. I would argue, though, he did run the best race. But Tulane gets the money. Grape Nuts Warrior actually also ran very well. He was much closer than I think we expected.
He was, and then it looked like he was going to drop out of it, and then he kind of kept on. He just basically kept grinding. He stayed on, maybe a function of being a little bit fresh. Off the layoff, they kind of put him in there, and he was caught wide every step of the way. Definitely a horse you want to look back for. I want to see Ruse like a mile at Saratoga.
If he ever gets in a mile race, and I think even stalking. He doesn't, I mean, if he got the lead, he's obviously dangerous, but if he get a mile race and stalk, I agree, he'd be very tough. He's been in terrific form, but Graham Motion gets the win for Manny Franco, who's continuing to have a sensational meet. Still lots more to come here. Churchill Downs, horses are in the paddock for race number 8 at Churchill Downs. We'll take a little breather here on America's Day at the Races. Richie, Acacia, Paul, and I will be back in just a moment.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by NyraBets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with NyraBets. Get started at nyrabets.com and check out the bonuses available to all members. Manny Franco heading back to the winner's circle. I'm going to guess that Graham Motion didn't make the trip up here on Father's Day to get to the winner's circle, Richie.
Well, he was in England just a few days ago, right?
No excuse.
No excuse.
Michelle Yu was in England, and she got out of the airport and came right over here and worked here for 2 days.
And then went to California to work
she's
today.
on Santa Anita today. I don't know what, she deserves some award. Maybe it's for the most, insane person in racing, but she deserves something. And Ruse was trying to get there, but the field came there at the wire and caught him.
Yeah, it looks like he's home and cooled out at this point, doesn't it? You're inside the 8th pole. You've got a 2-length lead on a horse that's tiring, but here comes the cavalry headed by Tulane, who just finished fastest of all from the outside. Grape Nuts Warrior kind of re-rallied. Good run from your selection there. Danzig with the stars.
Yeah, I should have had this try for a little bit. The try paid good. The exact was $60 in second. It's funny. When you're in front, the stretch is long. When you're coming from behind, it just seems like it's too short. 470 and 830 starting it out. So roughly a $20 parlay for $2 in the pick 5 to start it out. I think Tulane a little better.
I'm always so impressed that you can do that kind of math in your head and come up with that. I'm so totally lost.
You risked your life riding horses, and I can add up some track numbers. They're on the track for race number 8 at Churchill Downs. I'll try to move ahead. That's Notary. Santos Sanjur riding for Ingrid Mason.
Yeah, first time gelding, and this horse 0 for 6, though, at Churchill Downs.
Number 2 is Toma Toto, Steve Asmussen, and Brian Hernandez.
Yeah, horse that's had good form at Oaklawn, should be forwardly placed with a good inside draw.
Joe Sharp has amazing numbers off the claim, especially at Churchill. Claimed this one, Untitled Chapter, Naval Aviator.
And a horse that's coming off a big effort at Churchill Downs. He doesn't even have to improve him. That makes him a contender.
Carmichael goes out for Vicky Oliver, and Rafael Bejarano's been riding very well.
Yeah, Rafael got his 500th Churchill Downs victory just the other day.
Number 5, Southern Passage, Dale Romans and Joe Talamo.
Yeah, a horse that's more of a deep closer. He'd like to see some things heat up on the front end. Speed's been good at Churchill, though, hasn't it?
Does seem like there should be horses in horse racing named nepotism. There's one here, Marianne Shearer, Florent Giroux.
And another horse that could be very much a pace player here.
Cousin Larry, Michelle Lavelle, and Gabriel Saez.
This horse had a big run at a big price last time. I think this race is tougher, but that was a good effort.
Some bigger prices towards the outside. The 8, Just Call Ray, Jeff Hiles, and Corey Lannery.
He tried turf last time, race previous to that. Just looks slow to me, even the first time gelding.
I agree. I'm surprised this horse is only 8-1. The number 9 is Dr. Nash, Michael Tomlinson, and Joe Roccos Jr.
This horse is a bigger price, and he has faster races.
I don't disagree with you. I don't know why the 8 is that short. Maybe all the guys named Ray are betting. Moondog rounds it out at a price. Tim Gleishaw and Francisco Arrieta.
Yeah, another one, big price, tough post, too, in a 2-turn race.
All right, Paul, you had a winner in the last race. The pressure is on. Can you keep it going?
Well, hopefully we can. For some more information for you on the 8, I can't understand either why the horse is 7-1. 2 bar shoes on as well for the 8. Let's focus on the 3. You were talking about Joe Sharp's runners off the claim. He had one the other day, Jelly Nugget, that actually beat Nepotism, who's another foe in here. But Naval Aviator, last time didn't break that sharply and was able to just run right by Carmichael. That's why I'm not a big fan of the 4. I think the 4 is a big fade here. A horse that's 1 for 11 last 2 years, but 1 for 17 lifetime. Had everything his own way. The worry that you have with Naval Aviator, it was only a 4-horse field. So do you want to take 2-1? When you do have the 6 Nepotism, I'm surprised the 6 is not the favorite in this race. I get it. The 2nd and 3rd place finishes are piling up. But since this colt or gelding has added blinkers, an 8th-length win, then lost to Mobster Gun, who came back to win, and Jelly Nugget, like I told you, look at what Jelly Nugget did. 108-3 and 134. Just ran Nepotism off his feet, but Nepotism was 4 lengths clear of the 3rd place finisher. So I get where the public's going because Joe has such great numbers, but I thought Nepotism was going to be ultra tough in here. And I also think the 7, Cousin Larry, who did make a big run, if the track plays toward that and we get some speed up front, I think the 7's the other horse in here. I was more 6-7. I'm not really a fan of the 3.
Not a fan of the 3. All right. I was talking about those numbers with Joe Sharp. Off the claim with dirt routers, overall the last 5 years, he's 16 for 52, 31%, 274 ROI. At Churchill Downs, he's 7 for 14 with a 561 ROI. That's almost unbelievable.
I can even do the math on that. That's 50%.
You're very smart. I mean, you've been hiding it for a long time, Richie. We'll see. Claimed off of Brad Cox. We'll see. Paulie's about the 6 and 7 in this race, and can't argue with those horses as players. We'll see how it plays out. They're heading into the gate. Travis Stone has the call.
Waiting for Southern Passage, Dr. Dash, and Moondog. They're in the gate. Southern Passage fractious, and they're off. Dr. Nash toward the far outside. Nepotism is there, so is Toma To-Do, and Carmichael splits rifles and comes on through. Into the clubhouse turn they go. Carmichael out to set the pace. Nepotism comes on to grab second. Toma To-Do settles in toward the rail. In tight while third. Dr. Nash comes away fourth. Moondog is now fifth. Just Call Ray toward the inside in sixth. Cousin Larry is out in seventh. Naval Aviator is eighth. Southern Passage ninth by 2. Notary's the trailer at the back of the pack. Heading for the backstretch run. The opening quarter goes in 24 seconds flat. Carmichael shows the way down the backstretch run, is unopposed on the front end. Nepotism and Toma To-Do are tracking second and third. 3 more lengths back to Just Call Ray, who's advanced up into fourth. Dr. Nash fifth. Cousin Larry launching a rally toward the inside, passing horses while saving ground to the far turn run. Naval Aviator is following that one. So they're on the far turn. Carmichael still the leader with 3 furlongs to go. Nepotism is poised in second. Just Call Ray's in third. Naval Aviator launching a run, and it's a wide run. 4 wide for that one. Cousin Larry saving ground fifth and toward the rail. Southern Passages catching up as well. They come for the top of the stretch. Naval Aviator with that wide sweeping move, trying to get by Just Call Ray. Just Call Ray's digging in, but here comes Naval Aviator now, drawing alongside. Nepotism third toward the rail. Down to the final 16th. Naval Aviator has taken over the lead. Just Call Ray back into second with Nepotism, and it will be Naval Aviator. The winner in the end, Nepotism re-rallied to grab second. Just Call Ray was third, and Southern Passage finished fourth.
Incredible, Richie. I mean, Tyler Gasleona, it just seems like he makes every right move there, having another fabulous meet. But Joe Sharp is now 8 for 15 off the claim and dirt routes at Churchill.
That
Wow.
really incredible stat. I mean, and you know, this horse had every right to hang a little bit. I mean, he made a long, sustained rally into the stretch. Basically didn't shake him up till inside the 16th hole to make sure he preserved the victory. This horse is now 3 for 6 with a second. All of his fast track races have been good.
No, he ran well there. The number 6 actually in this race, he was battling back Nepotism and finished second here, getting the second from the number 8. Actually in the 8, you know what? I didn't like him. Paulie didn't like him. The money was right. Just Call Ray ran very well in there. Maybe the new gelding turned his career around.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I couldn't understand it. Maybe the morning trials were good. You know, 5 furlongs, a steady 5 furlongs in a minute kind of drills that maybe the gelding got him focused.
No, he clearly ran a much improved race because it was hard for any of us to look on paper and see why he was taking any money whatsoever. Let's head back to beautiful Belmont Park as we are 14 minutes away from race number 8. An interesting race with money in the bank on the inside. Coppertown is the favorite. When Coppertown won his non-winners of 1, I don't know if you were watching Talking Horses this morning, he beat an eventual Grade 1 winner.
Who did he
Pattern
beat?
Recognition, who won the Cigar Mile, won the
Oh,
Kelso
wow.
and Cigar Mile. A couple of
Very
years later, I
interesting.
think, a year or 2 later. And here's Coppertown's last race. I picked him because Wesley Ward seems so good with these shippers, but I don't have any confidence in him. Do you think he should be favored over Money in the Bank?
No, I don't think so. I didn't see that coming, honestly.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the difference in post. He looks to get, you know, pretty much an unencumbered
I
trip
agree.
where Money in the Bank's going to have a couple things go properly.
Well, you know, there was that inquiry earlier, and I know you were paying attention, and I think that was a situation where Eric Kinsella was on a horse breaking from the rail, who had the second most speed in the race, and said he was passive. And that led to the troubles he got into. Now, this horse isn't the second fastest here, but I think Eric has to learn to get that position going forward when he has an inside post in his dirt sprint.
I think it's just a very easy thing if you put it as one of your basics of riding. Get your position going forward.
No, I agree. That should be on your tombstone, Richie, is your greatest words of wisdom. Getting your position going forward. It sounds harder than it is, but it's not. We're going to say goodbye to our friends at SNY. Thanks for joining us. A lot more to come on America's Day at the Races. Stick around.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
And they're off. Following C. Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
America's Day at the Races continues as our program, as always, is brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Here in the paddock for this 8th race, and we'll start to the outside for this paddock report with your current favorite, and that is Coppertown for Wesley Ward. Going back to my notes from 2019 for this horse, he's been around a while now at the age of 8. He used to be a very, very energetic type, maybe had some troubles in the gate, and he's a very big horse. He's not one that you would look at immediately and think that he would be a sprinter or be quick enough to be a sprinter like he is, but he's sharp but keeping it contained. As he is 8, sometimes horses, as they get up there and age a little bit, they tend to just carry a little bit more weight, but he's fit, he's strong, and he's not doing too much, which was something I was curious to see. Of course, a lot more maturity with age, but let's see if he can repeat that big effort he had at Keeneland 2 starts back. Last time out, he really just wasn't the fastest out of the gate, a little bit flat late, so I think he should build off of that. This could just be the right spot. Second off the layoff, the number 1, Money in the Bank. He does not race with a riding crop. He resents it. His rider, Eric Kinsella, climbed aboard for the first time last time, and so it's all about timing with this horse because you can't go to the crop with him in the stretch. This has just been the norm for several years for this horse, as we have the horses going around once more in the paddock before we get the call for riders up. But as far as Money in the Bank does go, timed perfectly last time out, able to run down the pace setter, and the 2 horses he beat both came back to win with strong buyer speed figures. He looks terrific once again as far as his weight and conditioning off the back of that victory. The 4 striking speed is a price, but He's a horse, and I wish that this was a little bit longer than the 6.5 furlongs. He looks like a horse that maybe wants to go a touch further, but his race for 40,000 2 starts back was beaten just a neck. He looks terrific, and he's matching up well with these. He's a long, stretchy frame type of horse, but he's sharp in here. His coat looks great. He came in with earplugs in, but he has been minding his P's and Q's. Just one that I thought underneath could potentially outrun his odds. Andy?
Thanks a lot, Acacia. Richie, they're down in the paddock for this race. Any ideas in here? Anything? I thought the 2 favorites, the 1 and 7, were so much the 2 horses here.
It really feels like that. I was a little bit interested in the 5 Al Cools. He's stepping up in class. He's a horse that's been very popular at the claim box. And he always seems to run really well with Flavien Prat. He's a horse that seems like he can be a little bit difficult to ride, and it seems like he has a handle on what the horse needs.
I worry a little bit that he's in between the other speeds. You know, Striking Speed inside him has speed. Coppertown has speed, but Flavien's an aggressive rider. It might be a good position to just sort of be aggressive here and take a shot.
You know, and it is interesting. In case you talk about Money in the Bank's a horse that the rider can't carry a crop. He really resents it. Eddie Davis trained him early in his career. Dylan Davis rode him the first time without the crop and was mad at his brother. Thought, like, you know, if I had a crop, I could have won. So he had him come out and work the horse with a crop, and the horse would not work. Basically said, no, I'm not having any of this.
I can respect this.
Yeah, so you learn about a horse, and he's a horse that can be a little tricky. He likes a fight. When he gets next to a horse, he bears down more. Eric's got to be aggressive, though, from the rail, because there's not a tremendous amount of speed in here. There's speed, but
There's speed, but not fast speeds.
Right.
And you got to get that position, or else you get shuffled out, like he did in that race earlier when there was the inquiry.
Yeah. You ideally get your spot right up in behind him. Don't give yourself a lot to do. It's easier to judge where you can go and how to get there.
Tricky spot when you have the rail, and if you're not aggressive, the race will dictate to you. You need to dictate to the race. The number 3 Naval Aviator heading the winner's circle for Joe Sharp, JKX Racing, and Tyler Gasleona, who's, I'm sure, just running away with his titles. He seems to there. And Joe Sharp, I don't know, 8 for 15 off the claim with dirt routers at Churchill.
Yeah, pretty remarkable. I mean, it probably a function, too, of just being able to scout talent. Guys have a knack, some guys, of going, you know what? I know what this horse will do well, and I want him in my barn.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's really amazing. He claimed this horse from Brad Cox, and he came by and did not miss a beat in this race, getting it done. Did very well. We got a great crowd here today. I mean, it's been really a terrific day, and I can't say enough about the fans supporting us. It was a great day here, 46,000 people. Bit of a later arriving crowd last weekend, but how great was it to see a big crowd back for the Belmont Stakes?
You know, this is one of the greatest racing venues in the world.
Agreed.
And, you know, it's the Taj Mahal of thoroughbred racing, and when the building's alive and you have that vibrancy and people, it takes it to a whole nother level.
Well, I mean, this crowd today is extremely alive. I mean, we've been hearing a lot of cheering going on, and it's fun to see. You know, we've got great fans, but Father's Day always such a fun day out here. The number 1, Money in the Bank. Will he be Money in the Bank? Eric Hansel riding for Chris Englehart.
I tell you what, he is just an honest performer. 8 for 21, lifetime with 5 seconds 2/3. Shows up, gives his best, and does it because he wants to do it. He doesn't want anybody telling him to do it.
Magnificent Chrome, Randy Persaud, and Rudy Rodriguez Castro.
Just feels like he'd have to find a race I have not seen from him yet to be competitive here.
The number 3, Warrior in Chief. He's a little interesting to me at a price, going out for Dylan Clark and Trevor McCarthy.
Well, he's got back races that are certainly good enough, and, you know, he went for a bit of a freshening after being claimed for 40, tried to flat out. That was way too tough. This is much more realistic.
Striking Speed heading by. He's one that has early speed. Jose Gomez riding for Eduardo Jones.
Eduardo Jones' horses always look good. He doesn't win a lot, but I tell you, his horses always look good.
He has a 3rd-place finish earlier in the card today. His horses have run fine. They're usually bigger prices. You like Al Cools more than I do, off the claim for Linda Rice with Flavien Prat.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's going to have to run the best he can possibly run to be competitive here, but I just thought it was interesting. His 3 runs with Flavien Prat have been so good.
Is he a bit of a wise guy, or is absentee, second off a layoff, or has he kind of lost his best? Jose Duarte and Manny Franco looking for another.
Gosh, it's just so many stops and starts in his running, and he just had absolutely no speed at all last time.
He needs to show up and do some running today. I picked Coppertown. I thought he'd be second choice. Right now he's favored, but Irad Ortiz and Wesley Ward, they take a lot of money.
I'll be honest with you, flip-flop the post positions, Money in the Bank and
I would love
Coppertown.
the one.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, Money in the
That's
Bank.
why I
to
made
me
the
would
bet.
be-
I
yeah.
agree. I was just worried the one would get in trouble. I like this this promo we're offering at Naira Bets. If you bet 5 days a week, you bet $20 or more each day this week through Naira Bets. You got to opt in at Naira Bets. I've already done it. You can do it right now. That's this week. I think we may be offering it next week as well, starting the 27th. Opt in at Naira Bets, and we will give you $20 back, win or lose, at the end of the week. Seems like the right thing to do, and we're covering those races from Canterbury. I won't be here. I'm off this week, but I'll be playing, and that's a fun card Wednesday night. Are you going to be here for that? I don't know if you make
I
it
am
for that.
on from 8:30 to 11 that night.
Nice, really.
And considering that I normally go to bed about 9:15, it should be interesting.
If there was a Ranger game on, it would have been a problem. But you would trade that for the Rangers to still be in the playoffs.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. No, it's a fun card. I've looked through it. I mean, they did a tremendous job at Canterbury Downs getting that. Getting that.
Yeah, we actually were on the night shift last year for the same card, and it was a lot of fun that night.
No, I think it rained last year.
Yeah,
I'm
it was a
hoping
rainy
that they
night.
get a good
But
weather
I picked
for
a
that.
bunch of winners that night, so I'm hoping to keep it going.
Okay, I hope so. Maggie's actually heading out there. She'll be on site for it. I'll be laying around Saratoga, probably hanging out with Sean, betting the races.
Our friend Sean Connolly.
Man has been known to bet a few dollars on a race from time to time. Money in the Bank. We've talked about him getting position. Last race, got a 94 buyer, fast race. If he is able to run this race and gets the right trip, I don't think he can possibly lose. But that's a big if.
No, I'm with you. And listen, I don't want to be too hard on Eric. I think he gave him a good ride here. And
It was a great ride.
And also, the first time you ride a horse without a crop, there's some trepidation.
Sure.
There's like a little feeling out. He'll have even more confidence in this horse this time.
I am tough on Eric. I won't deny it. One of the reasons I'm tough on him is that I think he's a very talented rider, and I think he doesn't ride to his potential way too often. Because there are times he rides extremely well.
Well, let's talk about Dylan Davis for a second. Dylan always showed ability.
But he didn't ride to it for years. And even though he won, I agree.
It was inconsistent.
He underachieved and consistent.
He could be brilliant one day and then a head scratcher the next.
He's put it all together now,
And
though.
now the consistency and the approach.
It's gotten more aggressive. And I think that has lots. And you've been preaching that to him for years. I know that.
Again, getting position going forward. Eric just needs to get more consistent because the ability is there.
I totally agree. Acacia, give us some words of wisdom on race number 8.
I will try, but a guy that has been tremendously consistent and riding in such a good groove right now is Manny Franco, who looks for his 4th on the day, and he'll be aboard the number 6 Absentee. And as Richie mentioned, he just didn't show any speed last time out. And to Manny's preparation, focus, intent, he gave this horse a big warm-up today. Took him right away from the pony, gave him a really strong gallop out there. He looks terrific physically, looks the picture of health. His coat is fantastic. Now, Andy, I heard you bring this up earlier in Talking Horses too. It feels kind of quick that they would potentially geld this horse on May 26th and then come back and run here on June 19th. Some horses recover from gelding quicker than others, and it is a relatively routine procedure, but it is also possible that he was gelded before his last start. Things like that happen, and so it is a possibility. But he looks a picture out there. I like the warm-up that Manny Franco gave him, and hopefully he can get up into the game a little bit earlier on. The 7 Coppertown, he left the pony escorted by, or left the paddock, I should say, escorted by the outrider pony. As I had mentioned, he used to be the type of horse that would get really revved up prior to his races. He's older now. He knows his job. While he was accompanied with the pony, he was sharp, but he was very, very professional. I wish that he wasn't such a short price. I begrudgingly took him in here. Just really liked what I saw from him and hoping that he breaks well and gets into a good groove from that outside post under Irad Ortiz Jr.
Thanks, Acacia. Well, we're all on board on poor Coppertown. I can't believe his price didn't go up. And the point I was making about Absentee, 3 weeks ago, they're claiming he's gelded. I don't always trust the information from out-of-town tracks. I'm a skeptical guy, as most horse players are.
No.
I trust us in New York. Yeah. You're a little skeptical yourself, Mr. Migliori. He's coming off a layoff last time. They really gelded him after he was off for 7 months. They gelded him 3 days after he ran. It's possible, but I'm skeptical.
I'm a little skeptical as well. That's a pretty quick turnaround, even though, like Kay said, it is a bit more of a routine procedure now.
We'll see. John and Brielle with the call. Race number 8.
And they're off. From the extreme outside, it is Coppertown who's going out for the lead, quickly joined by Striking Speed. Al Cools is there, three of them across. Absentee sits just off them in fourth. Money in the Bank down at the rail runs in fifth. Then Warrior in Chief and Magnificent Chrome is seventh. Striking Speed has the most speed early here and leads by a length. It is Al Cools who's giving chase in second, then the favorite Coppertown right alongside of Money in the Bank. Those two heads apart, third and fourth through a quarter in 22 and 3/5 seconds as they race around the far turn. Striking Speed by a half length. Al Cools on the outside in second, a little more than a length to Coppertown and Money in the Bank. Then we come back to Absentee and Magnificent Chrome. Warrior in Chief is now the trailer in seventh. It is Striking Speed. And on the outside, Al Cools, the half in 46 and 1. Striking Speed, Al Cools, Coppertown, three of them across. Money in the Bank is next and fourth, and we'll switch to the outside for the final eighth of a mile. It is Al Cools and Coppertown as Striking Speed drops out of it. Money in the Bank gains ground along with Magnificent Chrome. They're inside the 16th pole. Al Cools, Coppertown, the two of them fight it out to the finish. Al Cools by a head. Al Cools defeats Coppertown. The time of the race was 1:17 and 3.
Well, I think Coppertown felt the weight of the MiG, Acacia and myself in the stretch, but Al Cools, the horse that you had mentioned, I didn't like at all. He ran today. Good call, and taking he was a bad chance here off the claim for Linda Rice and Flavien Prat.
Some horses are just particular. They're a little peculiar, right? This is the fourth start on his form that Flavien Prat's ridden him, going back to April at Santa Anita of last year.
You're right, he's 4 for 4.
And he's 4 for 4 on him.
Wow.
And he's a horse that takes a ride. He got him in the game, he got him in the bridle, but when he set him down, he became that proverbial bicycle horse where he had to really pedal and get every ounce out of him. This horse just seems to really respond to Flavien.
And the number 7, Coppertown, had no excuse. Irad gave him a perfect ride, perfect
Absolutely.
position. He just wasn't able to get by Al Cools. And I'll tell you, I think Eric Hansel rode Money in the Bank well. He got position, he held position, he had a horse.
Seemed flat.
Nothing you can do about that. Eric didn't make any mistakes on him. And how Magnificent Chrome getting third in here. He's had a very good year for Randy Persaud.
It really has, and I mean a horse that I just thought was too slow to compete here. 28 to 1, he ran extremely well to be third.
I agree. Al Cools 9 to 2. Get a Magnificent Chrome in that try, and you can make some money. We've still got plenty more to come here. More racing at Churchill, more racing here. The late double at Belmont Park. Richie and Acacia and I and Paula Duca will be back in just a moment.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring, and his first runners are hitting the track. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Heading the winner's circle, hard-fought victory, and pretty incredible you bringing that up. Flavien Prat, 4 wins on this horse, 4 for 4.
Yeah, there's sometimes
Amazing.
a rider and a horse kind of mesh, and there's certain little things that horses respond to, and obviously this horse runs really well for Flavien.
Absolutely amazing. A very game victory, and Coppertown had every chance to get by him and simply couldn't get by this horse. Disappointing after Money in the Bank, no fault of Eric Cancel's. He did everything right. The horse just came up empty after that big effort last time, and the long shot getting 3rd.
It looked like Money in the Bank when he switched from the outside, like he had plenty of time to put that kick in, and he just was a little bit flat. Maybe that big effort last time, and listen, they're flesh and blood. They don't show up every time.
Right, you run a big effort. Sometimes they do come back. These are not, grade 1 stakes horses, but Outcools pays $11 even, leads a $39 exacta for $2. And adds a little bit of value there, or a little bit, I say, a price, I don't know, value to pick 5, over $100 to parlay for $2. But I think a very interesting New York Red Stake coming up, Richie.
Waiting on you to do the math. I like.
Well, it's about $110 exact, but I'm not sure exactly exact on that. Heading on the track for race number 9, I believe, at Churchill Downs. They're running 11 there today. Race number 10, by the way, is a great allowance race. And you've got a horse coming out of the first 2 legs of the Triple Crown in that race. Race number 9 down the rail, Sunny River. A nice debut for Brad Cox and Juddmonte, stretching out this one with Florent Giroux.
Yeah, it gets a tough post, though. Post 1's not an easy thing to overcome, but she really did run well on debut and made certainly look like a mile would suit her well.
First-time starter, taking no money for our friend Norm Cassidy. This is a very good 21 flat, though, at the 2-year-old sale last year. My man, Raylu Gutierrez, has the mount.
I wonder if this horse wasn't more turf meant. There's more turf pedigree here.
I agree.
Suspended turf racing at Churchill. Maybe have no other options.
I think it's a very, very interesting point. This horse has nothing but turf on the dam side. The 3 Elvisa is not supposed to be 3-1, and the 1 6-5 as they hit the wire together in the last race, which goes out for Brennan Walsh and Tyler Gasleona.
Yeah, and that was coming off the layoff. This horse has got more foundation, particularly to get the mile adds blinkers.
Jag Warrior is a long shot going out for Dale Romans and Martine Garcia. We'll skip ahead of the 5. Coco Colada. Have you ever had a Coco Colada, Richie? Tom Amos? Tom Amos must have, though. He's probably a big Coco Colada guy.
No idea what
Strikes
that
me
is.
as one. I don't know. Sounds like a drink you want to have sometime or not. Take a stand for Vicky Oliver. Something you and I have been known to do in our day.
Yeah, take a stand. Turning back from 1.25 miles, and will that intensify this horse's closing ability?
A lot of chances for Lady Commander going out for William Fires and John Court.
Yeah, gosh, the race at Oaklawn really pointed her out last time. She just really came up flat after being kind of hard-held early by John Court.
This one going out for Jack Oxley, owner Jack Oxley, for Norm Cassie and Joe Talamo.
Yeah, and showed good speed last time on a slow pace. How does it play out 1 mile?
Don't get above your raisin or something. What? I'm getting it wrong, I'm sure. Eddie Keneally, those are annoying names. The 10, let's get past that guy. The 10, Fever Dreaming, Robbie Medina and Ricardo Santana.
Yeah, Robbie Medina kind of got going here at Churchill Downs. He's having a decent meeting. This horse is going to have to improve.
Ex-assistant to Shug McGay, and finally Neck on the Nile. Ben Colebrook taking this one turf to dirt with Corey Lannery.
Yeah, and another one that I just wonder without the ability to,
It's all turf, I know.
Turf, you've got a horse that's ready, and you don't have turf racing, you tend to go ahead and run them.
Look at this. That's the way you go to the racetrack. Believe it or not, my dad and I never spent the day at Father's Day at the track together, between Travis and his dad, of course, coming from north of Saratoga, Schroon Lake, but they're together, and nice to see them together. And, of course, Travis having another sensational meet at Churchill Downs. Nice to see him and his dad, a good guy, getting together at Churchill.
I really liked it. Liked the picture, liked the tweet, and, I always find it amazing when a guy is a young guy and has a dream of being like a race caller. And not only does he get to do it, but do it at this level and get to call Kentucky Derbies. And I mean, he's got so much to be proud of, and it's been fun watching his maturation as a race caller.
No, I know it's funny. He's a legend up at Schroon Lake. Actually, I have some friends up there, and Travis is well known up there. Paul, haven't had a chance to wish you a happy Father's Day as well.
Well, thank you, Andy. I really appreciate it. I said this a little bit earlier. Here I was, a Brooklyn kid that moved out to Arizona when I was really young. So I got my horse racing experiences from Turf Paradise, and my favorite memory of my father was he gave me a $20 bill on 1986 Derby Day, and I remember I went over and played some Pac-Man, some Donkey Kong, and a little bit of Galaga, and then I went over after I spent $2 in the arcade and found a guy that was a little bit over 18 because I was only 14 at the time and put 6 across on Ali Sheba. That probably was one of my favorite days ever at the racetrack, and it only could happen from a father, even though it was probably done illegally. But we'll let that go as we head to race number 9 here. I thought a very, very good race. And by the way, happy Father's Day to everybody out here. Listen, the one Sunny River's taking a ton of money, and it's a filly by Arrogate. And I'm along with Andy. I thought the 3 and the 1, there's not much in between them. And when I look at the 3, Avisa and Sunny River. Now, Sunny River had the 10 hole. Avisa had the 7 hole when they ran last time out. Now, the 3 has speed, natural speed, but Brendan Walsh trains his horses to basically sit, a la a little bit of Chad Brown. If they just have natural speed and go, it's usually just because they have natural speed. They don't really train him that way. And when I watch her break, she has not broke sharply, but she always gets right on the bit and shows speed. So I think Brendan's going, you know what? I'm going to put the blinkers on and let's just go, Tyler. If we break out of the gate, let's try to get to the front end and maybe dictate the pace. You know, she was behind Sansone and Juju's Map. She's got some nice horses and fillies that have been behind her. Now, the one taking a ton of money, it's Brad. And when I talked to Brad earlier about this great filly, he said, listen, I'm only worried about the 1 hole that she gets out of there. She broke okay last time, but she's the biggest type filly by Arrogate out of a Tappet mare. She's bred to run all day, so the mile distance. And Andy, I'm not even going to try to pronounce the name, so I'm just going to call the 9 my favorite Raisonette. I think this horse has got actually a decent shot, has been left in both starts, made a great appearance on the racetrack. And at 27-1, you know, this horse was under 5-1 first time out, and they did pay $300,000 for this filly by Practical Joke.
My favorite Raisonette. I like that.
I don't think it's that hard. Don't get above your raisin.
What is it?
Don't get above your raisin.
Don't get above your raisin? You raisin?
You raisin. Like a poker thing. Like don't, you know.
Oh, so it's not a Raisonette. I like Paul's name much better.
I do too.
I like Paul. My favorite. I'm going with my favorite Raisonette. This horse will forever be known as my favorite Raisonette. I played a small double here with the 3. It's the number 7, the next race money supply. But I'm really looking forward to race number 10 at Churchill. But we've got the 9th coming up, and we'll go to the man whose dad's there today. One of many with dads at the racetrack with him. That's Travis Stone, the announcer at Churchill Downs.
Go Colada, Fever Dreaming and Neck on the Nile. They're in the gate, and they're off. Even beginning, Coco Colada's out there looking for the lead. Sunny River down toward the rail with Jag Warrior. Those 3 across the track in the early stages. Coco Colada up for an arrow lead. Jag Warrior runs in 2nd, and Sunny River down inside is right there on the pace in 3rd. Catch Magic in behind while 4th. Take a Stand advancing into 5th. Ivissa down inside 6th. Fever Dreaming is racing in 7th. Scent of Royalty on the move inside 8th. Don't Get Above Your Raisin is 9th. Neck on the Niles in 10th, and Lady Commander's the trailer about 10 lengths off the lead down the backstretch run. The opening quarter goes in 22-3. And Sunny River has taken the lead. In the opening half in 45-2, the pace is honest. Sunny River heading onto the far turn in control. Stretches the lead to 1.5 lengths. Jag Warriors in a full-out drive. Ivissa has made steady progress down inside. Catch Magic's putting in a run, and so too Take a Stand. So they come for the top of the stretch. Sunny River still the leader. Length and a half. Take a Stand appears on the scene at the top of the stretch and is coming after Sunny River now. These two head-in-head, 3/16 to go. Sunny River roused to a narrow lead. Take a Stand tries to get on by Sunny River, drifts out, drifts in. Take a Stand is also green, leaning on Sunny River. These two down to the wire together. Sunny River digs in. Take a Stand just could never get by. And Sunny River won it. Length in the end. Take a Stand, green and second. Scent of Royalty and Ivissa.
Well, the favorite, Sunny River, gets it done. Is Take a Stand kind of lugging in a little bit. I think there could be an inquiry here, Richie.
I thought that once Sunny River came out originally and kind of started it, we'll have to see a head-on before we can say.
Well, we're going to say goodbye at FS2. We're going to head over to FS1, but turn on over to FS1. We'll see if there's an inquiry at Churchill Downs. Much more action to come as America's Day at the Races will continue on FS1.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Makoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Makoma, the one to catch. Makoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 quarter. Makoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Makoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Who are you betting on? How about a knot created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big cap. It's known agenda for St. Tobias Stable.
Race after race, scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York breds start with an advantage. New York breds run for serious green. At Belmont and Saratoga, New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Welcome to America's Day at the Races as we are back on FS1. We want to welcome the viewers on FS1 to beautiful Belmont Park. A happy Father's Day to everybody here, including my co-worker here on the desk, Richard Migliori, father of quite a few and soon-to-be grandfather.
Yeah, really excited about that, and it's fun. Heard from all of my children today, so
Nice.
I'm very happy, and be heading home to the farm tonight.
Excellent. Glad to hear it. Keisha Clement is here with us as well. Paul LeDuc is at Churchill Downs, where they just ran their 9th race. We've still got 2 races to go here in a glorious afternoon, and it's the Cupicoy's Joy, celebrating a New York bred that won the... She was in New York, was she?
Oh,
she
yeah.
was a New York bred, ran
She
for...
was a New York bred.
Trainer Alfredo Callejas, and...
yeah.
She won the Mother Goose. She ran in the Preakness. She was an
Won
incredible
the
filly.
Acorn 12 days later, won the Mother Goose, and then was second to Christmas Pass in the coaching club going a mile and a half.
She could have won. She beat Christmas Pass and Mother Goose, and she ran
A
second.
mile and a
Wow.
half was like really far for her.
She was a tremendous, tremendous
She had run in the
racehorse.
Kentucky Derby before that.
Well, it was all about getting a table, I believe. I think that's part of the story. The number 11, not a surprise. Is it ever a surprise? It's a surprise when Chad Brown isn't favored, Richie. And this one, a maiden, Robin and Eli, coming off a bit of a layoff. I agree. I think she is one of the horses to beat.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, just because she's a maiden, she ran 2 winning races. She just didn't get it done.
Keisha, there's a lot to unpack down in the paddock. help us out.
There is indeed, and we'll go quickly through just a couple of the intriguing horses in here, some new faces, starting with the number 12, Morning Matcha, who we've seen run in New York a couple times, and she is a Pennsylvania bred, but she's sired by Central Banker, making her eligible for this race. She's a fresh face in that we haven't seen her run on the turf ever before. She looks like a turf horse. She has a flatter hoof to her, those slacker pasterns. She's big. She's got a lot of length to her frame. She's been running longer races, and that is one thing. She looks like the type of filly that prefers more ground, but she does come out of facing very tough company in the Black-Eyed Susan and Gazelle. The dam was 0 for 5 on the grass, but the second dam had 9 in the money finishes with 3 wins of her 17 starts on turf, and Central Bankers can handle it. Another kind of interesting new face is the 3, How Do You Make Your Money, who comes in from up at Woodbine in her last start. Unfortunately, I didn't see her in her lone Gulfstream start, so my first time laying eyes on her. She's a smaller, handier type of filly by Freud, who we know are so proficient on this New York turf course sprinting, but she also looks like she should prefer running on the grass. Last time out, she was a little bit wide throughout. She did kind of kick in late when going the 6 furlongs. Physically, I think the 7/8 is probably the distance that will hit her right between the eyes, and she too comes out of facing some very tough competition on a multitude of surfaces. Andy?
Thanks so much, Acacia. A lot going on in this race, and of course, these are for horses that were sired by stallions standing in New York. Cupicoy's Joy, we talked about her. I mean, look at that field. What's there, 12 or 13 horses in there? And she's beating a very good horse in Cynthia Phipps' Christmas Past.
Yeah, and you got Angel Santiago on Cupicoy's Joy. He was so strong. His nickname was Yuki, and what a hand ride he had. And he's got a Cinto Vasquez on Christmas Pass to his inside. Wow, that's a throwback. I'm sure I was in the jocks from that day.
Yeah, no, I love watching these races. You see him on that big turn at Belmont, turning for home. Wait a second. Oh, yeah, that's Belmont, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting. The Ruffian's Mother Goose was run at Aqueduct, and they still had the 2 turf courses before they took it out to put the inner in.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, no, it's,
this is when you had the Belmont balcony move. Horses were better off being wide, you know?
Oh, yeah. I love the Belmont balcony. And the Mother Goose, I mean, I don't know if there's a race in this country with a more storied history. The one Royal Dancer, Kendra Carmouche, is riding for Michelle Nevin.
I thought she improved from her first start to her second start. Turns back an 1/8 of a mile. Should be forwardly placed.
Number 2, Dream Central. Another maiden. These are 2 maidens going out for trainer for Gary Siaka.
Yeah, and this one just feels like she just has to get faster.
Yeah, I agree with that. The 3 who I like, How Do You Make Your Money, gets back on the turf for Mike Trombetta.
Yeah, kind of a rude question. How did you make your money? But
I don't have any money, so there's no. Somebody has to ask me. They asked me how I lost my money, actually. The number 4 is Galaxina, trying the turf for the first time. A very talented dirt runner, Trevor McCarthy, riding for Jimmy Bond.
Worked on the turf. Trevor thought she worked well on it. Now we'll see if that translates to the afternoon. A lot of times horses will work good on it because they're in hand the first part of their work. They kind of get balanced out.
The 5, Chijeko. This one coming off a maiden win 2 back on the turf for Christophe Clement.
I like her getting back on the turf. I like that she's been training up in Saratoga. Miguel Clement does a real good job for his father up there.
Number 6, an MTO is Scratch. Liberty Flame, another trying the turf for the first time. Could have speed for Pat Quick and Dylan Davis.
Well, has sprint speed and adds blinkers. You got to think she's a part of the pace.
The number 8 is Half Birthday for Tom Morley.
Yeah.
Castellano.
Feels like she's another one that would have to improve, but Tom's been having a really good meet.
Pair of runners for Rick Schosberg, who helped us out in the show yesterday. 9 Silk and Dollar passed by with Luis Saez. Flavian Pratt on Shinful, coming off 2 maiden efforts, but still a maiden.
Yeah, bred by Mrs. Malloy, her Edition Farm, a horse that was a graded stakes winner in Japan. She brought back to stand here in the state of New York.
Yeah, had a winner here the other day, a first-time star. Robin and Eli off the layoff. This maiden for Chad Brown and Manny Franco.
I tell you what, I like the 7 furlongs for this horse. I think that could be like the perfect distance.
I agree with that. Morning Matcha, who is probably the most talented horse in the race, but on the dirt. There is a little bit of turf pedigree. 5-1's not a bad price in this runner.
No, because she has faced much better. Look at the races she's coming out of. If her form can translate to the turf at all, she does have 1 race on synthetic that was decent. It's not turf, but sometimes it's an indication that they will handle turf.
I agree. We still have a couple of races to go at each track. We've got the Coopercoy's Joy here, the 10th race as well, the late double. We're fast and firm, Churchill Downs. Race number 10 is coming up, and that is an amazing allowance race. The non-winners of one, looking forward to that, including horse that ran the first 2 legs of the Triple Crown. Want to let people know that you head over to Naira Bets. Use that promo code MATCH200. Sign up for Naira Bets, play any track, anywhere, at any time. We will match for $200 of your initial deposit. Many great features in Naira Bets, great promotions to be offered, and you're playing through Naira. You're supporting racing in New York, and Richie, you and I are supporting racing in New York. And New York racing has supported us pretty well, too.
I was going to say, it's a two-sided coin
It's been a good two-way street for us. Acacia Clement with more.
I'm pleased to be joined by trainer Butch Reed, who does send out Morning Matcha here to the outside. And this is a filly, we just watched her warm up. She was getting over the track beautifully, but she's trying the turf for the first time. Butch, what do you think that she'll do as she gets on the grass?
Well, it's kind of interesting. I'm about as unknowing as everybody else is wondering on that kind of a thing because you never even got to work on the grass. But, I mean, she's got some pedigree for it, and she moves a big, long-legged filly, so I think she'll handle it just fine.
Given the fact that she's by Central Banker, making her eligible for this race, how special is it for horsemen to have opportunity to run in races like this?
It's really great. In fact, when I bought her, I bought her because she's a Pennsylvania bred. I did not even realize that we're New York Stallion, so it's just been an added bonus, and it's really handy.
She's faced some really nice fillies running in the Black-Eyed Susan, the Gazelle. What have you learned from her as she's been in some deep waters?
Well, she closes every time. She's a very honest filly, gives it a hard effort. And I'm hoping today with a little bit less kickback, she won't be quite as far back as she's been in some of those other races. So Irad's going to have to work out the trip, of course, but he's the best, so I'm sure he will.
We look forward to seeing her. Thanks for your time and best of luck.
All right, great. Thank you.
Trainer Butch Reed sending out Morning Matcha, and we'll learn some more about her today, Andy.
Thanks, Acacia, and thanks to Butch as well. All the other horses in this race were bred in New York, yet Morning Matcha was bred in Pennsylvania. How is that allowed in this race, Richie?
Well, this is a race for horses by New York Stallions. Stallions that stand. Their home base is in the state of New York. So obviously, Morning Matcha was sent to Central Banker. She was, her dam, Home Ice, was sent to Central Banker. She was conceived in the state of New York, but she was foaled in the state of Pennsylvania. So officially, she's a Pennsylvania bred, but she's by a New York-based stallion. You can have horses that are New York breds not eligible for this race because they're by stallions in Kentucky or Maryland or some other state.
Foaling state is where you're bred, where you're dropped.
Exactly, is where you're bred. Now, I won some stallion stakes on a very good filly named Jersey Girl, who is technically a New Jersey bred. For Todd Pletcher, she was a Grade 1 winner. She was eligible for Stallion Stakes. I didn't think she could lose Jersey Girl when I rode her in the Stallion Stakes at Aqueduct unless I fell off.
And
so I sat on her back leaving the gate. I saw Jacinto Vasquez do it on a really good horse of David Whiteley's years ago. And I asked him why he sat down there. He says, well, the only way I could lose is if she stumbled out of the gate and I fell off. So if I sit on her back and she stumbles, I know I can stay in the middle of her. I did that with Jersey Girl. She won by 8 lengths for
great.
Years. That's the only concern I had.
That's really great. She was, of course, Todd Pletcher's first Grade 1 winner. I'm going to give you a trivia question. Who's the best New Jersey bred you can remember?
Wow.
Well, she won. She may have been disqualified in the coaching club. I know she finished first.
I'm not going to come up with
Open Mind.
That's right.
Open Mind for Dwayne Lucas.
Open Mind.
Acacia, not a Jersey bred. You're a Connecticut bred, I believe.
I am indeed born and raised in Connecticut, born in Bristol, Connecticut, in fact. As we'll take a quick look at the number 11, Robin and Eli, who does come back off the layoff for Chad Brown. From notes on her debut, she's very big and maybe just hadn't really kind of filled into herself or caught up to her legs last year. I don't think that she's grown anymore, which is a good thing coming back now as a 3-year-old, but she has actually filled out some, and it seems like she's kind of filled into her frame, I should say. She is still a maiden technically, but she's run very, very well. And watching that last race back, going a mile and a 16th, it just struck me as the fact that despite that she's so big, she probably doesn't want that far. I think the 7 furlongs and elongated sprint should really suit her quite well. She looked really, really well muscled, really fit coming back. No qualms with her off the layoff, as she is your co-favorite at 4-1. In fact, 3 horses 4-1. This is a very competitive race, and you could make a case for a lot. Looking forward to this rendition of the Coopercoy's Joy, Andy.
Thanks so much, Acacia. Yeah, this is a fun race. I enjoy these races. We saw some good performance in the boys, but this is a more wide open race.
I think this is very wide open. I landed on the 12 Morning Matcha because she won me over in the warm-up. Now, I don't know if that's going to translate to turf, but gosh, she couldn't look better on the racetrack.
She's a nice filly. She really is. I mean, and if she does transfer her form to turf, she's going to be hard to beat, but it's a big if. 4-1, not a bad price on her, though. Sometimes they're a little bit short, and you don't want to risk it. Not an unfair price. John Imbrial, he has the job to call these 11 fillies coming out of the gate in the Cubicoy's Joy.
Waiting now on number 12, Morning Matcha. Morning Matcha steps up, and we are set for race 9. And they're off. There is Shinful going for the lead. Royal Dancer from the rail. Royal Dancer and Shinful, and they are right together. Galaxina is next in third, and on the outside, Liberty Flame runs in fourth. How do you make your money down at the rail, running in fifth? Shigeko is next in sixth. Dream Central advances at the rail from seventh. On the outside is Silken Dollar, who is running in eighth. As they move along here, it is Half Birthday who is next in ninth, followed by Robin and Eli in 10th. And Morning Matcha is at the back. The quarter went in 22-1. Royal Dancer from the rail leads Shinful here. It is Royal Dancer 3/4 of a length. Shinful is next in second, 2.5 lengths to Galaxina, along with Liberty Flame. They're together third and fourth. Dream Central is down on the inside and in fifth. The gray, Silken Dollar on the outside in sixth as Robin and Eli gains ground now in between horses from seventh. Morning Matcha is on the far outside. And then how do you make your money? The half in 45-2. And it is Royal Dancer who has quickly opened up here on the field. Royal Dancer's in front. Robin and Eli has now moved into second. It is Royal Dancer trying to hold off the late charge here of Robin and Eli. Dream Central is right there. It is Royal Dancer on the outside. Robin and Eli splitting horses is Dream Central, and Dream Central has won it. Dream Central by a neck. Robin and Eli was second. Royal Dancer finished third. Dream Central 39-1.
This horse might have been an underlay at 39-1. Richie, Dream Central and Jose Lescano saving ground, splitting horses. The one Royal Dancer looked to be running away. Here came Robin and Eli, but the 39-1, the long shot parade continues here at Belmont this week, Richie.
I honestly couldn't have come up with this horse. Sensational ride from Jose Lescano. You can see Manny Franco trying to close the door here, keep him stuffed in behind the one-horse Royal Dancer, and he was able to muscle his way in between horses. Manny just couldn't quite get there fast enough to close the door. But wow, big price. I could have never foreseen this coming.
No, this is, I mean, I'm going to be honest. And happy for Eddie F's Racing. They got the lobster rolls up in Saratoga at the old Pink Store over on the west side. And just a huge win for them. And Gary Siaka, the longest shot on the board at 39-1. And I got to think, even though he's seen some logical results, we'll probably be looking at a carryover. At least there'll be carryover possibilities. A lot of horses in the pick six. Getting it done, Jose Lescano, terrific ride on this horse. Royal Dancer tried to sneak off at 12-1. A little bit of a hang there from Robin and Eli, too.
It was, but I tell you what, Jose Lescano did an amazing job of threading that needle. It's a fine line, but you can't bump that horse to make sure you secure your room. You've got to put your shoulder on him and do it subtly. It was a tightrope he walked, and he walked it perfectly.
And the number 3, how do you make your money, wasn't holding her position. I can't blame Jose Ortiz, but just sort of fell back towards the back of the pack and re-rallied, but just didn't have enough. Interesting running in this race and a very improbable winner, but we hope you had this horse. Good luck if you're alive in any multi-races. Much more to come on America's Day at the Races. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by our friends at Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. And welcome to the winner's circle for the number 2. The number 2 in race number 9 at a monster price. That's Dream Central. Gary Siaka with a big win. Jose Lezcano and Eddie F's Racing. $81.50, Richie. Exacta, $320 for $1. Got one of the favorites finishing second. You get that Exacta, the try. Over $5,300 for $2. Keisha Clement with a special guest, the winning trainer, Gary Siaka.
A very special guest indeed, Andy. Gary, I could hear you rooting this filly home. What a performance. So game from Dream Central.
It was dead game, especially when they turned for home. She got the perfect trip down the inside, and she got a little pressure on the outside. She was just a game fighter today.
She ran really well, 2 starts back. She's now 3rd off the layoff. What have you been seeing from her coming into this race?
Just coming around good, but her owner, Eddie Fazone, really wanted this 2 months ago. So for him, it was great.
Had the opportunity to get the win in here with Dream Central, a horse that's continued to progress. And did you know that she had that performance in her today?
You know what? Really didn't, but she was training well. She kept getting better and better and better, so I'm very pleased with her.
She was game today. Congratulations on the big win.
Thank you so much.
Trainer Gary Siaka, you might have heard him upstairs, Andy, rooting the filly home in the stretch.
You can usually hear Gary if he's rooting from just about anywhere you are at Belmont Park.
Long history, Gary rode winners going back from when he first started riding. I know Gary when he was a groom for Alfieri.
Is that right? Alfieri, wow.
Yeah.
You're digging deep for that.
I've been on the racetrack for a long time.
Yeah, you are a very old man, actually. You're doing pretty well for yourself, Richie. But a nice win for Gary. Congratulations for the connections of that horse. An exciting race to Cupicoy's Joy. We've got an interesting follow-along here because we said the parlay was about $110, and now suddenly it's about $4,500. So things have blown up quite a bit. And actually, I can take a look, and I'm going to take a look at some of these will pays in the last race and see what we're looking at with the pick 5, first of all. The lowest payout in the pick 5 appears to be $13,000 for 50 cents with the 7 Brennan's War. All you need is the 1 bomb, right? I mean, the parlay's still just a little over $1,000 for 50 cents, and you're getting a huge price. Pick 6, I got to think we're looking at, look at this. Everybody's covered the pick 6, and somebody's got an all, because every single horse is covered for $60,000. Somebody has an all.
Wow.
Somebody
so
go
someone
all,
is going to hit.
must have gone all in the last 2 legs, yeah.
Wow.
And I got to think it's the same person, because you would think there would be doubled up tickets, because somebody's not going to have.
This was a kind of race where you could understand someone going all, right? I mean,
well, I can never understand anybody going all because I don't believe in
but
alls.
you never under any circumstances.
I'll
would
play
do
an
that.
all in a superfecta if I'm trying to get a long shot in 3rd or 4th.
Okay, all right.
I'll use a 1-rung all, maybe 3rd or 4th if I have
I
the horse
see.
3rd. But no, I don't believe in alls. It's a complicated conversation.
Okay.
The last race I could see all. I couldn't use that last winner on an all.
All right,
So we'll
fair
see.
enough. I couldn't see it coming either.
Great race coming up at Churchill Downs, an allowance race and non-winners of 1. We'll take a quick break, but we'll be back with much more action, including race number 10 at Churchill Downs and more from Paula Duca in Louisville.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign won the Peter Pan.
Anybody going? 70, 50, 75, 850, 75, 175, 175, 150, 175. Ralph, 850,000. Thank you.
Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th hole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. Won by 2 lengths.
850,000. Thank you.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by our good friend Run Happy. Run Happy, raced medication-free, stands in stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm, and somewhere hidden, I have much more about Run Happy. Field of 12 heading to post. The scratch of the horse might have been favored, the 11 Congressman, but that allows Happy Jack to get in. A horse who raced for trainer Doug O'Neill in both the Preakness and the Kentucky Derby. But the horse who's favored right now, Money Supply, he ran behind Creative Minister. He may appreciate the return to one turn. We'll look at this field that starts out with a big long shot in the inside. It's a big price, but he's amicable.
He's amicable.
Charlie Livers, not familiar with these connections, and J.D. Ramos, the mount.
No, this horse has been toiling against Indiana breds. He's taken on much tougher here.
He's found him. He just went from 47 to 39. Somebody took a shot. Good luck. Second-time starter Open Road, the number 2 for Brad Cox, an impressive debut winner. Ricardo Santana with the mount.
Was impressive and very professional on debut. Makes that natural progression. 1 going 6.5, now try 7.
Dropping down the Pat Day Mile, Tejano Twist, Brett Calhoun, and Adam Beskiza.
Yeah, it was basically eliminated in the Pat Day Mile, which was already a tall task and has run well in this condition in the past.
Number 4, Peaceful Waters, coming off a bit of a layoff for Al Stahl. This is Colby Hernandez.
Well, a horse that has some speed. I think he'll appreciate the turn back. He did break his maiden going longer, but he looks like a sprinter physically.
Raymond, coming out for Steve Asmussen's Stone Street. Julian Leperoux with the mount.
Yeah, Julian getting some of the Steve Asmussen play. It seems like there's been like an open casting call with Steve to who's going to be his next first call rider.
Michael Dubb is everywhere. Off the claim with this one for Mike Maker and Joe Talamu. That's the 6, Pray for Peace.
Yeah, big effort last time for 50, going 6 furlongs. Should be well placed.
The favorite Money Supply, Chad Brown, David Cohen with the mount. Doesn't mind a lot for Chad.
Yeah, David Cohen getting an opportunity for arguably the best stable in North America.
The number 8, Blue Kentucky, Jason Barkley off the claim, Jimmy Graham.
Yeah, a horse that comes out of the same race with Pray for Peace was no match for that one after breaking a touch slow.
This horse, the 9, clearly owned by Richie's neighbor, my crazy neighbor, Ian Wilkes and Corey Lannery.
Horse won first time out, which is unusual for an Ian Wilkes runner. He kind of gets a horse into racing, and they improve with racing. Be interesting to see. He must have a lot of precocity.
Mean Jakey, Steve Asmussen, Brian Hernandez riding a lot for Steve.
Yeah, another one that's kind of adding to the pace in this affair.
Big price, huh?
Big price.
Don't see Steve at that kind of price. The 12 is Osborne, Ron McQuett, and Florent. We haven't seen him yet. They're trying to find him. He's hiding. He's probably with Paul. Talking to Paul. There he is. There he is. Florent Giroux has the mount.
Yeah, major player here. So horse well drawn outside and has run well at Churchill Downs.
You get a little class relief coming out of 5 grade stakes, including 2 Triple Crown races, Happy Jack and Doug O'Neill, but you find yourself in a very, very salty non-winners of 1.
I feel like this horse has taken most of that money because of the company lines, right? You see Kentucky Derby, you see Preakness, but even when he was stakes place in the Santa Anita Derby, the San Felipe, he's in another area code. I mean, he's really not competitive.
I'm with you. I'm curious to hear what our friend Paul LaDuca thinks of this very interesting race at Money Supply, or do you have some other ideas, Paul?
No, Andy, I do think Money Supply is the horse to beat, and I'm with both of you guys, and I think the outside draw for Happy Jack's even worse. I mean, because he's going to have to break out. He might break out towards some empty space, and to draw way outside, he's going to have to drop in, and I understand he's coming out of longer races, and he's going to have to launch from way out of here. When you look at the other horses in this field, obviously the 2 open road for Brad Cox, right? It's just Brad and it's Ricardo Santana, and they just win races. So his horses are going to take money. I don't like a horse really that is facing multiple winners. When you look at a price horse, the 3 Tejano Twist, without that last break, and you could throw out the wet fast racetrack, this horse has races that can win this race. You're getting 11-1. Money Supply, listen, he's really done nothing wrong. He was behind Surfer Dude, 2 back, and you see Osborne, and that's when I get to the 12. I do think this race is 7-12. I'm a little, I can't understand why the 12 is a bigger price than the 13. If you look at Osborne behind Surfer Dude, got left in the gate again. Those were 2 races over a wet fast racetrack. This horse won a race here at Churchill last year in November, went to the Springboard Mile, which is a very tough race to run in usually, and it's usually a pretty good race, and ran a good race at Remington as a 2-year-old. Came back to run second against Surfer Dude. I just love the price on the 12. I do not like the price on the 13, but the race does go through Chad Brown and the 7.
Thanks, Paul, and I agree with Paul in this race. I agree with him on Money Supply. It was the horse to beat, and I'll let go appreciate a little less distance around one turn. He just didn't finish last time, but I think Osborne is very much the interesting horse in here. 5-1 is a very fair price.
I agree with you guys. I think this horse is going to be well placed from the outside. He's faced better. He's run well at Churchill in all 3 starts. I don't understand Happy Jack at all, honestly. I guess people just get caught up with the fact that he's running the classics. But again, did he run well enough to really?
No, I think it's what we call stake-faced, and he's aggressively stake-faced, right? He's running these huge races, but he hasn't really done that much running. He hasn't run terribly, but he hasn't done that much running, and I think he's getting bet because of the company he's kept more than the races he's run.
Yeah, I guess so. The one thing we could say, the one race he did run sprinting, his maiden race, he won, and then he went, got thrown right into the deep end of the ocean.
Yeah, he's obviously faced much better horses in here. But the other thing I think it's fair to ask yourself is, he's had a pretty tough campaign. I mean, it's only a week after the Belmont Stakes, and people talk about the, running in all 3 Triple Crown races. Well, he's gone, 2 weeks and 4 weeks. So it's not as though this horse is getting a break and coming back a little bit later.
Also, it does something to horses when they're overmatched and they run as hard as they can, and basically they just get dirt thrown at them and they get beat up, and they kind of give up. It's a phenomenon I've seen time and time again when you overmatch horses. When horses are able to win and win with something left and enjoy it, and they improve, they get better. When horses got to go to the bottom of the well and come up with nothing.
Time and again.
Time and again.
In long races like that. I've talked to Chad Brown about the exact same thing. I know, he won second in the Champagne and won the Breeders' Cup with Good Magic of Maiden. But as he said, it takes a very good horse. You have to be careful. Because if you do it with the wrong horse, they get discouraged, and it just sort of ruins them.
See, I always like to use boxing analogies.
I've noticed.
You overmatch boxers, and they shrink from it. But if you build them up physically and mentally and incrementally, they'll achieve their best. They'll fulfill their promise.
There's a reason there's an argument for giving a horse a chance to find himself as opposed to throwing him to the wolves. He might run once against the wolves, but it might catch up to him as well and give him a little time. And it sometimes pays off. Terrific race coming up. Money Supply, the 7, is the favorite. Race number 10 from Churchill. Let's get the call from Travis Stone.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Mean Jakey, My Crazy Neighbor, Blue Kentucky, Pray for Peace, Raymond, all of them showing some early speed. Up the chute they go, they cross over, and it will be Raymond who grabs a narrow lead, very narrow indeed. Plenty of horses looking for that lead. Mean Jakey is there. Peaceful Waters down toward the rail. Pray for Peace and Happy Jack on the far outside. Money Supply finds a cozy spot toward the rail, advancing inside while 6th. My Crazy Neighbor back into 7th. Osborne is 8th. Open Road 9th. Blue Kentucky 10th. Tejano Twist is 11th early, and Long Shot Amicable, the trailer, to the far turn. Another long shot leads them. Peaceful Waters steps out to a 2-length advantage on the far turn. Peaceful Waters in front through an opening quarter in just 22 and 4. Now it's 3. Peaceful Waters dashes away from the field, heading for the quarter pole. Happy Jack comes on to grab second. Raymond's under pressure. Mean Jakey is too. Money Supplies buried down toward the rail. Osborne, Pray for Peace, top of the stretch. Peaceful Waters on the wrong lead, trying to hang in there and tough it out. 3-length lead furlong to go. Happy Jack on the wrong lead, closing in. Osborne finding stride late in the game. Peaceful Waters still there. Here comes Osborne, Happy Jack, Tejano twist down the center. Happy Jack and Osborne. Happy Jack got it. Happy Jack beat him to the wire. Osborne, Peaceful Waters, Tejano twist, and Money Supply.
Well, the Mig and I got Happy Jack in the winner's circle, and you couldn't have got a better ride from Rafael Bejarano as he outgames Osborne. The horse that Paulie and I were interested in Rice. This was a horrifically bad ride by David Cohen on the favorite, Money Supply.
It just never really got in a position where the horse was comfortable and kind of got buried in behind the dirt, and he's always pecking and searching for room, and actually finished with some interest. I think a horse that you need to follow back. Listen, I always question when horses are consistently overmatched, how it affects them. Happy Jack obviously gotten in a much easier spot and delivered, has ability, came down the stretch on his wrong lead and was able to out-finish Osborne, who had every opportunity to turn from him. I thought he was
I thought Osborne was gin too. I agree. I was annoyed that I hadn't been able to win. I just boxed from the exacta with Money Supply in this race. But turns out that the class told with Happy Jack, and Rafael Bejarano gets the money with him, who's been having a very good meet. Money Supply deserved a better ride. Really was not a good ride. Race number 10 coming up at Belmont Park. They are exiting the paddock. An interesting race here, and the favorite is Martinez at 3-1 right now. Is he coming? No, he's not. He's up. Right, back to Mike Maselli, who's back from the suspension. Heading out the racetrack. I'm interested in a long shot near Moon Hunter. Maybe we'll talk about him for a moment as they're heading out. And you mentioned John Velasquez rode the first race, stuck around for the last. A first-time starter, Steerage, taking a little money for Ray Handel. This is the first fall from this dam.
Yeah, but out of a sire, an Australian horse that gets 24% with turf sprint runners.
The number 2 is Relate, off a private, or I think a purchase, an auction, maybe a horse for racing age. Mike Maker and Jordan Wyckoff have this horse. There's good pedigree in the second dam. Sorry, yes. The 3, Secret Sanctuary, Bob Caceres and Javier Castellano.
Gets a makeover, gets blinkers, returns as a gelding. Hasn't been seen since last December.
The 4, a big long shot here, unlikely. But like everyone, covering the pick 6 at 31-1.
Wow. I mean,
bad value if this one wins.
Yes, yeah, there you go.
And number 5, a firster, Mucho Macho Comet, Jimmy Ryerson, and Kendrick Harmouche, Generasios.
Yeah, I didn't see a tremendous amount of turf pedigree here, though.
No, not. You'd expect them with a horse from Patty Generasio to have some pedigree. Martinez, we'll see if he can get back on track, or Joel Rosario riding for Mike Maselli.
Yeah, listen, you get the best turf sprint rider in the world as far as I'm concerned, and this horse is very competitive.
Brennan's War, we'll see. I don't think he has the speed to be in front like he was last time. Jose Lezcano looking to wrap up the late double.
He got real happy on the lead last time. Only time he sprinted on the turf. Can he follow it up?
Got to go again. Leader Giamatti trains. Moon Hunter, John Velasquez riding for Michelle Hemingway. Big pedigree on this horse.
You get a Hall of Famer, John Velasquez, rode the first race and stuck around all the way to the 10th with no mounts in between.
Amazing. He knows he wants to get it home for me. The 10, Crypto Causeway, a firster, Bonnie Lucas, and Trevor McCarthy.
The board's not really giving us any confidence that this horse has been showing any dazzling moves in the morning.
It's like Slugo coming off a little freshening from Michelle Nevin. Not much turf pedigree on this one.
No, not unless you think Big Brown could make a difference there.
I think Joshua is logical. He didn't have a very good trip. He didn't run a great race, but he ran it fairly well for Robbie Falcone and Manny Franco in his turf race. Manny was just unlucky. It wasn't Manny's fault.
No, well, here's a horse that's had a little bit of trouble getting out of the gate. Actually, you know, I'm not a fan of outside posts and turf racing. For a horse like this, it's probably a good thing.
You know, right. Look at how he gets left a little bit. Not that badly, but it sort of takes him out of position. It was a race that was dominated forward. And I thought it was kind of tough for him to stretch, Richie, because Manny never really leaves his path. He's 2 to 3 wide, but the field is drifting. So he's got to come inside of horses, and that's a tough thing to do.
Sure, you know, particularly with less experienced horses. Again, he didn't break terribly, but when you break that beat slow, you almost have to kind of watch that they're not going to come together and squeeze you, and it just takes you out of the game a little bit. When he ducked back to the inside here, and he saw that daylight, he started to finish, and he was on his wrong lead, Very late, he switched his right lead and found a bit more. Maybe the outside post just gives this horse a bit more continuity.
And sometimes they break a little cleaner as well in those when they get the outside posts. Keep in mind, people, you've got a trifecta bonus. If you play the try through Naira Bets, you've got to opt in. So head on over and opt in. You play the try in this race, you hit it, you will split with anybody else that plays through Naira Bets that's the try. It might be only you. I've had friends, and we've had these hit and splits in pick fours, pick fives. Didn't even know, and they realized there were like one or two people that hit it, and they've got like an extra $1,000.
So they go to their account, and it's like Christmas morning.
Yeah, exactly. Or Hanukkah, depending on who you are. Keisha, let's get more on race number 10.
Well, we'll start with Martinez, and Martinez. There's always a buzz horse in Saratoga, and Martinez was just that, as this is a horse who, I call it kind of telescoping. He always seems to just lack focus. He never really seems to be completely clued in as to what's going on, and I'd always hoped with maturity that he would continue and he would get a chance to become a little bit more clued in and focused to what was happening on the racetrack. I still have not seen that from Martinez, and that's something that I was really hoping for. Yeah, he's a very big horse. He does seem to prefer sprinting, and I prefer him on the turf. He looks very fit in here as always, and we'll see if Joel Rosario can get some improvement from him. But at 3-1, I've kind of I've seen Martinez's game at this point. The 8 Moon Hunter. I was intrigued by this horse, looking at him on the pedigree and coming in and looking at that last race. He appeared to me like the type of horse who would want a little bit less ground. I love the cutback for him. He looks like a horse that should appreciate the 6 furlongs. He's really well built up in his hindquarters. He's very, very fit. Add short cut blinkers today. I think we're going to see a little bit more speed from him. And if you're not familiar with trainer Michelle Hemingway, her father Ian Hemingway, a trainer for quite a while, and she for a long time was a consigner, particularly with a lot of 2-year-old horses. So got to know her around the sales a bit, and she's a really, really sharp horsewoman. And the horses that she has sent in here to New York have been well meant. Looking at the number 2 Relate in here, who does try the turf for the first time, there is in the second generation, as Andy mentioned, a little bit of turf pedigree or some turf pedigree, but this horse just doesn't really strike me as a turf horse. Maybe he could handle it. He's beautifully turned out. Great in his coat, great in his weight. He warmed up really nicely on track under Louis Size. I remember a couple years ago, Kirk Wyckoff, Jordan's father, joking with me, every horse that Mike Maker takes over, he tries to turn into a turf horse. We'll see if it pans out in here today. I like what I saw from him, but I just had some interest in some others at some prices where maybe not completely sold that turf is the best surface for Relate, Andy.
All right, thanks. It's like some trainers always say, I think this horse wants to go long. Head back over to Churchill Downs, where it was, in fact, the horse that competed the Triple Crown races, Happy Jack. Richie, you and I talked this horse right into the winner's circle. Getting the job done for Doug O'Neill and Rafael Bejarano. See you heading into that winner's circle. I think you got 5-1, and that's for Calumet Farm. I'll tell you what, they don't miss a dance. $12 even. $51 exacta with Osborne. Ran well, couldn't get it done. Money Supply, just a bad ride all around. You don't send up on the inside. You get shuffled out. You get in trouble again, top of the stretch. When you're riding the favorite, your job is to not do something foolish.
But don't you think it's also what we go back to? If you come out running, get your position going forward, and once you have your spot, then you give your horse a chance.
He didn't do that. He didn't do that. He made that move in the race. He's a horse an excuse. I think anybody who watched the race again or saw it there will probably agree.
Now, is this a horse, because Churchill will be closing in a few weeks, that
we'll
probably see in Saratoga, right?
Oh, yeah, we'll see Money Supply in Saratoga.
So this is the kind of opportunity that you mark this horse down and you wait.
And you know, it's Chad Brown, so you'll probably get a big price.
Well, especially in Saratoga.
Yeah, they never bet his horses in Saratoga. They never bet him. He said he does when he races up there.
Yeah.
So, but he will have a different rider. I'm seeing Irad or Flavian or Manny Franco on this horse, or Jose Ortiz, who's done so well for the Klarovich horses, of course, winning with early voting, who had a big workout this morning, early voting, by the way.
Exciting. Very exciting. Yeah. You know, your Preakness winner coming back. You've got Zandon. You've got Jack Christopher. I mean, Chad Brown, people love to label trainers. They love to label riders. Oh, this guy's good at this. This guy's good at that. You know what they're good at? they're good at getting best out of the stock they get.
Right. You were a very good turf rider when you rode good turf horses, and a really terrible turf rider when you rode bad ones.
Isn't it
it's amazing how it happens.
Yeah.
I think one of my favorite rides is it Lunar Sovereign, the horse that you won for Kieran in the Man of War. It was Man of War when we ran the boat stakes. When you were the speed and you opened up on the turn and opened like 4 or 5.
Yeah, I kicked away. I had like 4 or 5 at the 8th pole.
Yeah. No, I remember that day. That
wanted to win the race by the 8th
pole.
pole.
Who did you beat in there? Who was the favorite?
With Anticipation was the favorite.
Wow.
Yeah.
He run second?
No, another horse of Frankel's ran second. Some nice horse he had. I forget the name. Denon, maybe, something like that.
Denon was a very good horse. So was
I think With Anticipation might have been third.
Wow. Nice. Good old days. Anyhow, they're heading to the gate for race number 10. It's been a really fun day and a beautiful day for Father's Day, and we so appreciate the people that support us on a daily basis, and happy we could have a nice day for Father's Day.
Absolutely. I've seen a lot of happy fathers walking around, and kids.
Still
wake up in the
busy
morning,
here.
Dad, what do you want to do today? Go to the races.
Why not? I know that's what we want to do. Today and every day. They're heading in the gate for race number 10 to wrap things up at Belmont. We still have one to go, though, at Churchill Downs. We'll be with you till 6 o'clock or perhaps a couple seconds after 6. Into the gate, John and Brielle, another man celebrating Father's Day today. He has the call of the finale at Belmont Park.
Waiting for Mucho Macho Comet, Sluggo, and Joshua. They're in the gate for race 10. And we have a rider off. We'll have a slight delay. Number 11, Sluggo, has been backed out, along with several other horses. Again, we'll have a delay.
Had some horses having some issues in the gate. We'll have a little bit of a delay before we run race number 10.
Yeah, it looks like they'll be backing out several of these runners.
Not exactly sure what happened, but does seem like you see Johnny Velasquez on the 8. Johnny does not want to get scratched. He sat around all day in the room. Have you ever done that, ridden the first and waited for the last?
Sure. Did that one year on Belmont Stakes Day, but won the last on Bogota Bill for Barry Schwartz.
Wow.
And it was
How
like
do you not have? You know what's one of my favorite memories you on Belmont Stakes Day? You rode a horse named Russian Bride, first time on the turf. The 10 and 11 are scratching 2 long shots. The number 10, Crypto Causeway, and the 11, Sluggo. So if the favorite wins this race, we're assuming the same person will have the pick 6 3 times.
That's right.
Same amount of money.
Wow.
But, in this particular case, assuming it's the same guy with an all. You rode Russian Bride, first time on the turf of the Tanya stake we used to run here, first division. And you and I knew each other not that well. She had a huge pedigree.
Yep.
And I remember you were coming down the chute, and you walked by. I said, "Rich, this was just a huge pedigree." You went, "Really?" Yeah. Horse paid $55.
Remember who trained her?
Leroy Jolly.
Leroy Jolly.
Yeah, Leroy Jolly, Russian Bride, good horse.
Yep.
Yeah.
I had a lot of success on Belmont Stakes Day. I rode a really fast horse named Afrashad for Godolphin.
Oh yeah.
And knew that I was worried because I knew he wasn't going to break well, but he was a runaway, stone runaway. And I'm like, if he doesn't break good, I'm going to run over top of something. And he broke 2 lengths slow, and everybody stayed straight. Nobody came in, he ran through, and he went 21 and change after breaking slow, 108. I mean, he was really
was
fast.
a rocket ship. You worked a lot of horses for Godolphin as well.
Yeah,
I worked the Street Cat quite a bit.
Yeah, worked the Street Cat, man. He was an unbelievable workhorse. I worked Afrashad. You couldn't get him down to the rail. He used to work out in the middle of the track, but just didn't get in his way.
Yeah. I think one of your biggest wins, actually, on Belmont Day was when Noel Winter won the Riva Ridge, which is now the Woody Stevens.
On Put It Back.
On Put It Back. Yeah. That was very profitable for you, as I recall.
That was a good day.
That was a good day. He actually beat Flamethrower for Jerry Bailey and Bob Baffert. I think was his favorite.
Held him
race.
off.
Yeah.
But I was coaching Noel. He had the outside post with 7/8, and that was stretch and Put It Back. And I said, listen, just break and put your hands down. Don't ask him. Don't grab him. He's going to make the lead, but maybe he'll steal that first eighth of a mile. And Noel said, yes, that's the plan. That's the plan. He came out of the gate, whooping and driving, and opened up 7.
That's tremendous. You know what? Put It Back was sort of an underrated sire.
Yes.
Yeah, he was a pretty solid sire, all things considered.
Absolutely. Kind of like, in some respects, when Boston Stone's more successful, but they all ran. They all found their level, and they all ran.
Yeah, no, I like that. And I always like to remember horses that ran for the Chief. And, of course, when you hear Noel Winter won a Grade 1, maybe a Grade 2 back then, but a big greater stake, you think there's a good chance that the Chief trained him.
Well, how about Ray Gampath won the Frizette for Chief Society Selection? I mean,
did not stay on when she won the test in Alabama.
No, but, he would give guys opportunities that they would not get from other.
No question about it.
Yeah.
I always loved the Chief. He'd have a horse in a Grade 1 stake. Everybody's in the boxes. The Chief was upstairs on the 3rd floor with one of his guys from the stable having a beer watching the race.
Absolutely. Well,
legend.
Best times get done early, head back to his barn and push the feed cart and hear the stories and learn things. And, I mean, he just was a racetracker's racetracker, if you will.
He was a guy who made the game, a great game, that much greater.
100%.
So many ways. I mean, a tremendous trainer, a tremendous human being. He really.
I love talking with his son Jimmy about horse racing.
Jimmy's terrific. No, I agree. Sometimes Jimmy will watch the show and he'll be texting me pictures of his dad, the paddock at Saratoga and stuff. And it's just, in a great family, obviously involved in the game. But there's a reason the 10 being let off. I saw the 11 coming off the track already, I believe. He actually came off the track a little bit earlier. Let's head down to Acacia, get a little more.
Unfortunately, it looks like what happened, Andy, was the 10 Crypto Causeway tried to rear up and got himself kind of lodged underneath the starting gate. So that's why they had to be very careful in helping him to get out of the gate. But he is walking off accompanied by the Outrider pony. The number 11 Sluggo next to him reacted when his neighbor, Crypto Causeway, got really rambunctious in the starting gate. So the 11 Sluggo already walked off. The 10 Crypto Causeway has been taken out of the starting gate and will head back to the barn area. So that's the reason for the 2 lace scratches here. Seems the rest of the field has been minding their P's and Q's, and they will start to load back in momentarily, it appears.
Thanks for the update there, Acacia. Appreciate that as always. Getting ready to head back in the gate. You see the number 10 being led away there, Richie, and I guess the horses seem to be fine. It's good to take them out of the gate and let them relax a little bit.
You can't keep them in there that long. You just be asking for some more trouble to happen, and usually what happens is one horse acts up, it'll set others off. Now the 11 being next to the 10 who got himself prone in the gate probably got nicked by that horse, so sometimes they'll injure the horse next to them or cut them because they're thrashing about, and then they have to room. So Alan trained Rubiano for Centennial in the beginning,
right.
And he was a very high-energy colt. I would go by and ride him in the afternoons.
Really?
Ride him around the backstretch and just
Julie rode him in a lot of races,
Yeah,
right?
but I rode him his first couple of starts for Alan, and then eventually Scotty Schuloff around him, and that's when Julie and Jose Santos could ride. But I used to hack him around Belmont Park, like just go out for a trail ride for 45 minutes an hour every afternoon.
Quite a horse to be hacking around on. He was a tremendous
handful,
horse.
could stand straight up in the air like Trigger.
I think he finished second in excess in the Met Mile. Does that sound right?
That sound right.
Yeah. No, he was a true Grade 1 horse.
Yep.
Tremendous horse.
Yep, he was.
Yeah. All right. A lot of good memories of the racetrack, really, and that's one of the reasons you and I became friends for so many years. 2 people that love the racing game, and I think so many people watching the show can relate to that. There's so much great history of the game and so many good times to remember. Good people, too.
Absolutely.
Heading back in the gate, we'll try to do this one more time. We'll send it upstairs to John and Brielle for the call of the finale, race number 10, here at Belmont Park.
Waiting for Moon Hunter and Joshua. And we'll once again set. And they're off. A slow start for number 5, Mucho Macho Comet, and Joshua was off slow as well. A good beginning for Steerage from that inside post position. Relate came away racing in second, and then it is Brennan's War next in third. Moonhunter on the outside runs in fourth. The long side is the Gray Martinez in fifth, 2.5 lengths. Back to Secret Sanctuary, who is running in sixth position. And then on the outside is Unlikely in seventh, followed by Joshua in eighth. And way back being pulled up is Mucho Macho Comet. The quarter went in 22 seconds. It is Steerage, challenged here by Relate. Relate and Steerage, they are right together. Brennan's War sits off of them in third. Martinez is next in fourth, followed by Moon Hunter and Unlikely. Secret Sanctuary down at the rail. The half mile in 45 seconds. And here is Relate now to take over the lead. Brennan's War moving up on the outside of Steerage. Martinez is next. It is Relate with a commanding lead. Martinez has moved into second, and it's going to be Relate to graduate on Father's Day. Relate the winner. Martinez completes the exacta.
Well, they bought this horse, Jordan Wyckoff and Mike Maker, put him on the right surface. In this case, he was right. Second dam was strong on the turf. Relate gets it done to close it out. Luis Saez back for more after a quick break.
Whether it's Division I or Grade I, top athletes have certain traits in common: speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade I winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Head back over to Churchill Downs, minutes away from their 11th race. Let's get more from Paul Duca.
I'm sorry, Andy. I'm listening to the Go-Go's right now. We got the beat. Just let me just dance for just like 3 seconds. All right, to this race. The last race of all, and I'm in love with the horse. I absolutely love the way that the 9 warmed up in here, rum and tonic. When you look at his last race, he was buried on the rail. It was the first time he had ever been on the dirt, and he actually took the kickback okay. And then Raylu Gutierrez, who rode him that day, tried to rush him up the rail. The rail got shut off, and once he got him out to open space, this horse really took off. Now, going 5.5 furlongs, I think Ricardo Santana can just push straight from the gate and just keep on going. I know Mig always talks about a bicycle type horse. I think that the 9 could be that type of horse. When you look at the other contenders in here, they're obvious, with the 1 Improbable Journey, who's been just getting closer and closer to the winner's circle for Larry Jones. And then the 8 Woodline, who's probably going to be cutting out the fractions in here. Although I will say, Cloud Without Rain is a horse that, you know, and the 5 Gold Luna, those are 2 horses that have hit the lead in 11-horse field. So there could be a very, very quick pace. That's why I thought the 9 at 5.5 furlongs is a very good play. I don't really love the odds at 5-2, but I cannot take 2-1 on the 1. I'm all in on the 9 here, Rum and Tonic.
Thanks a lot, Paul. And I think that would be a great way to close out Father's Day here. You have Jordan Wyckoff, the son, getting it done with Relate in the last race. You've got his father, Three Diamonds Farm, the Mike Maker, with the horse that Paulie was talking about, the favorite, number 9, Rum and Tonic, at Churchill Downs. What better way to possibly close out the day than a father-son win? Relate, Mike Maker, Jordan Wyckoff, and I want to say that was Luis Saez?
Yeah, Luis Saez.
Luis Saez getting the win on that horse?
880. That was fairly generous.
Yeah, I agree. That was worse Fiano the Turf he did. They're heading to the gate for the last at Churchill. Let's get the call from our friend Travis Stone.
Waiting for Golden Luna and Embrace. They're in the gate, and they're off. Golden Luna breaks on top. Cloud Without Rain is there. Stirred Dat Pot comes on. Improbable Journey punches through toward the rail, and Woodline's not far behind them. So down the back stretch run. Improbable Journey on through to take the lead. Golden Luna right there. Stirred Dat Pot on the outside third. Cloud Without Rain comes away fourth. Woodline is racing in fifth. Bar on the Beach reserved while sixth. My Grass is Blue seventh. Rum and Tonic is 8th, and toward the rail Embraces 9th. Warrior Roads in 10th. The trailer is appeal denied. Improbable Journey heading for the quarter pole after an opening quarter in 22-1. Turning for home in front by 2. Golden Luna set down. Cloud Without Rain coming up the rail. Woodline launching a rally. Stirred Dat Pot gives way. 1 furlong to go. Improbable Journey still there by 4. Woodline runs up into second. Golden Luna's in between them. 100 yards to go. Improbable Journey's getting wary. Still in front and is the winner. Improbable Journey over Woodline, Embrace, and then it was appeal denied, and then either Cloud Without Rain or Golden Luna.
Well, the wire came just in time for the 1 Improbable Journey to hold off Woodline, who was closing. It's been a lot of fun, Richie. Want to wish everybody once again a happy Father's Day. You as well.
It was a lot of fun. Too short, though. Too quick.
Really was. Heading back, next show, 6 to 11 on Wednesday night, covering the action from Canterbury and their big day, their big night. Thanks so much for joining us on America's Day at the Races. Been a lot of fun. We'll catch up with you later. Have a wonderful night.